Chapter 41:13. Damn it, I'm finally safe. Now that the enemy was gone, Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. A wave of pain came from all over his body. Although Xiaohua had the upper hand in the battle with the caped demon emperor, he was also seriously injured. Xiaohua did not care when he was nervous, but now, the pain came again. It was a feeling that he had not felt for a long time. However, just as Xiaohua relaxed for a moment, a wave of suspicion came over him again. That's not right. When I was fighting with the demon emperor, there was obviously some movement on the second level of the Star Moon Palace. Could it be that there are other people who have entered the Star Moon Palace? Could it be, from the hidden Immortal continent? Or Do Shanjun? Xiaohua took a deep breath and stood up. Just as he was about to go check it out, a voice came from outside the corridor again. Damn it, this is too dangerous. If not for my nimbleness, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the turbulence. Even I feel that nothing is wrong. How could something happen to you? Now that we're here, it's our opportunity. There must be countless treasures in the Star Moon Palace. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. A bone-chilling feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but run towards the end of the corridor. When he arrived at the location of a stone tablet, Xiaohua stuck his head out and saw his own silhouette. Phoenix Body Xiaohua, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, and Devil Spirit Xiaohua were all standing outside the doors of the Star Moon Palace, looking up at the palace. His other self was wearing a Daoist robe and had a blank expression. Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua was wearing a golden dragon robe and the dragon horns on his head looked very ironic. Bone Tempering Xiaohua was almost naked and only wore a short shirt that covered his private parts. Phoenix Body Xiaohua was wearing colorful clothes and there were wings between his arms. As for Demon Spirit Xiaohua, he was black and there were obvious demon patterns flashing on his face. At this moment, Phoenix Body Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and saw himself. He raised his hand and pointed, There's someone in the Bright Moon Palace? Xiaohua was shocked and quickly shrank back. He stared at the cornice of the palace in a daze and a realization suddenly came to him. This is not the Star Moon Palace. This is the Demon Emperor's illusion. Perhaps, even if this was the Star Moon Palace, these later ones were definitely the Devil Emperor's illusions. Damn it, when did this Xiao fall into the Demon Emperor's illusion? How could he escape from this illusion? Did he escape through the palace gate? At that moment, outside the Star Moon Palace, the voices of Mo Ling Xiaohua and the others sounded again. It must be the Devil Emperor. Let's hurry up and catch up with him. After this little brother devours this Nephilim Emperor, this little brother will also be able to reach the realm of Nephilim Emperor. In the future, this little brother will be able to lend you a hand. Go. Io, what should we do now? What's wrong, fellow Daoist? What? You don't know? How would I know what fellow Daoist thinks? That's weird. Could it be because of this Star Moon Palace? What's so strange about it? Not good. Xiaohua suddenly came to his senses and said anxiously, if these were the illusions of the Demon Emperor, it would be fine, but if they were... Damn it, why do I feel that there's something fishy about this? It's really too messy. Xiaohua thought and carefully poked his head out again. At that moment, outside the Star Moon Palace, there was no trace of Xiaohua and the others. They must have entered the Star Moon Palace. What exactly are they? Xiaohua gritted his teeth and ran to the palace gate at the side of the corridor. He rushed in, looked around, and searched for A43 in his memory. Xiaohua had just found A43, and walked to the entrance of the hall when a voice that made Xiaohua's hair stand on end rang out in his ears, that's right. Fellow Daoist, why do you look so pale? Fellow Daoists, I seem to feel a sense of familiarity. It seems like I have been here before. How is that possible? These palaces look exactly the same. How can fellow Daoist distinguish them? And, how can fellow Daoist have been to the Star Moon Palace before? I don't know either. Maybe it's just a feeling. How is that possible? Xiaohua was a little dizzy. He could not help but raise his hand to scratch his head. At that moment, there was a clang sound. Xiaohua hurriedly lowered his head and realized that the jade slip that he had put in his pocket earlier had accidentally fallen to the ground because his Daoist robe had been torn. Who is it? It was the voice of the bone-honing Xiaohua. Everyone's footsteps rushed here. Xiaohua only hesitated for a moment. Looking at the bloodstains all over his body and thinking about the injuries on his body, he did not dare to meet the other Xiaohua who he did not know was real or fake. He hurriedly turned and left the A43 palace, not caring about the jade slip that had fallen to the ground. Damn it, what's going on? Xiaohua's emotions were extremely irritable. Is the Xiaohua inside an illusion or real? If he's real, who am I? Could it be that the entire Star Moon Palace is an illusion? Or maybe the Star Moon Palace is real, and we are illusions? Xiaohua's thoughts had turned several times when he saw the second Xiaohua. Now, he repeatedly thought about it, but the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. The Star Moon Palace seemed to be huge and the palaces inside seemed to be endless. However, Xiaohua could only wander around a few hundred palaces and could not really go deeper. Moreover, the Star Moon Palace was definitely not like what Dou Shanjun and Zhu Qing had said. There were many opportunities inside. At that moment, in Xiaohua's eyes, the Star Moon Palace was a slaughterhouse. There were no opportunities to speak of. He had an impulse to escape the Star Moon Palace. However, Xiaohua also understood that if he wanted to leave the Star Moon Palace, he could only go through the palace door from before. In front of the palace door was turbulence. He could only rely on the huge rock to leave. The huge rock had disappeared after he and the second Xiaohua had entered. It was impossible for him to leave the Star Moon Palace. Xiaohua even suspected that the huge rock was an illusion. As long as he stepped on the huge rock, he would definitely fall into the turbulence. The demonic emperor would not give him this chance. How can I find the demonic emperor? How can I walk out of the Star Moon Palace? Xiaohua frowned as he shuttled through the palaces. Suddenly, the cloaked demonic emperor's words appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Kill them, kill them. Only by killing them will you be able to leave this place, tisk. Xiaohua curled his lips and sneered. This demonic emperor, even in death, he did not forget to set a trap for me. As Xiaohua thought, he crashed into a palace like a headless fly. Just as he stepped into the palace, he immediately heard a familiar voice. This is too strange. What kind of statue is this? It looks like the bones of a celestial being. Wasn't this what Xiaohua with the phoenix body had said when he saw the statue in A71? Xiaohua raised his head and looked over. Sure enough, he saw the second Xiaohua with the phoenix body and the others surrounding the three-sided statue. The second Xiaohua was also about to raise his hand to take the spirit fruit. Not good. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head and saw that the mirror on the stone wall was precisely his own reflection. Without thinking, he quickly retreated. Although the pain in his chest made him grimace, he did not dare to stay in this palace for a moment longer. Who? Sure enough, just as Xiaohua retreated from the A71, the second Xiaohua's berating voice had already sounded. Strange. Xiaohua somewhat realized that something was wrong. Could it be that everything that I encountered earlier, hiss? Suddenly, goosebumps appeared all over Xiaohua's body. Could it be that before I came in, there was already another Xiaohua who came in? No, that's impossible. Soon after, Xiaohua denied it again. When I chased the demonic emperor to this place, I immediately saw the Star Moon Palace. There can't be another Xiaohua in front of me. What came after must be an illusion. Xiaohua rushed past several palaces and gradually calmed down. Seeing a 7-colored palace door in front of him, he knew that the corridor of the Star Moon Palace was outside. He breathed a sigh of relief and walked out. The corridor was as calm as before. The turbulence outside the Star Moon Palace was similarly chaotic. Streams of unknown countercurrents tangled together, producing sparks the size of a thumb. These sparks were like candlelight bursting. The power contained within immediately bombarded the turbulence, creating a huge whirlpool. Damn it, this turbulence is so powerful. I reckon that even the demonic emperor won't be able to survive after falling in. Xiaohua pinched his chin and sneered. At this moment, footsteps came from the corridor in the distance. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly raised his head. He saw the bone-honing Xiaohua appear at the end of the corridor, full of vigilance. Damn it. Xiaohua seemed to be used to vulgarities. He cursed and prepared to dodge. However, after running a few steps, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He stopped and thought to himself, the bone-honing Xiaohua seemed to have been injured after leaving. Could it be that he was plotted against by the demonic emperor here? However, the demonic emperor has already been killed by me. He probably won't be in any trouble anymore, right? Fellow Daoist, you're quite fast. How did you get here so quickly? In such a short time, the bone-honing Xiaohua actually saw Xiaohua. He raised his hand and beckoned to Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled helplessly and raised his hand. I was afraid that you would encounter the demonic emperor alone, so I chased after you. However, fellow Daoist, you know that I get lost easily. See, I actually came out from this palace door. Fortunately, I met you, otherwise, as he spoke, the bone-honing Xiaohua was already close. He raised his head and looked at the stairs not far away. This seems to lead to the second level of the Star Moon Palace. I wonder what it's like there. Let's not go now. Xiaohua's gaze also fell on the stairs. He shook his head and said, the demonic emperor is in the Star Moon Palace. Let's go together, Wu. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, the bone-honing Xiaohua's fist appeared out of nowhere and smashed towards Xiaohua's chest. He still shouted, Demonic Emperor, do you think I can't recognize you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Even if you want to transform into Xiaohua, can't you show some professionalism? Is Xiaohua as blood-stained and bitter as you? Chapter 41:14. Xiaohua was used to being alarmed in Star Moon Palace, so he had long been on guard. Although he did not expect Honed Bones Xiaohua's sneak attack, he still easily received it. He had already fought with Honed Bones Xiaohua once before, so he was now quite familiar with it. With a push of his palm, he blocked Honed Bones Xiaohua's fist. However, the huge impact still caused intense pain in Xiaohua's chest. Xiaohua had no choice but to dodge as he shouted, Fellow Honed Bones Xiaohua, please listen to this poor Daoist's explanation. You are right. This poor Daoist is not Xiaohua in A71. Furthermore, that Xiaohua is still in A71. However, I am indeed Xiaohua, the Xiaohua who came in earlier. You are I's doppelganger, so don't worry, I will definitely not hurt you. What I want to say is that the bone-honing fellow Daoist who let you in earlier has been killed by the Demon Emperor. I don't know how he was killed, but there are two things that I can be sure of. First, the Demon Emperor attacked and seriously injured the bone-honing fellow Daoist near this corridor. You must be careful. Second, the Demon Emperor has already been killed by I, so you shouldn't be injured anymore. How can I believe the Demon Emperor's words? The bone-honing Xiaohua laughed. Aren't you trying to cover it up? Are you trying to make I lower my guard? Wu. As he spoke, the bone-honing Xiaohua's long leg kicked fiercely, smashing towards Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua knew that any explanation would be useless at this time, so he simply did not say anything. The bone-honing Xiaohua's attack was full of wind. Xiaohua raised his hands, wanting to block the attack, but there was a sharp pain in his sternum. He could only dodge and sweep his leg to the other leg of the bone-honing Xiaohua. Boom! The bone-honing Xiaohua's strength was not as good as Xiaohua's, so he was immediately knocked down by Xiaohua and fell towards the stone wall of the Star Moon Palace. Bone-honing fellow Daoist. Xiaohua jumped up from the ground and said, I won't say much to you, just watch, Ah! Before Xiaohua could finish speaking, the bone-honing Xiaohua screamed. Xiaohua was shocked. When his gaze fell on Xiaohua's body, his face turned pale again. Although Xiaohua did not kill or even hurt bone-honing Xiaohua's heart, his kick had knocked bone-honing Xiaohua down. Bone-honing Xiaohua had landed on the protective spikes on the stone wall of the Star Moon Palace. Several spikes had pierced bone-honing Xiaohua's back, piercing deep into his heart and lungs. This. Xiaohua was completely dumbfounded. He hurriedly rushed over and helped Xiaohua up. He anxiously said, I didn't want to hurt you, but you forced I too much. It would have been better if Xiaohua had not helped bone-honing Xiaohua up. As soon as he helped him up, blood gushed out. Not only did it soak bone-honing Xiaohua's body, but even Xiaohua's own Daoist robe was stained with more blood. Boom! Unfortunately, bone-honing Xiaohua did not listen to Xiaohua's explanation. He raised his hand and struck Xiaohua's neck again. Xiaohua had no choice but to let go of bone-honing Xiaohua. Bone-honing Xiaohua glared fiercely at Xiaohua as if he wanted to eat him. Xiaohua stood in place and watched bone-honing Xiaohua stagger away. He shouted, Fellow Daoist, I am indeed not the Devil Emperor, sigh, what's the use of explaining now? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and watched bone-honing Xiaohua disappear at the palace door. He then looked at the blood dripping in the corridor and thought to himself, all words are useless. It's better to think of a way to stop this illusion. After saying that, Xiaohua turned around and came to the front of the stairs. However, when he looked at the stairs leading to the second floor of Star Moon Palace, an indescribable sense of danger came from the second floor of Star Moon Palace. Xiaohua stood there hesitantly and did not dare to go up for a long time. After all, he was empty-handed and was seriously injured. That's right, there seems to be a sword embryo inside the palace hall of A288. Xiaohua suddenly thought of the furnace inside the palace hall from before. He took a glance at the unpredictable steps, then hastily rushed into the palace hall. Looking for A288 is not particularly difficult. When Xiaohua rushed into the hall, he was stunned again. He saw that on top of the furnace, in addition to the sword embryo, there was also a crossbow. The crossbow was flickering with a dark luster just like the sword embryo. Next to the crossbow, there was also a small box with more than 10 small arrows inside. Huh? When did the crossbow come? Xiaohua was slightly stunned and hurriedly looked at the ground. However, he saw that on the ground, the blood stain was still there. It did not seem to have changed. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the sword embryo and the crossbow. He almost did not hesitate and took down the crossbow and the small box. After all, the power of the crossbow was still fresh in his memory. Putting the small box in his arms, he took out a small arrow and put it into the crossbow. Xiaohua held the crossbow in his left hand and walked out of the palace with his chest puffed out. However, when he passed through a few palaces, his heart was moved again. He thought to himself, if this is an illusion, then I should think about how to break the illusion. However, how should I do it? Killing these doppelgangers and even myself should be the most decisive method. However, what if I mess up what happened before? That's right. Previously, this Xiao encountered the bone-tempering Xiaohua in statue A71 and competed with him. If this Xiao were to go over now and disrupt their competition, then, wouldn't this illusion be broken? Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly turned back. He abandoned the plan to go to the second floor of Star Moon Palace and hurriedly rushed to A271. As expected, when Xiaohua chased down, the injured bone-honing Xiaohua had not yet entered A271. Seeing Xiaohua come over with the crossbow, although his body was already unable to balance, he was still frightened and raised his hand to guard. Xiaohua said indifferently, bone-honing fellow Daoist, don't worry. I will definitely not hurt you. What happened before was only a misunderstanding. Follow I in. Bone-honing Xiaohua slowly entered A271. At this time, the second Xiaohua was in a daze in front of the statue. Hearing the sound, he hurriedly turned his head. Seeing that it was the bone-honing Xiaohua, he hurriedly rushed over. However, he only took a few steps before his face turned pale with shock. He stood there, thinking that Xiaohua had already walked into the palace with the crossbow in his hand. You. The second Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua, then looked at the bone-honing Xiaohua. He was shocked at first, then he shouted, "You are the Devil Emperor." "Damned Devil Emperor, you, injured bone-honing fellow Daoist." Xiaohua's heart turned cold. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. The crossbow in his left hand trembled slightly, almost shooting the black arrow. However, he still endured it and said word by word, "This poor Daoist is the real Xiaohua. I want to ask you whether you are the Devil Emperor or not." However, this Xiao can't tell whether this is an illusion or not, and also can't tell who you are. However, for safety's sake, this Xiao wants to use some methods to break this illusion. Therefore, I won't hide it from you. Although I really want to kill you, I am still willing to let you go. The second Xiaohua looked at the Xiaohua that looked exactly like him. His eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. However, facing the crossbow, facing a weapon that could kill him at any time, he nodded slightly. He calmly looked at Xiaohua, then looked at the bone-honing Xiaohua, and said, "Okay. Although I know that I am the real Xiaohua, since fellow Daoist said so, then I will leave. However, bone-honing fellow Daoist is already injured. I ask fellow Daoist to let him rest here. This Xiao knows. You quickly, leave." Xiaohua coldly swung the crossbow. He was extremely disgusted by the tone of this illusion that claimed to be Xiaohua. If it wasn't because he wanted to try it out, Xiaohua almost wanted to nail him to death here. After all, this illusion might be an incarnation of the Devil Emperor that might not have fallen. The second Xiaohua nodded towards the bone-honing Xiaohua, and left from the other palace door without hesitation. Xiaohua said to the bone-honing Xiaohua, "Fellow Daoist, go rest beside the statue. After I break the illusion, we will leave together." The bone-honing Xiaohua nodded slightly. He staggered to the side of the statue, and slowly sat down. However, in merely a moment, he lay on the ground again. Blood flowed from his body, and his eyes were still open. Just like the previous bone-honing Xiaohua, he was still staring at the statue on three sides. Xiaohua, who had already turned around and rushed out of the palace door, didn't notice this. He was still thinking about how to break the illusion. He held the crossbow and rushed towards the first palace door because he clearly knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the phoenix body Xiaohua and the devil spirit Xiaohua would definitely be killed by the cloaked devil emperor there. Sure enough, when Xiaohua rushed into the first palace door, the phoenix body Xiaohua and the devil spirit Xiaohua were squatting on the high platform, surrounding the already dead dragon vein Xiaohua. Before Xiaohua could get close, the devil spirit Xiaohua jumped up and kicked at Xiaohua. He said fiercely, "Motherfucker, you still dare to ask me what happened? Weren't you the one who killed fellow Daoist Long Mai? Weren't we also asked to come here by you? What are you pretending for?" Unfortunately, this time, Xiaohua didn't waste his breath on him. His figure flashed slightly, and he berated, "Scram to the side. That was the incarnation of the Devil Emperor just now. It has nothing to do with I." As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his eyes and stared at the pavilion on the second floor of the Star Moon Palace, waiting for the appearance of the cloaked Devil Emperor. What did you say? The Devil Emperor can still transform in this Star Moon Palace?" The devil spirit Xiaohua was somewhat dumbfounded. At this moment, a black shadow flashed on the second floor of the pavilion. Xiaohua shook his hand without hesitation. Boom! A rumbling sound was heard, and the black arrow on the crossbow shot out. Pa! The black arrow hit the black shadow's left arm. The black shadow shook violently, and the black arrow pierced through the black shadow's body and nailed it to the stone wall. However, in merely a moment, another crossbow escaped from the second floor of the pavilion. Xiaohua was frightened out of his wits and he hastily shouted, "Fellow Daoists, quickly dodge." Boom! A huge tremor sounded, and a black light flashed by. It brushed past the face of the phoenix body Xiaohua and hit the high platform. The small arrow buzzed, and a trace of blood appeared on the face of the phoenix body Xiaohua. Let's go. Xiaohua didn't hesitate at all. He jumped up from the ground and rushed out of the palace. The phoenix body Xiaohua and the devil spirit Xiaohua also dispelled their suspicions and hastily chased after him. Xiaohua brought the two of them around a few palaces, looked around, and berated, "Did you see that? Just now, it wasn't I who attacked, it was the devil emperor. Do you understand?" Chapter 41:15. Devil spirit Xiaohua was quite puzzled and asked anxiously, "Big brother, since this is Star Moon Palace, no matter if it's Taoism, Confucian cultivators, or demons, they can't transform. All of my divine abilities have disappeared without a trace. How is it possible that the Fiend Emperor can still materialize? Damn it." Xiaohua spat. "How would I know? If I knew about it, I would be able to transform too." Phoenix body Xiaohua stared at Xiaohua and shook his head slightly, "Although fellow Daoist saved us. I still can't believe you. Since you don't believe me, why did you come with I?" Xiaohua was a bit mad. However, he raised his hand and shook a finger a few times, saying, "Whatever I do, I don't need you to believe, and I don't need you to believe. Follow me to A71. Bone-honing Xiaohua is already seriously injured, let's gather together to discuss." "No." Phoenix body Xiaohua shook his head. Fellow Daoist Xiaohua was born with divine bones, how could he be seriously injured? "Don't lie to us." Xiaohua stomped his foot and threw the crossbow to Phoenix body Xiaohua. "Damn it, I gave you this crossbow, you still don't believe I?" Phoenix body Xiaohua took the crossbow and looked at Xiaohua retreating a few steps. He said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Fellow Daoist, you keep saying that you want I to trust you, but you don't seem to trust one either. Forget it." Of course, Xiaohua was alert in his heart. He could only shake his head and say, "Just wait here. Remember, you can't trust anyone. This poor Daoist will go and bring fellow Daoist tempered bones over from A7. After saying that, Xiaohua hurriedly left. "Damn it, what's going on?" Looking at Xiaohua's back, after a long while, devil spirit Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Little brother's blood-dripping paradise is useless here, how can that devil emperor transform? Perhaps the devil emperor has magical powers that we don't know about." Phoenix body Xiaohua glanced sideways at devil spirit Xiaohua, raised the crossbow in his hand, and said, "Now, only this thing is the foundation of our survival." Just as they were talking, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the palace door in the distance. Phoenix body Xiaohua raised his hand without hesitation. Boom! As the crossbow vibrated, a black light flashed past and nailed itself to the stone wall of Star Moon Palace. "Who?" Demon spirit Xiaohua shouted loudly as he looked towards the palace door. "Of course it's I." Following the voice, Xiaohua hurried over from the entrance of the palace. However, Xiaohua had already changed into a new set of clothes. This set of clothes was similar to a cloak, and a large patch of boots was seeping out from the left arm of the cloak. However, Phoenix body Xiaohua and devil spirit Xiaohua had never seen the cloaked devil emperor on the second floor of the Star Moon Palace. Thus, they were able to tell that something was amiss. Devil spirit Xiaohua quickly asked, "Big brother, why did you change your clothes?" "This Zhou's Daoist robe is already damaged, so I naturally have to change it." The cloaked Xiaohua bitterly smiled as he looked at his body and said, "It's a pity that there aren't any Daoist robes in the Star Moon Palace. I had no choice but to randomly find one to wear." The phoenix-bodied Xiaohua still didn't relax his vigilance. The crossbow in his hand was still pointed at the cloaked Xiaohua as he asked, "Where is fellow Daoist tempered bones? Why didn't you bring him along?" "Sigh, fellow Daoist tempered bones is already dead." The cloaked Xiaohua sighed. Devil spirit Xiaohua exclaimed, "How is that possible? Big brother tempered bones is a god. What method did the devil emperor use to kill him? There's no such thing as a god's bone." The cloaked Xiaohua sneered, "In this Star Moon Palace, you and I are merely mortals. We can die at any time." Soon after, He pointed at the bow and phoenix body Xiaohua's hand and said, "If it was any other time, which one of us would place this kind of weapon in our eyes? But now?" Fellow Daoist pointed this weapon at I. "My life is in fellow Daoist's hands. Could it be that you were the one who killed fellow Daoist Tempered Bones?" Phoenix body Xiaohua asked indifferently. "It seems that, out of the 5 of us, only you were together with fellow Daoist Tempered Bones. All of you, follow I." The cloaked Xiaohua sighed. "I will tell you how fellow Daoist Tempered Bones died, so that all of you can be at ease." Phoenix body Xiaohua looked at Devil Spirit Xiaohua. The two of them exchanged glances. Now that the matter had reached this point, there were only 3 people in Star Moon Palace. What other choice did these two have? Fellow Daoist Phoenix body? Fellow Daoist Devil Spirit? Where are you waiting? Suddenly, another voice came from the distant palace. It was Xiaohua's voice. "Ah. Why is there another big brother?" Devil Spirit Xiaohua was shocked. His expression changed greatly and he was about to answer. "Shut up." The cloaked Xiaohua berated, "Didn't I tell you? No one should believe that it is the Devil Emperor's transformation." As he spoke, the cloaked Xiaohua brought along the Phoenix body Xiaohua and the Devil Spirit Xiaohua, who were filled with doubts, through several halls and walked into a 28. However, Xiaohua's faint voice was still transmitted into their ears. "Fellow Daoists, you two are already in a very dangerous situation. You must not trust anyone." Xiaohua quickly left the Phoenix body Xiaohua and the Devil Spirit Xiaohua. They passed through several palaces with great familiarity and arrived at Palace Hall A31. However, not only did they not see the bone-tempering Xiaohua in the Palace Hall, even his corpse was nowhere to be seen. "Damn it, what's going on?" Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered. He lowered his head and looked at the bloodstains on the ground. "Previously, I didn't pay attention to how the first Tempered Bones fellow Daoist disappeared. Now, even the second Tempered Bones fellow Daoist has disappeared." However, the bloodstains on the ground were still obvious. Xiaohua followed the bloodstains to the corridor outside Star Moon Palace. He saw the bloodstains disappear at the edge of the corridor. Needless to say, Tempered Bones Xiaohua's corpse was thrown into the turbulence outside Star Moon Palace. Could it be that it was done by the cloaked Devil Emperor who was injured by me? Xiaohua suddenly woke up. His heart jumped and he cried out in alarm, "Oh no, that Phoenix body fellow Daoist and Devil Spirit fellow Daoist are in danger." While speaking, Xiaohua hurriedly rushed back to the palace and went back the way he came. Boom! A faint sound of an arrow was heard. Xiaohua was even more anxious. He shouted loudly, "Phoenix body fellow Daoist? Devil Spirit fellow Daoist? Where are you waiting?" Seeing that no one answered, Xiaohua was afraid that the 2 surviving clones would fall into the hands of the Devil Emperor. He shouted again, "2 fellow Daoists, you are already in danger. Don't trust anyone." Unfortunately, when Xiaohua chased into the palace, there was no trace of Phoenix body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua. "Damn it, we still fell into the trap." Xiaohua was somewhat angry. He frowned and pondered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A288. That's right, why are there bloodstains there? Who could have written this? It must be the Devil Emperor. While thinking, Xiaohua hurriedly rushed out of the palace and rushed towards A288. At this time, Phoenix body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua had already followed the cloaked Xiaohua into A288's palace. They saw a refining cauldron in front of them. The fire inside the cauldron was boiling. An object that looked like a sword embryo was quietly floating above the fire. Devil Spirit Xiaohua stared blankly and asked curiously, "Big brother, what is this?" "Look at the sword embryo. This is fellow Daoist Tempered Bones." The cloaked Xiaohua's tone carried a hint of sorrow. He reached into his bosom as if he wanted to take something out. The attention of the Devil Spirit Xiaohua and the Phoenix Xiaohua was drawn to the sword embryo. Whoosh! At this moment, the cloaked Xiaohua suddenly took out a small sword from his hand and stabbed towards the Devil Spirit Xiaohua in a flash. Facing the cloaked Xiaohua who was holding a small sword, the devil spirit Xiaohua didn't have any power to fight back. He stared dumbfoundedly at the small sword ruthlessly piercing his heart, his face filled with disbelief. Cloaked Xiaohua simply didn't look at devil spirit Xiaohua's life or death. His feet slid, following the momentum of the sword. He once again stabbed Phoenix body Xiaohua's chest. Obviously, he had already calculated this beforehand. Pung. Although Phoenix body Xiaohua was somewhat caught unprepared, he still waved his bow. The black arrow flew towards cloaked Xiaohua's face. Cloaked Xiaohua's face carried a sneer. He waved his small sword. With a chi sound, it precisely hit the body of the black arrow. However, even though the cloaked Xiaohua's body was greatly shaken, the black arrow was still aimed at the arm of the cloaked Xiaohua at the bow of the ship. However, after the cloaked Xiaohua retreated, he still rushed forward. The phoenix body Xiaohua helplessly brandished his bow and began to fight with the cloaked Xiaohua. Devil spirit Xiaohua was seriously injured in one blow. However, he still didn't die. His complexion was deathly pale. Just like tempered bones Xiaohua before, he staggered out of the palace door and staggered to escape to the other palaces. Behind him, phoenix body Xiaohua was no match for cloaked Xiaohua who was holding a small sword. After more than 10 moves, cloaked Xiaohua's small sword pierced phoenix body Xiaohua's body. Blood splattered. In just a moment, phoenix body Xiaohua was pierced by cloaked Xiaohua until his body was full of bloody holes. He collapsed on the ground. He couldn't be more dead. Phoenix body Xiaohua's eyes also didn't close. He had the same appearance as tempered bones Xiaohua. Fellow devil spirit? Hearing the sound of a bow and arrow coming from A28, Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly quickened his pace. However, before he could approach, devil spirit Xiaohua's staggered figure flashed past one side of the palace. Xiaohua hurriedly turned and ran towards the palace door. However, although there were bloodstains on the ground in front of Xiaohua, devil spirit Xiaohua's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Even when Xiaohua chased to the stairs leading to the second floor of Star Moon Palace, he still didn't see devil spirit Xiaohua. Looking at the bloodstains on the stairs, Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. After experiencing so many life and death situations, he still hadn't reached the second floor of Star Moon Palace. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and stepped onto the stairs. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the second floor of Star Moon Palace was silent. Looking at the style, it was similar to the first floor. There were corridors and some spikes and textures. Between the spikes, there were also some palace doors with colorful clouds floating in the air. Outside the corridors, there was even a raging turbulence. Xiaohua lowered his head to take a look. The bloodstains extended towards a corner of Star Moon Palace. He thought for a moment and carefully walked over. After confirming that devil spirit Xiaohua wasn't hiding at the corner, he turned around. Looking at the corner, there was a palace that was similarly covered by colorful clouds. The bloodstains led to the palace door. Fellow devil spirit. Xiaohua whispered, I have come. I definitely won't hurt you, big brother. Don't kill me. Devil spirit Xiaohua's weak voice sounded from within the palace. Xiaohua sighed and said, Don't worry. After all, you are Ai's clone. Now. Chapter 41:16. As Xiaohua spoke, he was on guard as he walked into the palace. However, when he walked into the palace, the latter half of his sentence was choked back. Another kind of chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He was somewhat dumbfounded as he stood in front of the palace door. Everything in front of him was beyond his imagination. He was really at a loss. This was a palace that was much bigger than before. The words, "YI," floated on the roof of the palace, and on the bluestone floor of the palace, there were blood-stained corpses of demon spirit Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not have divine consciousness, so it was hard to count. However, with a sweep of the naked eye, there were probably tens of thousands of corpses. Moreover, under these corpses, there were many white bones. It was unknown how many years ago these white bones belonged to demon spirit Xiaohua who had died here. And these dead demon spirit Xiaohua were all staring at Xiaohua with their eyes wide open. At this moment, the only living demon spirit Xiaohua was crawling on the ground, trying his best to crawl towards a corner of the palace. He was trying his best to hide in a pile of demon spirit Xiaohua's corpses that had long stopped breathing. He was still shouting, "Big brother. You. Don't kill me. Big brother. You. Don't kill me." This. Xiaohua looked at the countless demon spirit Xiaohua's corpses and felt a little dizzy. After a moment, he opened his mouth and said, "Don't be afraid, I won't kill you." Unfortunately, when Xiaohua finished speaking, demon spirit Xiaohua had already stopped breathing. His eyes were like the other demon spirit Xiaohua's corpses, staring at Xiaohua with horror in his eyes. Damn it. What is going on? Xiaohua was so weak that he could not breathe. He slowly walked out of the palace, his mind blank. Why did so many demon spirit friends die? Could it be I'm not the first to enter Star Moon Palace? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked to the side of the corridor and leaned over to look at Star Moon Palace's door. He wanted to see if there was a third Xiaohua and his doppelganger. However, wherever Xiaohua looked, his body was nailed to the spot like a clay statue. His face turned pale again as he looked at the first level of Xingyue Palace in disbelief. Over there, two figures were fighting. One of them was wearing a cloak, the same one he had encountered previously. The other held a small sword in his hand. It was the second Xiaohua. This. Xiaohua stared at the corpse for a moment and discovered something strange. He remembered that he did not assassinate the cloaked devil emperor. Instead, he forced the cloaked devil emperor into the turbulence. However, beneath him, the second Xiaohua held a small sword and forced the cloaked devil emperor into the corridor. Then, the second Xiaohua stabbed the cloaked devil emperor's chest several times in succession and killed him. However, when the second Xiaohua killed the cloaked devil emperor and removed the cloak, not to mention the second Xiaohua, even Xiaohua himself was stunned once again. That was because Xiaohua's corpse was beneath the cloak. The two Xiaohus, one standing on the first level of Xingyue Palace and the other standing on the second level of Xingyue Palace, were both dumbfounded when they saw the corpse covered in wounds. Damn it, I always thought that the cloak belonged to the Devil Emperor. The previous illusions were also created by the Devil Emperor. Now, it seems that I was wrong. I was extremely wrong. All of these Xiaohus are Xiaohus. The same thought rose in the minds of the two Xiaohus at the same time. However, before Xiaohua could think any further, the second Xiaohua raised his hand and took the cloaked corpse in his hand. He gently placed it on the side of the corridor and paused for a moment. Then, he released his hand and the corpse fell into the turbulence and disappeared. The moment the cloaked Xiaohua's corpse fell into the turbulence, something that made Xiaohua's body tremble violently happened again. A voice that Xiaohua was extremely familiar with drifted over again. Damn it, this is too dangerous. If it weren't for my nimbleness, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the turbulence. Even I felt that nothing was wrong. How could something happen to you, fellow Daoist? Now that we're here, it's our opportunity. There must be countless treasures in the Star Moon Palace. The third Xiaohua, the Phoenix Body Xiaohua, the Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua, the Bone Tempering Xiaohua, and the Demon Spirit Xiaohua, stood outside the door of the Star Moon Palace and looked up at the Star Moon Palace. When he looked at the second Xiaohua, he seemed to have also heard the voice. He paused at the side of the corridor and ran towards the other end. When he reached a stone tablet, he stuck his head out again. When he saw the demon spirit Xiaohua, he hastily shrank back and stared at the cornice of the palace in a daze. At this moment, outside the Star Moon Palace, the voices of the demon spirit Xiaohua and the others sounded again. It must be the Devil Emperor. Let's hurry up and catch up with him. After this little brother devours this Nephilim Emperor, this little brother will also be able to reach the realm of Nephilim Emperor. In the future, this little brother will be able to lend you a hand. Let's go. Io, what should we do? What's wrong, fellow Daoist? What? You don't know? How would I know what fellow Daoist is thinking? This is a little strange. Could it be because of the Star Moon Palace? What's strange about it? As the third Xiaohua led the 4 clones into the Star Moon Palace, the second Xiaohua carefully stuck his head out again. After looking for a moment, he hurriedly turned around and ran into the Star Moon Palace. Damn it. Xiaohua, who was standing at a high place, saw this strange scene and immediately understood. Needless to say, this is not the Star Moon Palace. This is the Devil Emperor's illusion. Or, even if this is the Star Moon Palace, these later ones must be the Devil Emperor's illusion. Damn it, when did I fall into the Devil Emperor's illusion? How can I escape from this illusion? Do I escape through the palace door? At this moment, the scene of Xiaohua attacking the cloaked Devil Emperor, attacking the cloaked Xiaohua appeared in Xiaohua's mind again. The cloaked Xiaohua's words also rang in his ears. Kill them, kill them. Only by killing them can we escape, I understand. Xiaohua looked at the empty first floor of the Star Moon Palace and narrowed his eyes. He said word by word, only by killing all the people who came after I, the bone-honed Xiaohua, the dragon bloodline Xiaohua, the phoenix body Xiaohua and the devil spirit Xiaohua, will those stones be able to appear. Only then will the other group of people outside the Star Moon Palace be able to enter. I'm afraid, only by doing this, can I escape from the Star Moon Palace. Of course, if it's like the cloaked Xiaohua who escaped into the turbulence alive, he should be able to escape from the turbulence as well. The problem is, if I were to jump out now, it would be different from if I were to be forced down in the past. The time and place would be different. If I were to be forced down, I might be able to escape. But if I were to jump down now, I might not be able to escape. Damn it, no matter what, no matter how I think about it, the only thing I need to do now is to kill the 5 people who just entered the Star Moon Palace. This is something that must be done. Moreover, now that things have come to this, even if I don't take action, those 2 Xiaohus will definitely take action. I am now seriously injured, how can I be their match? Rather than being killed by them, I'd rather I kill them. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart gradually hardened. After thinking for a moment, he quickly ran up the stairs from the corridor on the 2nd floor. Hearing the sound of his own footsteps, Xiaohua suddenly recalled that after he killed the cloaked Xiaohua, he thought that there was no one else in the Star Moon Palace. However, weren't the footsteps above his head the same as the sound of his running? Wasn't it the same as the previous one who ran? He had tried so hard to break out of the illusion, but in the end, he still fell into the illusion. Xiaohua thought and was about to walk down the stairs when he heard a familiar voice. It was the 2nd Xiaohua talking to the 3rd Xiaohua who had honed his bones. Fellow Daoist, you're quite fast, aren't you? How did you get here so quickly? Of course, I was afraid that you would encounter the Devil Emperor alone, so I specially chased after you. However, fellow Daoist, you also know that I get lost easily. See, I actually came out from this palace door. Fortunately, I met you, otherwise, it's better not to go now. The Devil Emperor is in the Star Moon Palace. Let's go together. Woo! While they were talking, the sound of punches and kicks came from below. The voice of the bone-honing Xiaohua was even more obvious. Devil Emperor, do you think I can't recognize you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Even if you want to transform into Xiaohua, can't you show some professionalism? Do you think Xiaohua has such a blood-stained, bitter, and vengeful appearance? Xiaohua stood on the stairs on the 2nd floor and listened coldly because he knew that the 2nd Xiaohua would kill the bone-honing Xiaohua by accident. Sure enough, with a boom, the 2nd Xiaohua shouted, "Fellow Daoist tempered bones, this is an illusion. This poor Daoist has just killed a person who looks exactly like this poor Daoist and is wearing a cloak. This poor Daoist won't say much to you, just watch, ah." Before the 2nd Xiaohua could finish speaking, the 3rd Xiaohua who had honed his bones screamed. This. Fellow Daoist, I am indeed not the Devil Emperor. The second Xiaohua tried his best to explain, but the third Xiaohua who had honed his bones clearly did not listen. Then, there was a series of staggering footsteps that gradually faded away. The first floor of the Star Moon Palace was deathly silent, but the second floor Xiaohua's heart also clenched. He thought that he knew that the second Xiaohua must be standing on the stairs leading to the second floor and pondering, just like what he did before. However, he could not guarantee that the second Xiaohua would give up like him. After all, the second Xiaohua killed the cloaked Xiaohua. Whether it was what he said to the third Xiaohua or what he did, it was not the same as what he did. Fortunately, after a moment, Xiaohua heard the sound of the second Xiaohua leaving quickly. Xiaohua knew that the second Xiaohua went to A28 to look for crossbows. He hurriedly came down from the second floor and rushed into the first floor of the Star Moon Palace. However, after passing by several halls, Xiaohua encountered the staggering bone-honing Xiaohua. The bone-honing Xiaohua immediately clenched his fists and looked at Xiaohua with extreme caution. Xiaohua coldly glanced at him and hurriedly walked past him, ignoring him. The bone-honing Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua's back and fear appeared in his eyes. Chapter 41:17. Xiaohua quickly rushed to the A71 hall. When he entered the hall, he didn't forget to look at the stone wall. Sure enough, there was another faint bloodstain there, and it smelled a little bloody. Oh. Fellow Daoist, why did you turn back? Fellow Daoist Longmai didn't come back with you? At this time, in the A71 hall, Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua were each holding a spirit fruit and tasting it with interest. Hearing footsteps, they were very surprised to see Xiaohua walk in. Phoenix Body Xiaohua asked with a smile. Big brother? Why do you have injuries on your body? Xiaohua asked even more. Xiaohua's gaze was extremely complicated as he looked at the two people. He couldn't bear it in his heart. After all, it was his clone. However, after a few breaths, Xiaohua said faintly, Fellow Daoist Longmai went to A31 first. You guys go and meet him now. After speaking, Xiaohua pointed to the hall door leading to A31, and he turned and walked to another hall door. Fellow Daoist. Phoenix Body Xiaohua said curiously, we will go now. However, fellow Daoist, are you not going to A31? I naturally have to go. Xiaohua replied without turning his head. However, before going, this Xiao wants to find something. Okay, then big brother, go quickly and come back quickly. We will wait for big brother in A31 hall. Devil Spirit Xiaohua said with a smile and pulled Phoenix Body Xiaohua in the direction Xiaohua pointed. They didn't know that they were now walking on a road of no return. Xiaohua walked out of the hall and quickly came to A28. Sure enough, the second Xiaohua was no longer here. Moreover, there was a crossbow and a small box in the cauldron. Especially, next to the cauldron, Phoenix Body Xiaohua's corpse was full of bloody holes lying on the ground. In front of him, there were 5 big words written in blood, Murderer's Original Body Xiaohua. Xiaohua raised his hand and took the crossbow and the small box. He squatted down expressionlessly and erased the 5 words written by Phoenix Body Xiaohua. He dipped his hand in the blood on the ground and wrote, Go to A31. Then, when he got up, he saw a neatly folded cloak next to the cauldron. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to pick up the cloak and put it on. Then, he raised his hand and picked up Phoenix Body Xiaohua's corpse and quickly left A28. Immediately after, Xiaohua walked back to A71. At this time, the bone-honing Xiaohua had already fallen dead beside the 3-faced statue. Xiaohua's other hand similarly picked up his corpse and walked to the corridor outside the eaves of the Star Moon Palace. When Xiaohua casually flung his hand, the bone-honing Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua's corpses crashed into the turbulence outside the Star Moon Palace and instantly disappeared. After doing this, Xiaohua turned around and quickly rushed to the second floor. He casually found a hall door and entered. Then, according to the same pattern as the first floor of the Star Moon Palace, he easily found the hall, B31. When Xiaohua entered the hall door, he was welcomed by a small pavilion. Xiaohua leaned forward and saw Dragon Vein Xiaohua standing on the high platform of A31. He also happened to see Xiaohua with a glance. "Fellow?" Dragon Vein Xiaohua was a little surprised and shouted, "Didn't you go to A31?" Unfortunately, before Dragon Vein Xiaohua finished speaking, Xiaohua raised his hand. Boom! A black arrow shot out and nailed Dragon Vein Xiaohua to the high platform. "Ah!" Dragon Vein Xiaohua screamed. Outside the hall, Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua exclaimed, "Fellow Dragon Vein, what's going on?" Xiaohua hurriedly squatted down and used his cloak to cover his face. At this time, he heard Dragon Vein Xiaohua's weak voice again. It's Xiaohua, the main body killed a..." Dragon Vein Xiaohua hadn't finished speaking when a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the hall again. Needless to say, this was the third Xiaohua walking in. Sure enough, the third Xiaohua's extremely innocent voice sounded out, "Fellow Daoist Phoenix Physique, what's going on? Why are you all here? Damn it, you're still asking us what happened. Weren't you the one who killed fellow Dragon Vein? Weren't we also asked to come here by you? What are you pretending for?" I just heard a rumbling sound and hurried over from A31. How could I kill fellow Dragon Vein? What's more, where is this place? I have never been here before. You keep pretending. You said you wanted I and fellow Daoist Devil Spirit to come to A31. Isn't this A31? Hearing this, Xiaohua sneered and slowly stood up. He extended his crossbow, "Quickly dodge." The third Xiaohua shouted. His figure hurriedly rolled on the ground and rolled towards the hall door above the high platform. As for Xiaohua's crossbow, with two loud boom sounds, Xiaohua's Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua were killed in A31's palace hall. Soon after, Xiaohua raised his hand again. Boom! A black arrow chased after the third Xiaohua and nailed into the stone wall. Seeing the third Xiaohua disappear, Xiaohua lifted his leg and jumped down from the second floor of the pavilion and chased after it. However, after looking for several hall doors, he finally walked to a hall door and looked at it with a cold smile. He clearly remembered that he should be hiding inside this hall door, so he didn't hesitate to raise his hand. Boom! The crossbow vibrated and the black arrow rushed into the hall door. However, the miserable scream he expected didn't come. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly rushed into the hall. However, he saw that his black arrow fell on the bluestone, but there was no figure of the third Xiaohua inside this hall. Damn it! How could Xiaohua not know that he had already missed the real hall door where the third Xiaohua was hiding? He hurriedly turned around to search. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, he did not find anything. Xiaohua simply rushed towards the corridor of the Star Moon Palace. Sure enough, just as he walked out of the door of the palace with the rainbow clouds, he saw the third Xiaohua standing at the steps. Xiaohua did not hesitate to raise his hand. Whoosh! The black arrow in the crossbow shot towards the third Xiaohua. Unfortunately, at the same time that Xiaohua raised his hand, the third Xiaohua seemed to be on guard. He suddenly lowered his head and the black brilliance of the black arrow brushed past the third Xiaohua's head. It fell into the countercurrent outside the corridor and immediately disappeared without a trace. The third Xiaohua hurriedly fled into the distance. Xiaohua took out a black arrow from his cloak and placed it on the crossbow. He followed the third Xiaohua and chased after him. Seeing that there was a turn in front of him, Xiaohua was delighted. Boom! The sound of the crossbow rang out again. A black light shot towards the left side of the Star Moon Palace like lightning because Xiaohua remembered that he had dodged to the left. However, the strange thing was that the third Xiaohua didn't dodge to the left. Instead, he rushed to the right and disappeared. Damn it! Xiaohua saw that the third Xiaohua didn't stop at the turn. He knew that what he had encountered was different from what he had done before. He cursed and chased after him. However, just as Xiaohua reached the turn, a light whoosh sound rang out and a sword light suddenly pierced towards him. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He had guessed the process, but he hadn't guessed the result. Although the third Xiaohua had fled to the right, he still hit at the turn. Seeing that his crossbow was knocked away by the third Xiaohua's small sword, Xiaohua helplessly waved his fist and fought with the third Xiaohua. The result was needless to say. The third Xiaohua was also Xiaohua. He held a small sword in his hand. No matter if it was the first Xiaohua or the third Xiaohua, no one could win against them. In the end, Xiaohua was forced to the side of the corridor by the third Xiaohua. However, the third Xiaohua's swordsmanship was like a flower. He asked coldly, "Demon Emperor, if you tell me honestly how to get out of this Xianxia palace, I might spare your life." "Kill them, kill them." Xiaohua knew that he had no other way out. He could only shout in a low voice, as if he was roaring, "Only by killing them all will I be able to escape, damn it." The third Xiaohua was also enraged. The small sword in his hand suddenly pierced towards Xiaohua's chest. He shouted, "Even at this point, you still haven't forgotten to sow discord. Everyone in this Xianxia palace has been killed by you. Who else do you want to kill?" "Pooh." The small sword pierced Xiaohua's chest. That Xiaohua raised his hand and smashed the wrist of the third Xiaohua. The third Xiaohua raised his leg in pain and kicked. Pung! Xiaohua was kicked out of the corridor by the third Xiaohua. Ah! Xiaohua screamed in pain. His chest fell into the turbulence with the small sword in it. Xiaohua's body floated in the turbulence. After an unknown period of time, Xiaohua's figure emerged from the turbulence. See. Xiaohua was a little confused. He turned his head and looked around. It was also in this moment that an extremely dim green light flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows. It instantly disappeared. Xiaohua muttered to himself, where is this?" It was also at this moment that a voice that Xiaohua was extremely familiar with, one that seemed to be in his dreams, rang out, "Husband. Go ahead and fly towards the depths of QC. You are no match for them. However, if you head east, you will definitely find a way out." Ah! Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw the unforgettable Shui flying out from a bamboo forest. Her face was snow white. She stared at Xiaohua and said word by word. Her eyes were filled with attachment, reluctance, and endless affection. "Hee, a foundation establishment girl." Perfected Daoist suddenly appeared not far behind Xiaohua and laughed arrogantly. "What if I join in?" Another voice that Xiaohua was extremely familiar with strangely rang out. Ah! Xiaohua was completely dumbfounded. "Master! You! Why are you here?" Of course, at the edge of the bamboo forest opposite Shui, a white-haired, wrinkled face helplessly revealed himself. A pair of pitch-black eyes were filled with anger. Chapter 41:18. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Helpless didn't even look at Xiaohua. He only faced the two nascent soul cultivators and said indifferently, "Although I didn't teach you anything. But I see you as my disciple. You will always be my disciple. Are you all sick?" Kind child slapped his hand, and the pressure above his head surged, instantly making Helpless unable to move. "My husband, farewell." Shui glanced at Xiaohua, and her eyes turned red. Then, a layer of blood mist appeared in her body. With a loud boom, the blood mist suddenly exploded and covered Reverend Daoist. "Wife." Xiaohua looked at this heart-wrenching scene and raised his right hand slightly. Seeing the blood mist gushing out, he cried out sorrowfully, "Boom!" At this moment, beside Kind Child, Helpless also self-exploded, turning into a blood mist of the same shape and covering Kind Child. "Master." Xiaohua's heart twitched again. He looked in the direction of the kuei he see in the distance and rushed over without hesitation. Woo woo. Xiaohua's body flashed with lightning as he rushed forward crazily. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in the air in front of him. Xiaohua fell into it and created thousands of fireflies and sparks, illuminating the air. In the light, the invisible barrier was torn apart. Inside the invisible barrier, a majestic palace slowly appeared. As Xiaohua's figure swayed, Xiaohua's figure strangely shattered and reformed, and a brand new Xiaohua appeared in the air. In the midst of shattering and reforming, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, and Devil Spirit Xiaohua slowly appeared behind him. Xiaohua shook his head, trying his best to get rid of the heavy feeling. However, the more he shook his head, the more confused his mind became. Xiaohua could only raise his head. When he saw everything in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the Star Moon Palace?" The majestic palace in the invisible barrier emitted a faint 9-colored light as it stood there. The 3 big words above the palace door could be seen clearly. It said, "Star Moon Palace." How is this possible? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Didn't Dou Shanjun say that the Star Moon Palace is somewhere in the hidden Immortal continent? How can it be in the space of the ruins? Fellow Daoist, have you forgotten? At this moment, another voice rang out from behind Xiaohua. Zhu Qing from Zhaixing Lu said very clearly that the Star Moon Palace is a relic left behind by the upper realm in the 3 continents. The upper realm he spoke of, is it not the ruins here? Ah. Xiaohua was shocked. He suddenly turned his head and saw Xiaohua of the Dragon Vein standing behind him. Beside Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, and Devil Spirit Xiaohua were also standing with smiles on their faces. You all. Xiaohua was bewildered. He pointed at the 4 clones, not knowing what to say. The Devil Spirit Xiaohua also smiled and said, "Brothers, let's speed up." When the Devil Emperor flew to this place, he actually disappeared without a trace. He must have discovered the Star Moon Palace hidden in the void. He must be hiding in the Star Moon Palace. Let's hurry over and kill him, so that we can take revenge for injuring us earlier. When Xiaohua brought his 4 doppelgangers and flew towards the so-called Star Moon Palace at an extremely fast speed, a strange black shadow appeared outside the invisible barrier. This black shadow was extremely faint, as if it had no form or substance. This black shadow looked at Xiaohua's fleeing figure and opened its mouth. A golden light mixed with blood-red light flew out from the invisible barrier and landed in the black shadow. That black shadow trembled slightly and groaned softly, as if it was enjoying it very much. However, after a moment, the black shadow made a strange noise again. Damn it! This Xiaohua. What kind of reincarnation is he? This is about to be broken down by a tribulation. Why hasn't his physical body been completely shattered yet? Why can the 4 clones be broken down every time we pass through an illusion? When exactly will I be able to completely devour his essence? I can't possibly let him endlessly kill my clones here, right? However, it only lasted for a short while before the voice burst into laughter again. Luckily, I had nothing to do, so I went down to the lower realm to take a stroll and happened to meet such a human with such abundant energy essence. Luckily, this human was greedy for the cloning technique and didn't focus on the immemorial Tao. That's why I was able to take advantage of him. This human's essence is so strange. Just by relying on this human's essence, should be able to obtain the devil fruit of the supreme heavenly demon, right? So what if he's the reincarnation of a heavenly god? Falling into the hands of a heavenly demon king like me, he's just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A tribulation of tempering and killing is enough to crush a true heavenly god's essence. I just need to wait for a moment. When this human kills a few more of my clones and sends his essence into the illusion, should be able to obtain the devil fruit, right? The closer we get to the end, the more we can't be careless. This human's luck is extremely strong. I definitely can't let him make a comeback. However, in this illusion, the sky is the universe and the earth is the earth. The so-called yin and yang and the 5 elements are the principles. All the illusions in the illusion are set up according to his thoughts. Everything is the same as what he thinks. What's special is that there's no divine ability of the supreme heavenly demon in the illusion at all. It's just a simple karmic cycle. No heavenly god can sense anything strange, so how can a little human cultivator notice it? I don't believe that a little human like him can escape from my hands. At this point, ripples appeared in the space behind the black shadow. The black shadow laughed and said, "Treasure's essence, come quickly. When the last number of calamities arrives, this lord will be able to bear the devil fruit." I don't know which heavenly god set this up. In the end, it actually benefited me. Sure enough, with a flash of a black shadow, the scenery of the entire space was completely void. And with the appearance of Xiaohua's figure from the ripples, the bamboo forest, the pursuit, and the story of Xianxia's helplessness played out once again. Xiaohua was still grief-stricken as he rushed into a new cycle of karma. Gradually, the whole space began to change. Black demonic patterns began to appear. These demonic patterns were different from the ones around the Devil Emperor. They were more ethereal, and each demonic pattern contained Sanskrit sounds. As the demonic patterns gathered toward the black shadow, indescribable small worlds appeared and disappeared rapidly in the light and shadow. The whole space was shrouded in a kind of solemnity, like the suffocation before the thunder tribulation. The black shadow was no longer as empty as before. Gradually, there was a sense of heaviness. The heaviness was so great that it was like everything in the world was condensed in the void. In the solemn atmosphere, there were tiny, almost imperceptible waves, like innumerable small insects appearing inexplicably in the whole space. The light and shadow that were still there were completely annihilated by the waves. An indescribable darkness gradually shrouded the space, as if a supreme devil kingdom had silently descended. In the silent darkness, the black shadow suddenly laughed strangely. After billions of years of waiting, I finally got everything I wanted. As soon as the laughter stopped, another weak ripple appeared from the side of the space. Xiaohua's abnormally thin figure appeared. At the same time, everything that was engraved in Xiaohua's bones and heart appeared again. Everything was exactly the same as before. The profound qi in the illusion gradually flew out. As long as it fell into the black shadow's body, Xiaohua's profound qi would be absorbed by the black shadow, and the entire space would change again. At this moment, the entire space was vibrating, as if the black shadow couldn't suppress its joy. Husband. Just fly to the depths of the Kuai Sea. You are not their opponent, but if you fly to the east, you will find a way out. Shui was still that determined. Her face was snow-white, and her eyes gazed at Xiaohua. She said word by word, her eyes were filled with attachment, reluctance, and endless affection. At this moment, if the previous cycle continued, it would definitely appear again and explode again. But at this moment, a green light lingered between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Thousands of soul strands flew out. Xiaohua's eyes immediately brightened. However, the space was already abnormally dark. The soul strands flew out like moths to a flame. The strands broke, and the demonic patterns surged wildly, wanting to extinguish the only hope in this space. Shui. Xiaohua's voice was very vague and slow, but he said with extreme determination, "I know that you are just an illusion. I also know that you can't hear what I am saying." In fact, when I fell into the illusion for the first time, I already knew what was happening in front of me. However, I was only clear-headed, for a moment. The moment I rushed out of the illusion of the Star Moon Palace, I knew what I was doing, and I knew what I needed to do. Previously, I used this moment of freedom to accumulate soul cultivation divine arts, preparing to break this illusion. However, after a few times, I knew that even if I accumulated more soul cultivation secret arts, I would not be able to break out of this illusion. Because this illusion is the tribulation of my primordial spirit, a battle between my primordial spirits. With my own strength, I am powerless to break out of it. However, just as I gave up, I saw you. Although you are an illusion, you are really standing in front of me. When I saw you, I could not help but think of everything that happened before. When I saw you, all my efforts, all my hardships, all my hopes turned to nothing. My only goal is to be able to hold your hand again and tell you my love. Now, I have finally accumulated an aeon of tribulation. An aeon of tribulation is not enough to support me to escape from the illusion. However, this aeon of tribulation is enough for me to say these words to you, enough for me to hold your hand. As he spoke, Xiaohua reached out his right hand to hold the right hand of the illusion of Xue Xue. He muttered again, there is no fate, no tribulation, no love, no hatred. My love, you are the netherworld lotus of the yellow springs, I am the guardian stone of the blood sea. I am willing to wait for you for billions of years, I am willing to accompany you for eternity. However, that time is too long, that loneliness is too cold. For your life, for your survival, I am not willing to accompany you until the end of time. I am not willing to accompany you for eternity. I am not willing to be the venerable one in the heavens, I am not willing to be the king of hell. For this moment, I am willing to give up everything. I only want to gently hold your hand and tell you. I love you. Chapter 41:19. Xiaohua said in a daze. His originally illusory figure gradually dissipated, but he still persisted in reaching out his right hand to grab the illusory Xue Xue's hand, even though he knew in his heart that in this lifetime, he would never be able to hold that warm and smooth hand again. Ha! The entire space was filled with a strange laughter that sounded like a night owl. It seemed to be extremely disdainful of human emotions like Xiaohua. However, as soon as the laughter ended, Xiaohua's surprised voice sounded. His originally blurry consciousness was suddenly maintained at that place. Furthermore, he could clearly feel that there was a kind of warmth and trembling coming from his hand. Xiaohua lowered his head in disbelief. He saw that on his right hand, there was a broken heart-shaped symbol that was emitting a holy light in the pitch-black devil nation. Furthermore, as the light was projected onto Xue Xue's illusion, the same spot where Xiaohua was holding Xue Xue's right hand also emitted a holy light. The two rays of light flickered as if they were breathing, but also as if they were talking to each other. As the light flickered, a beautiful woman's figure appeared in Xue Xue's illusion. The woman's face was filled with surprise and joy. Although the woman's appearance couldn't be seen, she was holding Xue Xue's right hand with the same strength as Xiaohua's. Their fingers were interlocked. My love. Xiaohua moaned. He couldn't help but shout, you're finally here, boom. As soon as Xiaohua's voice fell, the imprints on their right hands trembled at the same time. They flew into the air and landed between the two of them. With a boom, they transformed into a complete heart-shaped symbol. Swoosh. There was another crisp sound of a silver bottle shattering. From above the two of them, a pillar of moonlight pierced through the air and shone on the heart-shaped symbol. Then, the entire space rumbled like water. The moonlight was like water. In just a moment, the entire pitch-black devil nation was illuminated. Humph, damned moon beast. Do you really think that you're the moon elder that the humans speak of? A voice that came from nowhere echoed in the space. Then, like a tide of demonic patterns, the sound of Sanskrit was like thunder. The entire space was turned upside down. How could moonlight defeat the devil nation? Could true love resist heartlessness? Seeing that the moonlight was about to be extinguished, Xiaohua, who was holding the woman's hand, suddenly had his eyes lit up. He waved his left hand at a spot in the air. Under the dim moonlight, a black light that was even darker than the devil nations flashed. This time, Xiaohua's figure was still faintly discernible, but his hand firmly held the woman's hand, blocking her behind him, and said coldly, you think that because you're hiding in my master's body, I'm not willing to destroy my master's illusion? It's a pity that you only know how to look for my master in my memories, but you don't know that when I finally called out to my master, he had just condensed his core, and his appearance had already returned to his youth. And my memory of his old appearance is too deep. Whenever I think of master, I will think of his stern appearance, and I will never think of his youthful appearance. So that's how it is. Helplessly, the two halves of the body swayed back and forth in the air. From time to time, bubbles of demonic energy would fly out from the two halves of the body, but the entire devil nation was still deathly silent. Although the moonlight was still faintly flowing in the devil nation, even the previously brilliant heart shape was beginning to dim. Could it be, you already knew? The heavenly demon probed, is it really as you said, that you've been accumulating power to counterattack in this cycle of karma for countless years? Strands of essence chi floated over from the Devil Nation, but because of Xiaohua's existence, these essence chi didn't fall into the heavenly demon's mouth, but instead instinctively fell into Xiaohua's body. Unfortunately, this essence chi was so little that Xiaohua's nothingness didn't change much. That's right. Xiaohua took a breath and nodded. The first time I woke up, I realized it, but I only had a moment to resist. I was powerless to do anything. Fortunately, after a few times, I realized that I had a secret technique that I could accumulate and use, so every time I woke up, I would use my magic power to accumulate the secret technique. Unfortunately, your supernatural power is too boundless. Even after accumulating power for countless years, I could only accumulate enough power to say one sentence and the strength to raise my arm. Speaking of this, Xiaohua said indifferently, the Devil Emperor doesn't have such a powerful supernatural power. If you're not the Devil Emperor, who are you? Damn it. The heavenly demon was a little regretful. With just a sentence and the strength to raise your arm, you can break the illusion that I painstakingly created? I really don't believe it. The one who defeated you is not me. Xiaohua said word by word, the one who defeated you is the love of the human race. Behind me, there is a sea of love that you can't imagine. This sea of love is enough to destroy all the demons. Ha ha ha. The heavenly demon laughed wildly. It's just that the moon beast is meddling in other people's business. If I sneak into the moon world one day, I'll skin it, pull out its tendons, cut its meat and barbecue it. Now, you should take care of yourself first. Even if you broke my illusion, do you still have the strength to fight back? Xiaohua smiled strangely and replied, why don't you guess? Seeing that Xiaohua was so calm, the heavenly demon was a little speechless, as if the situation had become awkward. Behind Xiaohua was naturally not the real Shui, but Yu Mingxin from the fragrant cult. At this time, Yu Mingxin was holding Xiaohua's hand, which seemed to be neither there nor there. Listening to the conversation between Xiaohua and the heavenly demon, she had long forgotten her surprise of appearing here for no reason. She looked at Xiaohua's almost transparent body, which was still like a mountain in front of her, and tears fell down uncontrollably. She really wanted to dig out her own flesh and give it to Xiaohua. However, she didn't dare to move. If even Xiaohua couldn't deal with the enemy, how could she be his opponent? However, she had already made up her mind. As long as Xiaohua opened his mouth, she would definitely die for Xiaohua. At this time, Xiaohua smiled and said to the heavenly demon in a low voice, you should tell me who you are. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to say it in the future. Humph. The heavenly demon sneered, with just a trace of your profound chi, do you think you can go against me? Why do you think I'm talking so much nonsense with you? Xiaohua asked back meaningfully. The heavenly demon didn't pay attention to him. His whole body was trembling as he replied, who knows? Maybe you're a chatterbox? I'm waiting for my doppelganger. Xiaohua smiled, looking very honest. The heavenly demon was not moved. He looked at Xiaohua with interest, then why don't you show me your doppelganger? Ha. Xiaohua laughed, then said in a low voice, Mingxin, I'm sorry. Oh. Yu Mingxin stared blankly. Suddenly, her palm tightened. A huge suction force came from Xiaohua's hand. The magic power in her body, as well as something she didn't understand, were all sucked out. However, why would Yu Mingxin care about this? She thought with incomparable sweetness in her heart, he called me Mingxin, you. The heavenly demon seemed to have understood something and said in shock, you can actually use magic? The path of Taoism is broad and profound. How can you demons know? Xiaohua proudly smiled, and waved his left hand again. Woo! A black light flashed, and the devil kingdom that the heavenly demon was barely supporting, as well as his own body, finally collapsed. Fuck, this sovereign's biggest mistake was to not let your devil blade murder stay by your side. The heavenly demon's body collapsed, and he hurriedly turned into black gas. When he was preparing to abandon everything in front of him and escape, he still didn't forget to regret. That's because you were greedy. You have to get the devil blade first. Xiaohua's devil blade surged out a myriad of devil chi and black flames, pouncing towards the entire space. He was still sneering. Following the collapse of the heavenly demon's body, everything in the devil kingdom, no matter if it was the devil patterns, Sanskrit chants, or fluctuations, also collapsed. Even outside the devil kingdom, the star moon palace in the void distorted and collapsed at the same time. The remaining profound chi inside turned into brilliance and fell into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua didn't stop. His figure shook, and phoenix body Xiaohua, dragon vein Xiaohua, bone tempering Xiaohua, and devil spirit Xiaohua also turned into phantoms and flew out, rushing towards the heavenly demon. Moreover, at this time, outside the devil kingdom that was split open. Rumble. A huge rumbling sound rose again. 9 huge cauldrons appeared in the night sky, and the 5-colored true chi turned into 5-colored clouds, covering the space within 1,000 miles. This was nothing. An 8th-grade lotus throne surged with supreme Buddhist light and hung above the 9 cauldrons. Inside the Buddhist light, 10,000 Buddhas cried out in grief. Each and every one of them opened their compassionate eyes and looked at the collapsing devil kingdom. Among the 7 colors, a bright green color floated there like a light smoke. At the tip of the brush, a green vitality appeared like a seed. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua, Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua, and Buddha Bodhi respectively stood in 3 different directions of the heavenly demon, their faces expressionless and on guard. I really didn't lie to you. Heavenly demon. Xiaohua said rather innocently, no matter what, we are old acquaintances. How could I lie to you? I am indeed waiting for my 3 doppelgangers to arrive. Roar. How could the heavenly demon talk nonsense with Xiaohua? The only regret in his heart was that when he was hit by the devil blade, he didn't hesitate to abandon Xiaohua, no longer maintaining the devil kingdom, and hurriedly escaped. Now that Xiaohua's doppelgangers had arrived, he was hit again. Not only did Xiaohua's profound chi have to escape from his body, even his heavenly demon body was in danger. The heavenly demon's body swayed, turned into a supreme demonic body, and rushed out of the devil kingdom. Boom. Unfortunately, just as he came in contact with the brilliance of the 9 cauldrons, he was immediately blasted down. However, the heavenly demon only flipped in midair, and flew to another place. Namo Maitreya Buddha. With a Buddhist chant, the phantom of an 8th-grade lotus throne fell down, and destroyed 10% of the heavenly demon's body. Roar. The heavenly demon screamed, and his figure strangely disappeared. Chapter 41:20. Seeing this, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua sneered, turning the void into a void again. Heavenly demon is indeed a heavenly demon. While speaking, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua opened his mouth and tens of millions of green seal characters rushed out. As Yabai pointed at them, the green seal characters immediately disappeared. Boom boom. In the rumbling sound, green lines rolled and appeared, revealing the heavenly demon's figure. At this time, the heavenly demon's figure shrank by another 10%. Formation. Hearing Xiaohua's cold shout, the 9 cauldrons once again let out a rumbling sound, rolling in the air one after another. The 9 cauldrons spewed out thick 9-colored light pillars, sealing off the heavenly demon and even the collapsed devil nation. Form. Buddha Bodhi raised his hand and took out the 10,000 Buddha paintings Kasaya. The Kasaya instantly became empty and tens of thousands of Buddha lords appeared in the air, blocking the space outside the 9 cauldrons. The 8th-grade lotus also broke down, turning into 8 petals and falling among the 10,000 Buddha lords, urging Buddha light to force the heavenly demon. Kacha. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua didn't have a soul weapon to kill, but with a wave of his hand, 13 huge green seal characters flew out and turned into huge thunderbolts. These thunderbolts flashed and condensed into the appearance of 13 gods. These thunderbolts flashed in the air like pythons, trapping the heavenly demon in the center. Every time the thunderbolts came with the sound of gods and ghosts, the heavenly demon couldn't help but tremble. Refine. Xiaohua didn't stop at all. He chanted the incantation and the 3 doppelgangers urged their divine abilities. The Buddha light mixed with innate true qi entangled with the green seal characters and surged violently towards the heavenly demon. Woo woo. Everything fell into the heavenly demon and the devil country. An indescribable sobbing sound came out and the whole space began to tremble. Even Yu Mingxin, who was hiding behind Xiaohua, turned pale and showed extreme fear in her eyes. Green-robed fellow Daoist. Xiaohua smiled faintly and pulled the green-robed Xiaohua out of the space, shouting, "Please send Yu Mingxin into the Kunlun mirror to rest." "All right." Green-robed Xiaohua stayed in the space because of his heavy injuries, so he didn't fall into the heavenly demon's illusion. He agreed and took out the Kunlun mirror. With a flash of light, Yuming Xian was sucked into the mirror. Yuming Xian pulled her hand out of Xiaohua's hand. Her heart felt empty, as if she had lost something. The heavenly devil was being refined in the Buddha, Confucian, and Soul formations. Every time a wisp of black smoke was released, a corresponding devil pattern from the devil kingdom would fall into it. Then, layers of devil shadows would appear. The demonic shadow was filled with killing, peace, savagery, love, hatred, and so on. It was as if everything in the world was contained in this small wisp of black gas and demonic patterns. When these demonic figures disappeared, the black gas and demonic patterns also disappeared, and a wisp of extremely pure essence appeared within the three formations. Xiaohua opened his mouth, and the profound qi entered his body. His illusory figure began to solidify. After a full 81 days of refining, Xiaohua's figure finally recovered. At the same time, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, and Devil Spirit Xiaohua also recovered. Looking at the heavenly devil inside the formation, it was no longer as incorporeal as before. It had turned into a slightly turbid black fog. This black fog still had many devil patterns dancing with the formation. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the black fog and he said, "Fellow Daoists, from the previous demonic shadow, we can see that this heavenly devil's origin is not small. It used illusions to lure and kill countless cultivators. Now, we have taken back our profound qi. However, there is still a lot of profound qi hidden in the heavenly devil's body. It is not good to stay here for a long time. I want to take the heavenly devil into the space and refine it. After I refine all of its profound qi, I will share it with fellow Daoists. How about it?" "Good." The several clones nodded in agreement. Thus, Xiaohua waved his hands and hundreds of lightning bolts flashed outside the formation. These lightning bolts were like surging pythons that surrounded the formation. Then, they gradually shrank until they were only a few feet in size. Xiaohua's mind rolled and the lightning balls immediately fell into the space. Whew! Not only did Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief, but all the clones also let out sighs of relief. Although the previous three formations trapped the heavenly devil, everyone didn't dare to relax. Although the heavenly devil itself didn't have the power to attack, it was good at transformation and knew how to bewitch. The slightest carelessness could cause cultivators to fall into an illusion and kill themselves. And if the heavenly devil fell into Xiaohua's space, even if it was 10 times stronger, it wouldn't be able to escape. However, after a moment, Xiaohua faintly smiled and said, "Fellow Daoists, don't be too relaxed. Our space is also a space, and it must be related to the devil realm where the heavenly devil came from. Before I completely refine the heavenly devil, we can't be careless. Big brother." Devil Spirit Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "Little brother can devour the heavenly devil and get everything big brother knows. Similarly, little brother can also get his magical power from devouring the heavenly devil. Don't worry." Xiaohua nodded, "After I rest for a while, I will find a way to separate the heavenly devil's devil qi from the devil pattern and give you what you need. Compensate you for the loss in the illusion." "Fellow Daoist." Bone-honing Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "You were the first to kill me in the illusion." Xiaohua angrily glared at the bone-honing Xiaohua, then looked at the phoenix-bodied Xiaohua and the others. He said word by word, "Although the dreamland is just a dreamland, it really gave us a wake-up call. You and I are from the same roots. Why are you so anxious to kill each other? When I wasn't ready, I rashly separated my primordial spirit, which caused the great calamity of today's primordial spirit battle. We must take this as a warning. Before the hidden danger of the primordial spirit separation is eliminated, we must not have any more twists and turns. And we must remember, we are one person, no matter when, even if there are other changes when I ascend in the future, we must never be enemies with each other. Good. We understand. The avatars agreed in unison. Hehe, fellow Daoist, please take a look. Hearing Xiaohua being so serious, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua waved his hand, took out a spatial ring, and handed it to Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua could read Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's thoughts, at this time, he already understood that avatars were avatars. He had to respect them first, only then could they truly become independent cultivators. Therefore, Xiaohua took the spatial ring and checked it with his divine sense. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Is this the orthodoxy of the 8 great sects? Yes. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said with a smile, in the 10 years that fellow Daoist disappeared, this one, the little monk, and fellow Daoist soul cultivator assisted General Sun in the southwest border, rescuing the 8 great sects from the siege of the devil race. Hehe, these sects were the same as the White Cloud Temple's sect master. They all wanted to use their orthodoxy to exchange with our Fortune Gates sect protecting formation. Deferentially, this one will do his best to exchange with them. Good. Xiaohua put away the spatial ring and said with a smile, the sects of the ruins specialize in cultivating the primordial spirit. Their cultivation technique will definitely be useful to us. Moreover, the ruins is the upper realm. Their orthodoxy must have something that our Dao Gate can use as a reference. This transaction is really worth it. Speaking of this, Xiaohua looked at the 3 avatars and asked tentatively, there are 10 sects in the southwest border. 10 years ago, when I was fighting with the Devil Emperor, the Devil race had besieged these 10 sects. Now, our Fortune Gate has helped 8 sects escape from the Devil race. What about the other 2 sects? What is the situation of our Fortune Gate's disciples? This. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then said, it's a long story, we should return to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Oh. Soaring Dragon Mountain Range? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, not only did you move the Fortune Gate to the ruins, you even changed the ruins mountain range to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. It's not a matter of moving or not. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua answered, our Fortune Gate's disciples are fighting for the ruins, we need a place to stay. We can't enter the 8 sects' foundations as we wish, but finding a barren mountain range to stay is still easy. Moreover, we don't plan to leave the Fortune Gate's descendants in the ruins. Many other sects' disciples wanted to join our Fortune Gate, but we didn't agree. Xiaohua nodded, then looked around and ordered, fellow Daoists, we will search carefully within 10,000 li radius, don't let the heavenly devil's avatar escape. Yes. The various avatars were already prepared. Hearing Xiaohua's order, each of them executed their divine abilities and carefully searched within 10,000 li radius, whether it was in the void or in midair. Xiaohua even opened his delusion breaker law eye to search inch by inch. Sure enough, in a short while, the heavenly devil's avatars hidden in the void were found one by one, and all of them were devoured by Xiaohua. After searching 10,000 li radius, they found a total of 8 avatars. Not daring to be careless, Xiaohua's avatars once again searched 10,000 li radius until they found no more avatars. However, Xiaohua stood in the void, looking at the place where the Star Moon Palace had been. Although everything seemed like a dream, it was deeply imprinted in his mind. He sighed softly, knowing that the heavenly devil had been planning for this place for more than a decade. It was impossible for him to not have a backup plan. Moreover, the heavenly devil must have left some avatars in the sky of freedom. His divine abilities were limited, it was impossible for him to completely exterminate the heavenly devil. Humph. Xiaohua snorted coldly, even if I don't refine the heavenly devil, he won't let me go in the future. Then why don't I refine him? My divine abilities have yet to reach major completion, but when my cultivation becomes stronger, would I still be afraid of him? Heavenly devil, ah heavenly devil, I'm looking forward to it. When will you come to see me again? Tribulation? After saying that, Xiaohua's figure turned into a rainbow, flying into the distance with the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua. In the first light of dawn, within the dewdrops on a blade of grass, a wisp of dim black qi, less than an inch long, trembled slightly as the sunlight shone on it, like a trembling eyelash. When the dewdrop's water vapor dissipated, the black qi also hid in the void, slowly disappearing. The heavenly devil's ninth avatar finally escaped Xiaohua's search. It was unknown whether he had returned to the Dazai heavenly devil kingdom or if he had other plans. Chapter 41-21. In a bamboo forest, under a bamboo pavilion, Xiaohua sat cross-legged at the center of the pavilion under the scorching sun. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua and his other avatars were not present, only Sun Jian stood respectfully at the side. On the other side of the mountain peak where the bamboo forest was, there was another majestic mountain range that stretched across the land, resembling a sleeping dragon. Above the mountain range, 2 lightning boats were hovering in the air, emitting faint rumbling noises. Vaguely, the Fortune Gate disciples on the lightning boats were flying around, either setting up defenses or patrolling the area. Amidst their orderly movements, there was an austere atmosphere. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Although he did not release his divine sense, he saw everything with his eyes. It had been 3 days since he returned to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. His avatars had temporarily returned to his body to rest. After all, he had been refining the heavenly devil's essence in his space, and his avatars would be nourished as long as they were in his body. In these 3 days, Sun Jian had also reported the situation at the Fortune Gate and the southwest border to Xiaohua. Only now did Xiaohua know that when he had chased after the Archdevil Emperor with his 3 avatars, he had fallen into the heavenly devil's meticulously laid out illusion. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, soul cultivator Xiaohua, and Buddhist Subhuti had lost contact with him, and their search was fruitless. After a short discussion, they had immediately caught up to the lightning boat and explained the matter to Sun Jian. Sun Jian turned pale with fright, and wanted to turn around and search for Xiaohua, but scholarly cultivator Xiaohua and the others knew that although Xiaohua was missing, his life was not in danger. Moreover, the heavenly devil emperor was powerful, and only Sun Jian's 3 avatars could restrain him. The other Fortune Gate disciples were no match for the heavenly devil emperor, so they stopped Sun Jian. Sun Jian then discussed with the White Cloud Monastery's disciples. Since the heavenly devil emperor had attacked the 10 southwestern sects at the same time, the other sects must have been surrounded by the heavenly devil emperor. They hoped that the White Cloud Monastery and Fortune Gate disciples would join hands to rescue the other sects. The White Cloud Monastery understood that without the lips, the teeth would feel cold. Sect Chief Baishan followed Sun Jian and led the 2 sects' disciples to the nearest White Cloud Monastery's Light Melody Palace to rescue the heavenly devil emperor. Sure enough, the Light Melody Palace was also trapped by the heavenly devil emperor's formation, and could not send any disciples to ask for help. The White Cloud Monastery and Fortune Gate's disciples' arrival was akin to sending charcoal in snowy weather. After several months of fierce battle, the 3 sects finally repelled the heavenly devil emperor. Moreover, what made Sun Jian feel at ease was that other than the demon monarch, the demon emperor who disappeared at the same time as Xiaohua did not appear. Following that, the White Cloud Monastery, Soft Melody Palace, and Fortune Gate's disciples joined hands to rescue Fu Ridge. In this manner, the White Cloud Monastery, Soft Melody Palace, Fu Ridge, Curved Cloud Pavilion, Bright Dawn Hall, Jingbo Mountain, Zhanhong Faction, and Water Cloud Sect were rescued from the Devil Clan's siege. In the last few years, the White Cloud Monastery, Soft Melody Palace, and the rest of the 8 sects did not send out all their forces. Instead, they sent out their elite disciples to assist the Fortune Gate. They once again focused their attention on their sect's defenses. Under the guidance of Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, the 8 sects laid down the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation at their respective mountain gates to guard against the devil race's invasion. Of course, during these 10 years, the devil race had returned to besiege the Soft Tune Palace and the other sections. In the end, all of them were defeated by the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation. However, the cruelty of war was not to be underestimated. After more than a decade of war, more than half of the 100,000 Fortune Gate's disciples had fallen. Currently, there were less than 50,000 disciples guarding the 2 lightning boats. Xiaohua flew all the way back. Because he had just recovered, he did not have the time to investigate the wandering souls in the space. Now that he had heard Sun Jian's report, he could already imagine the hardships of the war. He retracted his gaze from the lightning boats and sighed, "Sun Jian, it's been hard on you this time." This Shao thanks the general on behalf of the Fortune Gate's disciples. Sun Jian was terrified. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Master Shao, although this one is a Confucian cultivator and an Immortal Palace's true monarch, this one has received a lot of help from Master Shao. The Fortune Gate's disciples also respect this one. This one can lead the Fortune Gate's disciples to fight for the human race in the ancient ruins. This is 100 times better than leading immortal soldiers and immortal generals to kill the Dao Gate's cultivators on the hidden immortal mainland. This one is willing to do all of this. Master Shao does not need to thank me for this." Xiaohua nodded and said, "It's good that you have such intentions. This old man will definitely not treat you unfairly." "Yes, this one understands," Sun Jian solemnly replied. Since Xiaohua's return, Sun Jian felt as if Xiaohua had been reborn. That aura of a saint on the inside and a monarch on the outside was undoubtedly revealed in his every action. Sun Jian could not help but feel like he was looking at a high mountain. In his entire life, he had only felt this kind of feeling in front of one person, and that was the immortal emperor. Now that this feeling appeared again, Sun Jian believed without hesitation that Xiaohua would become another immortal emperor in the future. Of course, Xiaohua did not know what Sun Jian was thinking. He was a little puzzled and asked, could it be that in these 10 years, that devil emperor never appeared? Indeed, he never appeared. Sun Jian nodded. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for us to rescue the 8 sects. That's strange. Xiaohua was a little bewildered. Until now, he still did not know when he had fallen into the Sky Devil's ambush. He also did not know if the Devil Emperor he was chasing at that time was the real Devil Emperor. Xiaohua naturally did not tell Sun Jian about his encounter with the Sky Devil in detail. At this moment, Sun Jian carefully said, presumably, Master Xiao injured him that day, and he saw that Master Zhao's 3 old friends were here. He knew that he was not a match for them, so he did not dare to appear. And that's the only way I can think of it. Xiaohua nodded. My 3 old friends are the Devil Emperor's nemesis, so it is normal that the Devil Emperor does not dare to appear. Also, the Ruins Conference Hall only sent 20,000 disciples and no other assistants? Yes. Sun Jian nodded. Other than the 20,000 disciples and the basic supplies used by the Ruins army, the conference hall does not have any other assistance. However, according to the information obtained by White Cloud Monastery and the other sects, the Ruins' current situation is worrying. The conference hall sending 20,000 disciples is already not bad. Oh, they also sent the conference hall's military order, inviting Master Xiao to the conference hall. As he said this, Sun Jian took out a purple token and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua glanced at it, then casually handed it back to Sun Jian. This old man doesn't know how to arrange troops, so why should I go to the conference hall? Do you want me to bicker with them? If the conference hall needs it, General Sun can go there yourself. Yes, this one understands. Sun Jian did not dare to decline and accepted the token. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohua asked again, is the 50,000 Fortune Gate disciples enough? Sun Jian answered without hesitation, other than the 50,000 Fortune Gate disciples, there are 20,000 conference hall disciples under my command. Other than that, the White Cloud Monastery and the other 8 sects sent another 80,000 disciples. However, my Fortune Gate's disciples use the lightning boats as the formation base, so other sects' disciples cannot help. Therefore, although there are more people, their battle strength is lacking, so, this one did not dare to make a decision on the 2 most difficult battles at the Snow-Chopping Gate and Yong and Mountain. Xiaohua nodded. Then this old man will give you another 100,000 disciples. Ah. So many? Sun Jian was shocked. He knew that Xiaohua would send out more disciples, but he did not expect it to be 100,000. Xiaohua did not explain. He flew up into the air and took out the Kunlun mirror. As the mirror vibrated, 100,000 disciples flew out and lined up neatly in the air. General Sun. Xiaohua raised a finger and said, "I'll leave these disciples to you today. This old man has just recovered from a serious injury, so I need to enter seclusion for the time being. The remaining 2 sects will depend on you and these disciples to rescue them. Of course, you can rest assured that on the day the army departs, this old man will send 3 of his good friends to accompany you." "Many thanks, Teacher Xiao." Sun Jian was overjoyed. He bowed respectfully and ordered the lightning boat to come over. Xiaohua said, "While this old man is in seclusion, if there is nothing important, there is no need to report to me. You can decide for yourself. Also, Fortune Gate disciples are not to approach this old man's seclusion area." "Yes, this one understands." Sun Jian respectfully replied. "This one will give the order immediately." "Good. Go and train these disciples." Xiaohua nodded. "Let Lu Yi and the others come over." Naturally, Lu Yi and the other disciples were the happiest with Xiaohua's return, but they were Sun Jian's subordinates. Without Sun Jian's orders, they did not dare to come over. Now that Xiaohua had given the order, Sun Jian naturally had to let them pass. In just a short while, Fu Jiwen and the other personal disciples, as well as the Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion, flew over to greet Xiaohua. Xiaohua had already seen that all his disciples were present, and was overjoyed. Looking at these disciples who had experienced the flames of war, their temperament was completely different from before, he was even more gratified. Wu Tian, Fu Jiwen, and the others roughly recounted their experiences in the past 10 years. Since it was war, there was naturally blood. Although Xiaohua's disciples did not die, injuries were unavoidable. Even Yuanya was almost killed by the devil army. In short, these disciples had experienced more life and death situations in the past 10 years than several thousand years. These life and death experiences were extremely beneficial to their cultivation, and everyone had made considerable progress. After listening, Xiaohua gave them a few words of encouragement, and gave them a large number of medicinal pills refined by Xiaogua. Then, he asked them to stay behind and give them face-to-face guidance. A few days later, after passing on the strength, Xiaohua gave them the witch dolls refined by Soul Cultivator Xiaohua, and ordered them to keep them close to their bodies. Of course, Xiaohua did not explain the use of these witch dolls, so as to avoid these disciples from slacking off. After the group of disciples thanked Xiaohua and left, Xiaohua waved his sleeve and his figure disappeared. Light smoke slowly rose from the bamboo forest in the distance, completely covering the scenery of the mountain peak. Xiaohua's figure landed in the bamboo forest, but did not directly return to the bamboo pavilion. Instead, he frowned and looked at the green bamboos that pierced straight into the sky. These green bamboos were different from the ones Xiaohua had seen before. The bamboo joints were very long, at least several feet long, and the connections between the joints were also thick. As for the bamboo leaves, they were small, and even somewhat oval. When the wind blew, not only did a kind of fragrance hit his face, but the rustling sound made Xiaohua feel as if it was the sound of nature. Chapter 41-22. Dozens of years passed in the blink of an eye, but in Xiaohua's eyes, these dozens of years were another tribulation of tempering. During this tempering, not only was Xiaohua racking his brains at every moment, he was also suffering a kind of painful torment at every moment. A simple cycle of karma was merely a process for Xiaohua's clone, but the experience of a tribulation of his clone was an enormous and inconceivable experience for Xiaohua's main body. In particular, this cycle of karma was not only for Xiaohua's main body, but also for his phoenix body Xiaohua, bone tempering Xiaohua, dragon bloodline Xiaohua, and devil spirit Xiaohua. These 4 doppelganger experiences were also added to Xiaohua's main body. In this world, which Mahayana stage human had experienced so much tempering? Early on, in the heavenly demon's illusion, not only was Xiaohua's physical body sucked dry, even his Tao foundation, consciousness, primordial spirit, and so on showed signs of collapse. If Xiaohua didn't have a little obsession in his heart and wanted to hold Shueishue's hand again, he would have already fallen in the Star-Moon Palace formed by the Heavenly Demon. The first strike to kill the Heavenly Demon was a strike that Xiaohua used up all his remaining essence, and it was also a strike that condensed his strength before his body collapsed. At that time, although Xiaohua looked calm, he really didn't have the strength to strike a second time. He was in the same situation as the Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon was trying its best to maintain its demonic body, trying its best to not let the newly built demonic kingdom collapse. The Heavenly Demon also saw Xiaohua's collapse. The Heavenly Demon didn't escape because it wanted to have a final competition with Xiaohua to see who could last until the end. Of course, Xiaohua didn't dare to strike a second time because the backlash from the demonic saber was exactly what the Heavenly Demon wanted. At that time, Xiaohua had already noticed that the Heavenly Demon's consciousness had begun to invade his essence. However, the Heavenly Demon still underestimated Xiaohua. Its understanding of Xiaohua was that of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Qi refinement disciple. Although the Heavenly Demon had overestimated Xiaohua, it was far from enough. Not only did Xiaohua obtain Song Langzi's inheritance, but he also obtained Du Shangjuan's Scarlet Infant technique and many other secret techniques. Moreover, Xiaohua obtained the Dragon Clan's Heavenly Dragon Language technique and the inheritance of the 13 Soul Cultivators. Xiaohua even had the most basic understanding of Time of the Eye in the Heavenly Prison. Xiaohua had far exceeded the Heavenly Demon's estimation. The Heavenly Demon not only didn't notice Xiaohua's every time the karma cycle, but it also didn't notice that Xiaohua's of the Soul Cultivator's souls of the demonic saber's demonic qi after the of the demonic saber. That of the heavenly of the eyes of the eye, of the Heavenly Demon's heavenly Dao. What the Heavenly Demon didn't expect the most was that Xiaohua, a Daoist cultivator, was actually so unprofessional. Not only did he cultivate Confucianism, he also cultivated Buddhism, and he even cultivated the rarely seen Soul Cultivator. The combination of these three divine abilities perfectly trapped him in the Great Formation, leaving him no chance to escape. In the end, the Heavenly Demon went for wool but came home shorn, falling into Xiaohua's trap. Based on his understanding of Xiaohua, Xiaohua would definitely refine him until not even dregs were left. Fortunately, he had 9 doppelgangers, and their consciousnesses had long been left outside the Devil Kingdom. The Heavenly Demon wasn't afraid that he would die without descendants. Xiaohua's harvest was full, but the accumulation of 5 eons of tribulations tempering exceeded what his current cultivation could bear. At first glance, he heard the ordinary sound of bamboo leaves, which was like the sound of nature, cleansing his murderous heart. He couldn't help but be intoxicated. Just like that, he stood in the bamboo forest, quietly listening to the wind blowing, the flowers blooming, the rain falling, and the stars shining. After a long time, another bright moon hung in the sky. Xiaohua opened his eyes, and a majestic, and austere aura was emitted from his body. Whoosh! All the bamboo within several feet of him instantly turned into powder. However, just as this aura was about to spread out, Xiaohua frowned and immediately restrained this aura. Sighing, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Cultivation, it seems like there's no end to it. This Xiao has just gone through 10,000 years of bitter cultivation and just stepped into the Mahayana realm. Now, I have to face an even more severe test. The tempering of the illusory realm has passed, but the real tempering of the mind has just begun. This tempering, it's more effective than any experience or seclusion. In the future, this Xiao probably doesn't need to travel and comprehend anymore. Just these difficulties left for this Xiao by the Heavenly Demon should be enough for this Xiao to set foot in the immortal world, right? Now, Xiaohua's goal was naturally the immortal world. He couldn't imagine what kind of test the Heavenly Demon had left for him in the ruins in the illusory realm, and how shocking the effects of this test were. All kinds of karma could only be truly experienced by Xiaohua in the future. At this moment, Xiaohua looked at the empty space on his left, closed his eyes, and curled the corner of his mouth. The soul Tulia brush appeared in his hand, and as he waved it, rays of dark green light flashed, and in an instant, a large patch of green bamboo appeared out of thin air. These bamboos looked a bit illusory, as if they were suspended in the air, and they were slightly twisting. When the brush was put away, all of the bamboos began to stand straight and firm. Finally, Xiaohua smiled, and green runes bloomed on the brush like green buds. As Xiaohua tapped on the bamboos one by one, the bamboos miraculously came to life, and thin roots slowly pierced into the ground. The wind blew, and the bamboo leaves shattered. Another song of moonlight bamboo. Since he had thought about it, Xiaohua had already made his decision. He put down the brush, and his figure landed in the bamboo pavilion. He raised his hand, and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. As the light vibrated, Yumingxin appeared in front of Xiaohua. At this moment, the moonlight cleansing landed on Yumingxin's body, and an indescribable luster was born from her body. Xiaohua was stunned at first, but then he understood. Because of Yumingxin's prayer, the moon beast had left the moon god's mark on Yumingxin and him. It was this moon god's mark that had saved him at a critical moment. It was also because he and Yumingxin had used the moon god's mark that Yumingxin's body would be blessed by the moon god. Xiaohua lowered his head to look at himself. He looked no different from usual. It was probably because his thoughts and prayers were not the Yumingxin and the moon god's mark, so he couldn't receive the so-called moon god's mark. Xiaohua. Spiritual Master Xiao. Senior Xiao. When Yumingxin saw Xiaohua, she immediately called out in concern. However, after calling him 3 times in a row, she felt that it was inappropriate. In the end, her face actually turned red. She lowered her head and asked in a voice like a fly, Are you alright? Ai. Xiaohua sighed. He raised his eyes to look at the natural bright moon. He suddenly thought of a poem, My heart was originally towards the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. At this moment, the bright moon was naturally Xiaohua and not Yumingxin. However, the falling flower has feelings for the heartless brook. It was nothing more than this. Lady Yu. When Xiaohua opened his mouth, Yumingxin's body trembled. She raised her head. Xiaohua couldn't bear to look at her, slightly biting her lips and her embarrassed and helpless expression. The soft-hearted Xiaohua almost wanted to call her Mingxin. However, when he thought of his tolerance towards Shui back then, and Shui's sorrowful and bloody confession, and even Shui's tragedy, Xiaohua hardened his heart and said, Thank you for saving this old man's life again. This old man doesn't have anything to repay you. Cultivation methods, spiritual treasures, whatever you want, this old man will definitely satisfy you. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua raised his hand and a thumb-sized pure white profound qi fell into his hand. He said again, This old man offended you that day and recklessly used your profound qi. This old man will compensate you. As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his hand again. That profound qi immediately flew out and was about to fall between Yumingxin's eyebrows. Wait. At this moment, Yumingxin's eyes became distressed. She opened her mouth and shouted, Xiaohua. Can you wait for me to say something? Can you listen to what I'm thinking? Can you not measure everything with spiritual treasures and primeval stones? All right. Xiaohua smiled and said, If you have something to say, then say it. This old man is here to listen. Xiaohua. Yumingxin bit her lips. There were tears in her eyes. I hope you can understand my recklessness tonight. Tonight, I won't call you Senior Xiao or Spiritual Master Xiao. I'll just call you Xiaohua. All right. Xiaohua's heart ached slightly. He nodded and replied. Xiaohua, I know that there are some things in this world that can't be explained. I only met you once and was saved by you once. Actually, even I don't dare to believe it. After I returned to the sect, I thought of you almost every moment. This feeling is something that I have never felt before. Do you know? Why did the Luna Beast's imprint take effect at that time? Why did I appear in front of you from hundreds of millions of miles away? Why did I hold your hand and face a powerful opponent? The Luna Beast's imprint wouldn't take effect for no reason. If you and I didn't miss each other, how could the Luna Beast's imprint make me appear in front of you? If I didn't pray under the moon god that you were safe after disappearing for more than 10 years, How could I make the Luna Beast's imprint take effect? Xiaohua, don't say that you didn't think of me at that time. Don't say that what you thought of that day wasn't me. When she said the last sentence, Yu Mingxin's head almost dropped to her towering chest. However, after a short moment, she raised her head again and looked at Xiaohua stubbornly. She didn't seem to avoid Xiaohua's gaze and said directly, Xiaohua, some people don't have any feelings of longing in their hearts after seeing someone for their entire life. However, some people know that it's something that they've been chasing for their entire life after seeing someone once. I don't know how many disciples in my sect have confessed their love to me. At the same time, many young cultivators from other sects in the ruins have also begged my sect's elders, but I didn't feel anything. You and I are both Dao sect cultivators. You should be the most clear about this kind of cause and effect. You don't need me to explain it in detail, right? But Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, this old man doesn't think that this kind of feeling is the so-called emotion. Chapter 41-23. Unfortunately, Yuming Xian didn't want to listen to Xiaohua's explanation. He continued to talk to himself, Xiaohua, I know your cultivation base is profound. After my senior martial brother and I reported your matter, even the patriarch's eyes shined with splendor. He wanted to rope you in to become an elder of our fragrant religion. He even hinted to me that I must pass this information to you. But I don't know how to tell you. I know my cultivation is shallow and I'm only a junior in front of you. I'm not worthy of a great hero like you. But my heart is sincere and even the moon beast of the moon palace recognizes it. I just want to be by your side, even if I can only look at your back. I want to see everything about you, whether it's Ao Xiaoxiu or your name that shook the cultivation world. I just want to see your figure and be proud of you. Alas, miss you. Xiaohua sighed. He clearly remembered that Shui had said the same thing in the past. He opened his mouth and said, you don't understand. What you said, what you thought, can't be considered true love. It's just a kind of longing, a natural closeness to the strong. It's easy for anyone to have this. Maybe after a long time, you'll really understand. You're wrong. Xiaohua. Yu Mingxin interrupted Xiaohua without hesitation and retorted, you're not a woman. You don't understand a woman's heart. You also don't know how women think. We women understand much more than men when it comes to worship and love a person. Maybe I have more longing for the elders of my fragrant religion, but how can I have the same longing for them as you? You don't even know that women hate you. But where is this hatred? Where does this hatred come from? There's no such thing as love for no reason. This hatred can only come from love. A woman can't hate a man who doesn't have any love for her. Even this man doesn't exist in a woman's eyes. Maybe. Xiaohua couldn't convince Yu Mingxin, so he could only look at the bright moon outside the bamboo pavilion and say, now that it's come to this, I think, this old man should also tell you my story, my experience, and even my thoughts on that day. Women were naturally curious and Yu Mingxin was no exception. Thus, Xiaohua briefly told the story of himself and Shui. Finally, he said, I believe you understand, miss you. Of course, I'm not thinking of you. What I was thinking of that day was my lover. That was for my dead lover. I used an eon's worth of accumulation, just to hold her hand. I'd rather go through an entire eon to truly fulfill my dream of seeing her. However, it wasn't her, it was you. Perhaps this is what they call a freak combination of circumstances? One calamity. Yuming Xian was obviously a little dazed. Her face was flushed, and she was almost moaning, if someone is willing to miss me for one calamity, I don't care even if I'm smashed into pieces. How fortunate was that girl named Shui. How can I have no regrets? Even in the 9 underworlds, there's an infatuated man who'd rather give up his life and use an eon's worth of longing to hold her hand. If it was me, I'd rather take his place. Even if I can't fall into the 9 underworlds, I'd be willing to fall into the bottom of the sea river. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaohua rebuked, "Why are you acting crazy?" "Xiaohua, are you worried about me?" Yu Mingxin asked. Xiaohua smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he continued, "The feelings of two people depend on fate. Don't the people of the secular world have a saying? Fated to meet thousands of miles apart, fated to meet, fated not to meet? Actually, miss you and I, really don't have any fate." Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua sighed, "The people of the secular world all think like this. We Daoist cultivators easily live for hundreds of years and even thousands of years. We have even more opportunities to find our own fate. However, how can a person's fate be judged only by time? If we're not fated, even if 10,000 years, how can we meet again?" Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Fairy Xianxia from Dawn Rain Continent. However, because of some grudges, the two of them had been separated for tens of thousands of years. Although Shui had fallen, her soul was in the inside of space. Xiaohua could see her from time to time. Although Fairy Xianxia was still alive, she was far from yin and yang. Xiaohua sighed again, "Perhaps, it's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need." Yu Mingxin smiled bitterly. However, she gritted her teeth and said, "Xiaohua, I know your love for Shui. I also deeply sympathize with her experience and admire her sacrifice. However, even if it's me, I can also do it. The so-called, it's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need, I really don't understand. I'd rather stay by your side and not forget each other in the pugilistic world. Miss you are still young. Perhaps in the future when you have experience, you'll understand." Xiaohua couldn't explain his thoughts. He took out the essence and said, "Now, you should replenish the essence that you owe. This essence is very important to you. It's also very crucial to your Dao heart. The heavenly devil's dance overturned the mortal world. Although you weren't directly injured by the heavenly devil, when this old man borrowed your essence, perhaps the heavenly devil's dance had already taken advantage of the situation. Not only were you injured, your Dao foundation was also damaged. If you don't replenish it in time and don't repair your Dao heart in the future, you may encounter the tribulation of the mortal world. Especially when your cultivation is somewhat damaged, it's even more likely to happen." Xiaohua. Yu Mingxin stared at Xiaohua, as if she wanted to imprint Xiaohua's appearance into her heart. She said word by word, "Take back that essence. I don't need it. Since I've already paid, I don't want to take it back. I also don't want to take back what I've paid. I'd rather you owe me. I'd rather my essence be in your body. I'd rather you owe me a lifetime. In the future, perhaps thousands of years, perhaps tens of thousands of years, perhaps I'll turn into nothingness, perhaps I'll fall into the 9 underworlds. When you think of all of this, when you think of everything that happened today, you will think of me. You'll think of a pitiful woman who's willing to show you everything she has. If I take this so-called essence, perhaps your karma will be severed. In the future, you'll never think of the woman you met in the ruins. The woman who will think of you for who knows how many years in the future." Looking at this stubborn woman, Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. He didn't know how to explain it to her. After all, this was the ruins, not the hidden immortal continent. In the hidden immortal continent, he provoked Fairy Jing and Xian. Fairy Jing drank the forgotten love water for him, and Xian was the princess of the immortal palace. He didn't know how to deal with her. How could he provoke a little woman who fell in love with him at first sight in the upper realm's ruins? Thinking of this, Xiaohua took back his essence and said seriously, "Lady this old man won't say anything unnecessary. After all, life and time are the best teachers. In the future, you'll understand what this old man said today. Moreover, in the future, you'll inevitably meet a man who's more suitable for you. You'll also inevitably have an even more unforgettable love. You'll also have a true life, a true love. Forget about me, I'm just an outsider. In the end, I'll return to my own world, and won't leave a trace in the ruins. How can it be that easy?" Mingxin's eyes flashed with determination as she replied, Xiaohua, love is a seed that has already been planted. How can it disappear? Perhaps it'll never sprout, so let it ferment forever. Let this love dissipate in the night sky with the moon god's favor. Saying this, Mingxin took out a veil from her spatial ring and covered her head. She looked up at the round moon that was as bright as a mirror. Her gaze was so sad. Lady Yu, why are you doing this? Looking at Mingxin's veil, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. You have your persistence, I have my principles. Mingxin indifferently replied, perhaps one day, when the knot in my heart is gone, I'll remove this veil. I'll face this world once again. Ai. Xiaohua sighed again. He knew that he had hurt a girl's heart and even changed her life. However, he knew that he had done the right thing. It was better to have a short pain than a long pain. This was a kind of rebirth pain for Mingxin, but it was also a kind of relief for him. Lady Yu, I'll send you back to the fragrance order. Xiaohua looked at the moon that was gradually setting and asked in disappointment. No need. Mingxin slightly shook her head, you only need to tell me where this place is, and I'll take the transmission array back to the fragrance order. This place. Xiaohua stuttered, I don't know where this is. Now that the devil race is rampant, I'll personally send you back. You've just recovered from your injuries, it's better for you to cultivate here. Mingxin indifferently replied, if I'm not wrong, this should be the coiling dragon mountain of the ruins, which is the so-called soaring dragon mountain range of the newly risen Fortune Gate. There's a transmission array for Soft Sound Palace nearby, I'll go back myself. Who knows how many people died in the war between Daoists and devils. I'm just an ordinary female cultivator, the devil race might not put me in their eyes. Fine. Xiaohua was speechless, then said, do as you wish, do you hate me that much? Mingxin asked again, you can't tolerate me staying here for a few more hours? No. Xiaohua hurriedly denied, even if Lady Yu doesn't leave, this old man won't say anything. Mingxin looked at Xiaohua and sighed, Xiaohua, you're obviously so approachable, why are you so heartless towards me? Xiaohua was speechless. Mingxin didn't seem to ask for an answer. She walked to the side of the bamboo pavilion and looked up at the moon. Her gaze followed the moon as it gradually set. When the first rays of dawn rose, the east was about to break, and the three suns jumped out of the horizon. Mingxin turned her head and said, Daoist Xiao, this junior will take her leave. Chapter 41-24. The words Daoist Xiao seemed to sever all ties. Xiaohua's heart ached as he raised his hand. I'll send you off. No need. I have my own legs. Mingxin was still stubborn. As she spoke, she flew into the air. Green-robed Daoist. Xiaohua called out softly. Help me send Lady Yu back to the incense cult. Sigh, what a good girl. Green-robed Xiaohua flew out and shook his head. Why don't you cherish her? Xiaohua rolled his eyes. I do want to cherish her, but do you think I can take her away? What can I use to cherish her? You're quite considerate, why don't you share some with her? It's your decision whether to take her away or not. If you feel that Hidden Immortal Continent and Dawn Rain Continent aren't suitable, you can bring her to Xinhua Continent. Xinhua Continent is full of vitality now, it's more interesting than the ruins. Green-robed Daoist. Xiaohua said helplessly. Emotions are emotions, they have nothing to do with one's heart. I've only seen Lady Yu a few times, how could I fall in love with her? Daoist, you still don't understand such emotional matters. When you have enough essence, perhaps you'll understand. Green-robed Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Daoist, you mean we've profited from a disaster? Yes, of course. Xiaohua nodded. Being banished to Black Ruins Mountain was a disaster. Drifting in the heavenly prison for tens of thousands of years was also a disaster. Even being plotted against by the heavenly demon was a great disaster. However, now we're in a better place. Accidentally entering the ruins is an opportunity, and refining the heavenly demon is another. It's impossible to encounter such an opportunity in the 3 continents, or even Dawn Rain continent. Daoist, please send Lady Yu off first. When you return, we'll discuss it carefully. All right. Green-robed Xiaohua clapped his hands and disappeared in the air. Xiaohua looked at the place where Yumingxin had disappeared and sighed. He then released his divine sense. After looking for a moment, his figure flickered and a faint thread of fire flashed in the air. He used the fire escape technique to fly tens of thousands of miles away. When Xiaohua reappeared, he stood in the air and looked around with satisfaction. This was a wasteland, and there were no signs of human habitation, cultivators, or devils within 1,000 miles. There were only withered yellow mugwort scattered all over the boundless mountains. Occasionally, there were some undulating hills, on which stood some unknown plants with thumb-sized berries hanging from the sharp branches. There weren't many rivers in the wilderness. In some places, there were deep ravines carved into the ground. In the middle of the ravines, there were brown mountain rocks. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment, then made a hand seal. A yellow light flashed around his body, and his whole body fell to the ground. And, let's do it here. Xiaohua's figure moved under the ground for a moment. After observing for a while, he stopped about 100 feet away from the ground and said to himself, the heaven-earth essence chi in this area is extremely rich. There are no sects nearby, and the devils won't notice this place. Although there is a teleportation array not far away, few people use it. Ordinary cultivators can also come here. If I build a teleportation array here, it shouldn't attract anyone's attention. After saying that, Xiaohua waved his hands and shot out 365 jade talismans. It took him half an hour to set up the Capital Heaven Star Array in an area of more than 10 mu. When the Capital Heaven Star Array was set up, Xiaohua released some puppets and let them clean up the soil and stones in the Capital Heaven Star Array to make room for the teleportation array. At this time, green-robed Xiaohua had returned. How come you're so fast? Xiaohua frowned as he looked at green-robed Xiaohua's figure gradually appearing. Green-robed Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, what? Daoist, I still want to send her back to the 7 Ridge Mountains? Yes, that's what I meant. Xiaohua didn't hide it. At this time, the devils are rampant. There's still a long way to go from the southwest border to the 7 Ridge Mountains. Green-robed Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, didn't you not want her? Why are you so concerned? These are clearly 2 different things. Xiaohua was helpless. Yumingxin saved our lives. Sending her back to her sect safely isn't a big deal, right? Green-robed Xiaohua looked at the puppets that were busy and said with a smile, don't worry. Although I didn't send her back to the 7 Ridge Mountains, when I followed Miss Yu to the teleportation array, we met the disciples of Fragrance Cult and Shindao sect. Among them was one Wuxia, whom you saw earlier. There were dozens of them and they said that they were going to Qinghe under the orders of their sections. After Miss Yu heard this, she didn't return to the 7 Ridge Mountains for the time being and went with them to Qinghe. I saw them enter the teleportation array before returning. Qinghe? Xiaohua slightly nodded. According to the battle report from the discussion hall, there aren't any devils in Qinghe. They probably have other missions, right? Yes, I also thought so I returned without worry. Green-robed Xiaohua blindly moved. Moreover, even if I send Miss Yu back to the 7 Ridge Mountains, as long as the devils in the ruins aren't eliminated, she'll be in danger at all times. You probably can't do anything about it, right? Sigh, that's true. Xiaohua could only nod. If Miss Yu's personality isn't so stubborn, I can help her raise her strength. That would be the best. Hee, if that's the case, she won't be called Yumingxin. Green-robed Xiaohua chuckled and changed the topic. Oh right, what did you say our opportunity in the ruins was? Take a look at this. As he spoke, Xiaohua took out the orthodoxies of the 8 sects in the southwest that Confucian cultivator Xiaohua gave him and handed them over to green-robed Xiaohua. Green-robed Xiaohua took it and opened his mouth to swallow it. However, after a moment of hesitation, he placed the jade slip on his forehead. In just a short moment, shock appeared on his face. Then, He carefully read through all 8 jade slips before closing his eyes and pondering. After an entire hour, he finally looked up at Xiaohua and enunciated each word clearly. Fellow Daoist, the cultivators of the ruins. Do they cultivate the nascent divinity arts? Is it the Dao sect's primordial spirit technique? That's right. Xiaohua also nodded solemnly. The Confucian cultivators of the 3 continents cultivate the primordial spirit, so there are realms of refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into heaven. In the ruins, the Dao sect's cultivation system is different from the 3 continents and Dawn Rain continent. They also cultivate the primordial spirit, and the realms are refining essence, transforming qi, returning spirit, returning void, refining void, and transforming Dao. Apart from the last transforming Dao, the first 8 realms are almost exactly the same as the Confucian cultivators. However, the Confucian cultivators cultivate the qi of righteousness, while the ruins cultivators cultivate the qi of heaven and earth. That's strange. Green-robed Xiaohua comprehended a lot of cultivation methods, and his understanding of cultivation methods and secret arts was also extremely deep, but he was also somewhat confused when faced with such a different cultivation system. The Dao sect cultivators of the 3 continents and Dawn Rain continent cultivate the nascent soul, but the Dao sect cultivators of the ruins cultivate the primordial spirit, so why do they all use the qi of heaven and earth? And many of the arts are the same as well? There are 2 possibilities. Xiaohua said indifferently. First, the 3 continents and Dawn Rain continent are lower realms. Not only is the qi of heaven and earth there not abundant, but it's also different from the ruins' qi of heaven and earth. It can't allow Dao sect cultivators to cultivate the primordial spirit. But the ruins is a higher realm, so the qi of heaven and earth here can allow Dao sect cultivators to cultivate the primordial spirit. That makes sense. Green-robed Xiaohua nodded. Other clones might not be able to detect it, but I can clearly sense the faint fluctuations within the qi of heaven and earth with the help of the formless nascent soul. This is something that the 3 continents don't have. Then what's the second? The second is the essence energy. Xiaohua answered, if it wasn't for the heavenly devil, I still wouldn't know that we human cultivators still have essence energy in our bodies. Even more so, I don't know the importance of this essence energy and how to use it. Fellow Daoist must also know about the rejuvenation pill that we refined previously, right? I'm afraid that there's a small amount of essence energy mixed in it, that's why it has such a miraculous effect. Fellow Daoist means that the essence energy in the bodies of the ruins cultivators is different from the essence energy in the 3 continents and Dawn Rain continents human cultivators? It's not different, the essence energy is presumably the same, but the amount of essence energy contained in each human cultivator's body is different. Xiaohua said with a smile, you can see the difference from the orthodoxies of the 8 great sects. The first stage of Dao sect cultivators is to refine essence. Only those who can control the essence energy in their bodies and refine it for their own use can be called Dao sect cultivators. The essence mentioned by Confucian cultivators seems to be the essence of essence, energy, and spirit, right? Green-robed Xiaohua probed. It should also be the essence of essence energy. Xiaohua explained, however, the essence energy in the bodies of the humans of the 3 continents is really too little, so they have to borrow the human qi, in the noble qi to refine it into qi. In that case, it should be a great opportunity for fellow Daoist Confucian cultivator. What does it have to do with us? Green-robed Xiaohua was completely stupefied. Fellow Daoist, Confucian cultivators often hear people talk about essence, energy, and spirit. Only with these 3 things can there be a living person. This essence is the most basic foundation of a person. Xiaohua said with a smile, and for fellow Daoist and your clones, although you've used the external incarnation technique to separate yourself, you can't be considered as living people. Who says we can't? Green-robed Xiaohua almost stomped his feet. Isn't the person standing in front of you a handsome man? But, fellow Daoist, do you think you'll love Yu Mingxin? Xiaohua's eyes turned as he said with a smile. Love? What's love? Green-robed Xiaohua was a bit bewildered. Could it be that fellow Daoist feels sorry for Yu Mingxin and wants I to replace you? People often talk about the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The 7 emotions are happiness, anger, grief, fear, love, disgust, and lust. The 6 desires are the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, the 6 desires. As for human nature, it's even more impossible to use words to express it. Xiaohua said again, fellow Daoist and the others are currently only clones of I. They still don't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires, so they can't be considered as separate people. And this essence energy is the most basic foundation for fellow Daoists to become human. Chapter 41-25. Xiaohua looked at the green-robed Xiaohua and said faintly, I didn't understand before. However, ever since I experienced the illusory array of the heavenly demon and witnessed the emotions of the bone-tempering Xiaohua, the phoenix body Xiaohua, the dragon bloodline Xiaohua, and the devil spirit Xiaohua in the illusory array, I realized that those clones were the real clones. Moreover, when I took back my own profound chi from the heavenly demon, I understood that the prerequisite for practicing the external avatar technique is to have enough profound chi. Only with enough profound chi can one create a real doppelganger. I may have enough profound chi, but when I split my doppelganger, I didn't know how to split my profound chi. Moreover, your doppelgangers were split by I a long time ago. This is an early congenital deficiency, which gave the heavenly demon the opportunity to have a primordial spirit battle. The green-robed Xiaohua was shocked and shouted, so, there are a lot of cultivators in the Xiaoyu continent and even the hidden Immortal continent who know about the primordial spirit splitting technique, but there may not be many who successfully practice it. It's all because the human race in the lower realm doesn't have enough profound chi? Yes, it should be like this. Xiaohua nodded. Even now, looking back, the primordial spirit splitting technique that I got before seems to be very perfect, but in fact, it's just a small trick to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. It's all a shortcut. In the end, because of insufficient profound chi, one will go astray and destroy the body. No wonder the external avatar technique was called the supreme secret technique of the demon realm by the so-called empress. Only the strong of a realm can practice it. So this is the reason. The green-robed Xiaohua somewhat understood, so, although the strength of the cultivators in the ruins is not high, they are in the upper realm, so they are born with sufficient profound chi, which is 100 times stronger than the human race in the 3 continents. These are just I's guesses. Xiaohua smiled. It's impossible to record this in the orthodoxy of the 8 major sects. Who cares if their profound chi is 100 times stronger than the human race in the hidden Immortal continent? As long as we can use the ruins technique to make up for the deficiency of our primordial spirit that day, cultivate our primordial spirit to perfection, and then use the profound chi in the heavenly demon's body to supplement the profound chi of the doppelgangers, and mold you into real cultivators with 7 emotions and 6 desires. Alas! When green-robed Xiaohua heard this, he hesitated for a moment before bowing and saying, on behalf of the other fellow Daoists, I thank fellow Daoist for his great kindness. Although I didn't participate in the battle of the primordial spirits, I also heard something strange from the words of Mo Ling. I also felt the crisis and was afraid that fellow Daoist would have other thoughts. Now that we've heard it, we're truly at ease. Fellow Daoist, your heart is as pure as the heavens, and your sincerity is greater than the sun and moon. I also had evil thoughts. Xiaohua said with a smile. However, in the end, I still feel that since I was able to bring all of you fellow Daoists into this world, I should be responsible to the end and do as much as I can. When he spoke up to here, Xiaohua continued proudly. Moreover, I believe that with my character, all of you were separated from my soul core, so I presume your characters aren't much different, right? Even the little Mo Ling was so obedient in the illusion and didn't dare to resist in front of this Xiao. This was what he truly thought in his heart. Therefore, I am extremely relieved to let all of you out. That's. A smile appeared on green-robed Xiaohua's face. Apart from being sentimental and being greedy, fellow Daoist doesn't have any special shortcomings. Sweat. Xiaohua's face turned green as he said somewhat awkwardly, green-robed fellow Daoist, can you not speak so bluntly? These can't be considered as shortcomings, right? Besides, does fellow Daoist know what sentimental and being greedy are? I.O. When he spoke up to hear, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Right, I have to warn you. Before your profound qi is replenished, don't do sentimental things. Otherwise, you will know what it means to be sentimental since ancient times." TSK. Green-robed Xiaohua said disdainfully, "I still don't know what it means to be a good match between a man and a woman, although the so-called old man pushing the cart, shut up." Xiaohua was anxious. Although no one was listening, his face was still red. He didn't think that some details that he didn't pay attention to would now become his weakness. All right. Green-robed Xiaohua saw that Xiaohua was really anxious and hurriedly changed the topic. "I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist in these aspects. If you need I and others in other aspects, fellow Daoist can just let me know." Xiaohua pointed at the busy puppet and said unhappily, "Do you still need to say it? Could it be that this transmission array needs I to personally arrange it? If fellow Daoist personally arranges it, it's naturally foolproof." Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, "However, for such a small matter, there's no need for fellow Daoist to have such a profound cultivation. I will help you deal with it." Seeing that green-robed Xiaohua had already started to flatter him, Xiaohua smiled. The heavenly devil's profound qi was really boundless. He had only just refined it and it made green-robed Xiaohua have such rare emotions. He was really looking forward to it. He wanted to know what would happen to him and his clone after refining the heavenly devil's profound qi. It's just that. Without waiting for Xiaohua to be gratified, green-robed Xiaohua suddenly brought him back to reality. "I feel that this place isn't suitable for setting up a transmission array." "Oh? Why?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned and asked. Green-robed Xiaohua looked around and said, "This place is relatively close to the ground. It's easy to be discovered by the devil race. Moreover, now that the ruins is besieged by the devil race, even if we set up a transmission array, we may not be able to find the location marked by fellow Daoist's divine sense. Why don't fellow Daoists take advantage of the war between the devil race and the cultivators of the ruins to sneak out of the ruins? Wouldn't it be more appropriate for us to set up a transmission array in other places similar to the ruins?" Xiaohua could only smile bitterly in his heart at the thought of green-robed Xiaohua who didn't care about the cultivators of the ruins. He understood that green-robed Xiaohua still couldn't really understand the meaning of life at this time, so he explained, "This transmission array only needs to be connected to the divine sense mark in the Elysium world. That divine sense is very weak. If the transmission array goes too deep underground, I am afraid that there will be a problem when the transmission array is activated. As for setting up a transmission array in other places, I have also thought about it. However, since we were interrupted here during the transmission process previously, it is more likely that the ruins can sense that divine sense. If we put it in other places, perhaps without the interference of the devil race, we may not be able to sense that divine sense. As for the devil race, without us in the ruins, there may be no hope of defeating them, but with us and the Fortune Gate, there is always hope of defeating the devil race." "Good." Green-robed Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "I know, fellow Daoist can go do other things. Leave the transmission array to I. And my Fortune Gate lost tens of thousands of disciples in the ruins, and their souls are still floating in the sky above the ruins. The devil race surrounded the ruins with the purpose of collecting wandering souls. I can't let the devil race take away the wandering souls of my Fortune Gate disciples." Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at the ground and said indifferently. Green-robed Xiaohua hurriedly urged, "Fellow Daoist is right, this matter should be done sooner rather than later, fellow Daoist should go quickly." Subsequently, Xiaohua cupped his fists at green-robed Xiaohua, and flew out from the capital star formation in a flicker. His consciousness wrapped around the netherworld origin force, and while flying, he collected the wandering souls into the inside of the space. The 10 years that Xiaohua was trapped in the netherworld blood sea was also the most crucial period of the war in the southwest. The Fortune Gate had lost 40,000 disciples, and the 8 sects in the southwest had lost even more disciples. On top of that, the devil clansmen had also been killed. Inside Xiaohua's space, the underworld fruit tree had begun to expand rapidly. A continent similar to Xianxia continent had also emerged from the netherworld Blood Sea. On top of that, strange underworld beasts had also appeared on this continent. These underworld beasts looked like insects, but also like ants. There were many kinds of them, and they could be found all over the continent. Xiaohua collected the wandering souls near the soaring dragon mountain range, and just as he was about to go to other places to take a look, Sun Jian sent him a message. Xiaohua received the message, and after reading it carefully, he couldn't help but frown. The message clearly stated that among the 10 great sects of the southwest border, only the Snow Chopping School and the Eternal Peace Mountain had not been rescued by the Fortune Gate from the Devil Race's encirclement. This was not because the Fortune Gate did not want to rescue them, but because the location of these two sects was too dangerous. This danger was nothing to the Devil Race, who had the ability to control space, but it was troublesome for the other human cultivators. This danger was originally a barrier for the two sects to resist the foreign enemies, but now it had become an obstacle for the Fortune Gate to rescue them. Now that Sun Jian had received Xiaohua's reinforcements of 100,000 Fortune Gate's disciples, he began to train the new disciples while contacting the Snow Chopping Gate and Mount Yong, and to send disciples to investigate the Devil Race's situation. However, the situation was beyond Sun Jian's expectations. Not only did the two sects not respond, but none of the disciples sent out to investigate had returned. Sun Jian felt that this matter was strange, and contacted the ruins assembly hall. In the end, the assembly hall's message was the same as Sun Jian's. The assembly hall had also lost contact with the two sects half a year ago, and the disciples sent out by the assembly hall also did not return. In other words, at this time, no one had any news about the Snow Chopping School and the Eternal Peace Mountain. If Sun Jian wanted to send the Fortune Gate's army to these two sects, he must obtain news from them. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Sun Jian sent a message to Xiaohua, hoping that Xiaohua could send his friends to the Snow Chopping School and the Eternal Peace Mountain to inquire about the Devil Race's movements. When Xiaohua saw this message, he was displeased at first. After all, whether it was Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's 3 doppelgangers, or himself, they were all 9th grade Essence Force cultivators. If they wanted to kill the Devil Race's Devil Monarch and Devil Emperor, naturally they would have to go. This kind of small matter of inquiring about information, how could it be worth it for him to take action? However, after thinking about it for a while, Xiaohua also understood Sun Jian's difficulties. The cultivation of the disciples sent by Sun Jian to the two sects might not be too bad, and they would certainly be good at escape techniques. The assembly hall wanted to control the situation in the ruins, and the disciples sent out were familiar with the situation of the Snow Chopping School and the Eternal Peace Mountain. Even they had fallen there, how could Sun Jian send more disciples? Perhaps only Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and other experts who were not afraid of the Devil Race were suitable, right? Chapter 41-26. The teleportation formation was built by fellow Daoist Green Robe. This Xiao can be considered to have nothing to do now. Since that's the case, this Xiao might as well make a trip. Either way, I can also snatch some souls from the devil's mouth. It can be considered as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiaohua made up his mind and sent back the transmission talisman. After identifying the direction slightly, he released the netherworld origin power and flew towards the direction indicated by the transmission talisman. After flying for more than 10 days, he saw that the originally undulating mountain range had gradually turned into sheer cliffs and precipitous cliffs. Huge cracks were deeply carved on the ground. The cracks here were radial, as if a large hand was pulling the ground apart. There was not a single plant on the cliffs in those cracks, not even the commonly seen green moss could be seen. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and only saw a kind of huge green rock. This huge rock was exposed in the air. There were strange scratches on it, like a folded sticky cake. Xiaohua's figure stopped on top of a cliff and released the netherworld origin power again. Woo! A strange whirlwind was born from Xiaohua's body and spun towards the distance. Following this whirlwind, wandering souls flocked into the dark side of Xiaohua's space like a swarm of bees. In just half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he had collected no less than several tens of thousands of wandering souls. It's a bit troublesome. Xiaohua stopped. At the same time he identified the direction. He thought to himself, along the way, the number of wandering souls of the human race has increased, and the number of souls of the devil race has also decreased. Now that I'm close to the two sects, I can't even see the souls of the devil race. In other words, these two sects might have already been annihilated by the devil race. However, if these two sects were annihilated by the devil race should have retreated long ago. It's impossible for those disciples who came to scout not to return. Furthermore, since the devil race's devil emperor wants to collect the souls of the human race in the ruins, why didn't they make a move on the hundreds of thousands of souls in the southwest border? Why did they have to wait until the last moment to collect them all together? Could it be that they want to use so many souls to refine the devil artifact at the same time? Just as he was thinking, Wu! A gust of wind whistled from afar, blowing on the rock under Xiaohua's feet and releasing an even more horrifying sound. Furthermore, as the wind blew past, the rocks within 1,000 li to the left of Xiaohua also released this kind of sound. These sounds gathered together, formed a chaotic fluctuation. These fluctuations not only attacked Xiaohua's Naiwen palace, they also directly shook Xiaohua's mysterious dark cloud. A green light flickered between Xiaohua's eyebrows as he urged his soul cultivation technique to block these fluctuations. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel aghast in his heart. Granny, Sun Jian's messaging talisman did mention the dangers of the southwest border, but this Xiao still underestimated this danger. No wonder Sun Jian didn't dare to send any more disciples here. This natural attack is comparable to a soul cultivation secret technique. How could an ordinary cultivator withstand it? Woo! Another gust of wind that was twice as loud as the previous one came out. Xiaohua hastily raised his head, only to see that in front of him, there was a gloomy coldness that pressed down on the sky for thousands of li. That gloomy coldness was full of killing intent. The chaotic fluctuations were even more like 10,000 waves crashing over. Although Xiaohua's head was flashing with a green light, outside his mysterious dark cloud, there was still a violent impact that was like thunder. That's not right. Although Snow Chop School and Yong and Mountain are in dangerous terrain, if they were attacked by this kind of impact, how could their disciples still survive? Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered, but after a moment, he woke up. Oh no, there's no need to say any more, this Xiao is lost again. Seeing that the indescribably terrifying storm was about to hit, Xiaohua knew that this heavenly might was absolutely not something that could be resisted by human strength. He hastily urged the wind escape technique to flee into the distance. After fleeing for a few more days, the storm finally lessened, and sunlight began to appear in the cold sky. Looking at the 3-week orange-like suns gradually setting in the sky, and then looking at the mountain peaks below him that were getting fewer and fewer, and the ravines that were getting deeper and deeper, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "It seems that this Xiao accidentally found the right direction." After saying that, Xiaohua rested for a moment, released his divine sense, and urged the lightning escape technique to rush towards the place where the suns were setting. In just half an hour, seeing that the 3 suns were about to set, Xiaohua arrived at a very wonderful place. The earth seemed to have come to an end here. Broken cliffs appeared below Xiaohua. In front of the cliffs, there was an empty space. Vaguely, hundreds of miles away, there were huge rocks floating in the air. Above the earth, a huge cliff that looked like a rainbow bridge protruded from a broken cliff, and it was dozens of li long. The 3 suns were setting in the distance of the cliff, and they looked like 3 red balls rolling on a bridge. Below the bridge, there was a green void, and in that void, the outline of a group of stars was faintly visible. Xiaohua understood that as long as the 3 red suns set, a bright starry sky would be born under this cliff, and it would be born under his feet. This is Yong'an Mountain. Xiaohua looked at this beautiful scenery in a daze, and whispered, if it was snow/gate, it wouldn't be a rainbow bridge protruding out of the earth, but a cliff that seems to have been cut off by a knife. Snow/gate and Yong'an Mountain built their sects in such a dangerous place, so it is naturally easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, this cliff is so strange, even this Zhao's divine sense is disturbed by the fluctuations outside the cliff, and I can't see the situation inside the cliff. Looking at the unusually quiet Yong'an Mountain, he felt a little strange. Why don't I see the demon clan's demon array? Not to mention the demon clan's siege. It seems that I can only fly over and take a look. Finished thinking, Xiaohua's figure fell towards the cliff, but after falling for more than 100 zhang, a very strange whirlpool suddenly appeared under Xiaohua's feet, as if it wanted to drag him into the void. Xiaohua was shocked, and lightning surged around his body, and his figure rapidly rose. And as Xiaohua's figure rose, that whirlpool disappeared again. Xiaohua helplessly flew towards the distance for a moment, and then landed again. As he expected, when his figure fell to a certain height, that whirlpool appeared again. Alas, I'm afraid this is the natural barrier of Yong'an Mountain. Xiaohua sighed, looked at the left, and thought to himself, only by walking out of the cliff will it be safe. No wonder the discussion hall and Sun Jian didn't dare to come to rescue me. Thinking, Xiaohua flew towards the large area, and prepared to walk over from the cliff. However, right before he flew to the cliff, the 3 red suns behind him completely sunk into the ground. However, in the extreme distance to Xiaohua's right, there was still a ray of sunlight that stubbornly shone on the cliff. That bright red color seemed to be quite pleasing. Xiaohua's figure stopped in midair, slightly stunned, and turned his head to look at the location of the setting sun in puzzlement. That place was already dark, and the 3 suns had already disappeared. What's going on? Suddenly, Xiaohua thought of something, and his figure rapidly rose. Sure enough, as Xiaohua rushed to the sky, the setting sun appeared again in the distance among the shattered rocks. Damn it, this Xiao understands now. Only when a strong wind appeared above Xiaohua's head, blowing Xiaohua's body to the point of pain, did Xiaohua stop. His eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor, and he secretly shouted, "This place is where this Xiao saw the torn gap in the ruins when the transportation formation collapsed. No wonder there are strong winds and strange fluctuations here, these should exist in the starry sky. Moreover, the ruins is a planet in the upper realm, and it is originally circular. These 3 suns rise in the east and set in the west, and they won't fall below the ground. As long as you fly towards the location where the suns fall, you will always be able to see the suns. If you fly 1 round around this planet, you should be able to see the sunrise of the second day. The hidden Immortal continent and the dawn rain continent are a piece of land, and the suns rise in the east and set in the west must have fallen below the ground. No. The hidden Immortal continent and the dawn rain continent might not be a piece of land, and they might also be huge planets. It's just that they are too huge, and even Tribulation Transcendence cultivators can't fly faster than the speed at which the sun set. Otherwise, how could Confucian cultivators have the legend of Kwa Fu chasing the sun? After comprehending this point, Xiaohua seemed to have been enlightened. Previously, Heavenly Dao Xiaohua had imparted to him a lot of comprehensions, and the areas that he couldn't understand before were now easily comprehended. Even the starry sky within the space was rumbling, and not only was the starlight shining brightly, but the Xinhua continent was violently expanding once again, of course. Xiaohua's figure flashed 9 times in midair, and then stopped. Xiaohua pinched his chin and smiled. This Zhao Xinhua continent and the continent on the Yin side of the space are also continents. The hidden Immortal continent and the 3 continents might also be continents. But the fact that the ruins are planets is real, and there are also many planets in the upper realms cultivation world, and this is also real. This world may be continents or planets, and there might be other forms. Isn't the wonder of heaven and earth here? If this Xiao didn't accidentally fall into the ruins, how could I comprehend the profound meaning of the space law so easily? How could I comprehend the minute details of the time law? Ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly, and his figure rapidly descended. When his feet touched the ground, he looked at the Yong'an mountain in the distance, which was already shrouded by the curtain of night. He put his hands behind his back and slowly walked over. However, just as he walked out of the cliff, a faint brilliance emerged from the mountain rocks, and then an obscure fluctuation rushed to the other side of the cliff like lightning. Xiaohua only raised his eyelids slightly to take a look, but he didn't stop walking. He knew that this was the restriction of the Yong'an mountain, and if someone broke in, it would definitely send a warning to the sect. Sure enough, after walking for another 100 feet, a voice came from the front, "Which fellow Daoist has come to my Yong'an mountain? Please report your name." Xiaohua smiled and stopped, and calmly said, Xiaohua of the Fortune Gate, am here to pay my respects to the Yong'an Mountain Sect Master. Oh, so it's Senior Xiao. Please wait a moment, this junior will release the restriction and invite Senior in. That voice didn't sound particularly respectful. Chapter 41-27. After the disciple finished speaking, he saw 100 or so feet in front of Xiaohua. Shua. Like a flash of water, hundreds of light blue sparks appeared out of thin air and then exploded at the same time. After a series of crackling sounds, hundreds of beehive-like flying boats appeared in the air. On each flying boat stood 2 human cultivators wearing black armor and holding magic treasures. The black armor didn't have any brilliance and looked like it was refined from wood vines. The armor covered the cultivators' heads and faces, making it impossible to see their appearance. The first flying boat landed in front of Xiaohua, and a tall cultivator flew down from it. He bowed and said, Junior Ding Hong, the guard of Yong'an Mountain, greets Senior Xiao. Xiaohua waved his hand and helped Ding Hong up. He asked, this Xiao heard that the devil race besieged the Yong'an Mountain. Why is there no trace of the devil race here? Senior, please no. Ding Hong respectfully replied, several years ago, the devil race besieged the Yong'an Mountain. However, under the tenacious resistance of the disciples, the devil race didn't succeed. Later on, a large-scale star tide occurred near the Yong'an Mountain. The disciples of the Yong'an Mountain were lucky enough to escape by hiding in the mountain protecting formation. However, the devil race was killed by the star tide. After the star tide passed, the devil race retreated. That's strange. Xiaohua curiously asked, since the Yong'an Mountain has been rescued, why didn't they send the news to the conference hall? Under the star tide, the Yong'an Mountain's sect protecting formation was smashed into pieces. The other restrictions, including the transmission array, were completely destroyed. The news of the Yong'an Mountain couldn't be sent out. Ding Hong replied neither arrogantly nor humbly, moreover, the Yong'an Mountain can't enter the conference hall. Why would the conference hall care about the safety of the Yong'an Mountain? Thinking about the conference hall's attitude towards the 10 sects in the southwest, Xiaohua knew that Ding Hong was right. However, he still asked, but recently, not only the conference hall, even my Fortune Gate has sent some disciples to investigate. Why didn't I receive any news from the Yong'an Mountain? Oh. There's such a thing? Ding Hong was obviously surprised to hear this for the first time. He replied, this junior has only been on guard duty for a few months. There are also shifts during this period. This junior doesn't know what senior is talking about. Forgive junior for not being able to answer. Where's your sect master? Xiaohua asked as he looked at the dense palaces on the cliff that looked like a rainbow bridge after the restriction was removed in the distance. Ding Hong looked at Xiaohua and smiled apologetically. To be honest, junior has never heard of the Fortune Gate. But since Senior is concerned about my Eternal Peace Mountain and is a human cultivator, Junior removed the restriction. However, if Senior wishes to meet with my sect master, I would like to ask Senior to take out your nameplate, or a token from the conference hall. N. Xiaohua nodded, took out a jade slip, wrote something on it, and handed it to Ding Hong with a smile. I came here in a hurry, so I didn't get the assembly hall's token. Moreover, I'm not a cultivator of the ruins, so I don't have any nameplates. This is the message this old man left for your sect master. Take it to your sect master. I'm sure he'll meet this old man after reading it. Yes, I understand. Ding Hong took the jade slip, but didn't look at it. He waved his hand and took out a wooden object that looked like a flying sword. He placed the jade slip inside and turned to a disciple behind him, instructing, take this to 7th Martial Uncle. Yes. That disciple took it and drove the flying boat away. After half a cup of tea's time, that disciple drove the flying boat back and respectfully saluted Xiaohua. Senior Xiao, my sect master has a favor to meet you. Oh. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, your sect master is quite arrogant. I wouldn't dare. Ding Hong hurriedly explained, my sect master was seriously injured in the battle with the devil race. He can't walk, so he can't welcome you from afar, so I hope Senior Xiao can understand. What injury? He hasn't recovered after so long? Xiaohua asked curiously. This. Ding Hong hesitated and smiled apologetically. Forgive Junior for not being able to disclose. Senior should ask my sect master face to face. Lead the way. Xiaohua nodded. Perhaps this old man can take a look at your sect master's injury. Very good, Senior, please. Ding Hong slightly leaned to the side and motioned Xiaohua to get on the flying boat, explaining, the restrictions of my Yong'an Mountain are quite powerful. If you don't take the flying boat, it will be a bit troublesome. Of course, with Senior's cultivation, you may not care about this, but in order to not destroy the restrictions, I ask Senior to take the flying boat. Okay. Xiaohua didn't make things difficult for Ding Hong and agreed, his figure floating on the flying boat. When Xiaohua landed on the flying boat actually sank slightly, as if Xiaohua's figure was extremely heavy. Ding Hong was stunned for a moment, then respectfully said, Senior, please sit, Junior will send Senior in. Along the way, there are many restrictions in my Yong'an Mountain. Although many of them are being repaired, their power is not small. Let's go. Xiaohua laughed. If this old man can't even deal with this, how could this old man dare to come to Yong'an Mountain? Ding Hong somewhat awkwardly replied, Senior must be joking. My Yong'an Mountain may be a dragon's pool and a tiger's den for the demon race, but how could it be possible for the cultivators of the human race? While speaking, Ding Hong activated the flying boat. The flying boats of the other disciples were hidden in the air, but a faint aurora-like dazzling light was emitted from the flying boat. Wherever the flying boat passed, strange fluctuations would appear one after another. There were even a few times when an extremely powerful magnetic force rushed out from the cliff. The magnetic force was like a big colorful tiger, roaring and pouncing towards Xiaohua. However, before Xiaohua's face could change, a green cloud immediately appeared above the flying boat. When the magnetic force fell on the cloud, it slowly turned into nothingness. Of course, these clouds couldn't completely eliminate the sharp magnetic force. Some of the magnetic force still broke through the flying boat's defense and fell on Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's whole body flashed with brilliance, and the magnetic force actually pierced through the brilliance. Senior. After doing this several times, Ding Hong's face couldn't help but smile apologetically. These defenses were originally controllable, but because of the siege of the demon race and the destruction of the star tide, some of the defensive arrays have already lost their effectiveness. Please forgive me, Senior. It's okay. Xiaohua waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly, flashing brilliance, brushing away the magnetic force. He smiled. No wonder fellow Daoists said that although Yong'an Mountain was besieged by the demon race, it would definitely be fine. With this magnetic force, even the demon race would be defeated. In this aspect, my Yong'an Mountain has some unique conditions. Ding Hong saw that Xiaohua didn't blame him, so he also smiled and replied. Xiaohua looked at his feet and asked curiously, Your flying boat of Yong'an Mountain is strange. What material is it made of? It's actually not afraid of the magnetic force? Senior, please no. Ding Hong didn't hide it and explained, This flying boat is made of Yong'an Mountain specialty, the Nightbreaker wood. This Nightbreaker wood grows day and night in the polar magnetic field, and the wood grain has developed natural runes. These runes have the effect of using and avoiding the polar magnetic field. And my Yong'an Mountain has also inherited the use of the polar magnetic field's secret technique, so we also set up a secret array inside the flying boat, so this flying boat can pass through the polar magnetic field without attracting the polar magnetic field. If Senior were to fly outside the flying boat at this time, the natural polar magnetic field would have already attacked Senior. So. Xiaohua looked at the beehive-like flying boat and said with a smile, The strange appearance of this flying boat is also to avoid the polar magnetic field, right? Senior's eyes are really sharp. Ding Hong gave a thumbs up and said, This beehive naturally has 6 edges, which coincides with the array of my Yong'an Mountain, so, at this point, Ding Hong realized that he had misspoken, so he hurriedly stopped and said with a smile, This matter involves the secrets of the sect, so it's inconvenient for Junior to say more. Senior, please ask the sect master. Okay. Xiaohua nodded, then looked to the left and asked, "This magnetic force is very powerful. This old man's divine sense can't be released too far. Could it be that your Yong'an Mountain's disciples are all hidden in the array?" "Yes," Ding Hong said with a smile, "the polar magnetic field is a natural barrier. My Yong'an Mountain's disciples are all hidden behind the polar magnetic field, but in a while, Senior will be able to see my Yong'an Mountain's disciples." While speaking, there were many remnant magnetic force flying out from the space. Xiaohua was also used to it. He knew that the closer he got to the core of Yong'an Mountain, the more array would be destroyed. Seeing that the flying boat had flown halfway, another faint magnetic force rushed out and fell like a waterfall. The flying boat flew out of the clouds and was blocked, and similarly, an even fainter remnant fell into the flying boat. Xiaohua glanced at it and didn't pay attention to it. However, when the faintly discernible magnetic force was less than half a foot away from Xiaohua, Hong, a loud sound was heard, and the entire flying boat roared. Then, the clouds of the flying boat rushed out crazily, and the moment the remnant magnetic force came into contact with the clouds, it suddenly changed. The light curtain was more than 10 times stronger than before, and the flying boat outside the clouds also made a wang-wang sound. The 6 magnetic forces echoed the previous magnetic force and slashed towards Xiaohua's head. Ha ha ha. Ding Hong's figure suddenly dimmed, and like a ghost, he quickly disappeared. His laughter was extremely mocking, however, he only laughed halfway, and immediately, like a duck that had its throat grabbed, he made a quack-quack sound, and couldn't laugh anymore. Moreover, his half-disappeared figure also stopped in the void, and gradually revealed itself. Gotcha! At this time, the 6 magnetic forces were already closing in. Xiaohua's body flashed with intense lightning as hundreds of electric arcs rushed out, blocking the magnetic forces. Amidst the intense rumbling, the 6 magnetic forces only managed to cut down 60% of the electric arcs before disappearing completely. You, how did you find out?" Seeing this, how could Ding Hong not know that Xiaohua had already discovered the abnormality? His hands and feet struggled futilely in the air, and he screamed with extreme unwillingness. Chapter 41-28. "You're just a group of lifeless walking corpses. Do you think this old man can't see through you? Even if you can exaggerate, you're still just a demon general. What kind of scheme are you trying to play in front of this old man?" Xiaohua sneered, his index and middle fingers joined together, and with a slight slash, a sword light flashed, and with a crackling sound, Ding Hong's armor was split open from head to toe, and a zombie with a pale face was revealed from inside the armor. This zombie's skin was ashen, his eyes were black, and strange demon patterns covered his entire body. His bare chest was still slightly beating, but when the armor was split open, it had already calmed down. "Hee, so what if you found out?" Ding Hong seemed to be out of breath. He opened his mouth, which was filled with blood, and his tongue was swollen. He said in a somewhat inarticulate voice, "After entering Yong'an Mountain, you will be a member of my demon clan. My demon lord will immediately turn you into a zombie." As Ding Hong's voice fell, a series of rumbling noises that were even denser than the beating of a drum resounded in the space around Xiaohua. After every rumbling noise, a large greenish-purple ball of light would appear in the air. In just a moment, several thousand light balls had filled up the entire space. Within the greenish-purple ball of light, the greenish-purple magnetic force entangled with the purple magnetic force, emitting crackling noises. Outside the ball of light, a layer of space was leaking out from the magnetic force, causing fine spatial cracks to appear. In fact, amidst the rumbling, tens of thousands of humanoid figures were revealed behind these greenish-purple balls of light. These tens of thousands of human figures were not wearing armor, and each and every one of them was in the form of a zombie like Ding Hong. Moreover, their eyes were lifeless, and their robes were stained with black and red blood. Alas, needless to say, these must be the corpses of Yong'an Mountain's disciples. Xiaohua sighed. After death, they were used by the demon race. Sure enough, with the appearance of these zombies, the zombies raised their hands, and strange magical power gushed out from their bodies. Those purple light balls emitted an even more dazzling brilliance, and these brilliances overflowed from the light balls like tentacles, and the green brilliance and purple brilliance of each light ball gradually connected together. These Yong and Mountain's disciples seem to have their souls extinguished. Xiaohua slightly frowned. It's just that there's no vitality in their bodies. Even if the demon race is exterminated, there's no value in keeping them. Gidge. A very strange laughter resounded in the surroundings, and then a naked beautiful woman flew out from the palace of Yong and Mountain. Although this woman's figure was graceful, and her body emitted a pink halo, the moment she appeared, all the zombies issued a low growl from their throats, and the formation was somewhat messy. It's just a demon monarch. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the woman's body. The woman's figure seemed to be transparent. Xiaohua said and waved his 2 fingers again. A sword light appeared out of thin air. Pooh! A sound like silk being torn apart rang out. Ding Hong's zombie was split in half. However, even so, no blood or internal organs fell out of the zombie, and the 2 halves of the zombie were still waving their hands and feet. Puff! Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a samadhi true fire flew out and landed on the 2 halves of the zombie. Gga! Ding Hong's zombie was still screaming miserably, but in a few breaths of time, it fell into the air and turned into dust. Daoist Xiao is indeed powerful. That beautiful woman smiled slightly, and within 100 li, fist-sized flower petals appeared. Those flower petals fell down and gave off light, and the group of zombies couldn't help but clamor again, but the beautiful woman said, "You're actually proficient in Samadhi True Fire. That's out of my expectations." Hee, you're the sect master of Yong and Mountain? Xiaohua smiled, and looked up and down, then narrowed his eyes and said, "Your appearance is really not bad. It's also out of this old man's expectations." That beautiful woman nodded and looked, then stretched out her hands to lovingly touch her own bump, and said enviously, "This old man is indeed envious of you humans, having such a beautiful body, but unfortunately, you don't know how to take care of it. Why don't you let my devil race take it? The devil race is the devil race, and the human race is the human race." Xiaohua replied indifferently, "If the devil race takes over the human body, is it still the devil race? If the devil race takes over the human body, is it still the human race?" Gidge. That beautiful woman smiled beautifully. "Isn't it like this now? Zhong Lingxiu doesn't need to cultivate anymore, and she has endless life, and this old man doesn't need to wander around anymore, and also has such a beautiful body? Forget it." Xiaohua sighed, "Seeing you, this old man also knows why all the cultivators sent here never returned. This old man doesn't want to hear anything else." As he spoke, Xiaohua's aura was like a rainbow, and a thunderous roar surged out from him. You actually don't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex?" That beautiful woman obviously didn't expect Xiaohua to make a move just like that, and actually wasn't seduced by her beauty. Ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly. "This old man just walked out of the heavenly demon's fantasy land, and your cultivation isn't even worthy of carrying the heavenly demon's shoes." Heavenly demon? The gorgeous woman turned pale with fright. Seeing the thunderbolts around Xiaohua's body rushing in all directions, she smiled coldly and stretched out both of her hands. Boom! Following her hands, all of the zombies urged their transcendence energy. Boom boom! Thousands of light balls suddenly exploded. Except for the outer layer of the 100 or so polar magnetic rays that rushed into the sky, all of the other purple-colored magnetic rays entangled together and fell towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua's thunderbolts that soared into the sky were instantly cleaved clean by this unparalleled magnetic force. Hee. Xiaohua sneered, and rubbed his hands, and rays of crystal light fell into the void. Rumble. The space within hundreds of miles shook violently, and bubbles appeared in the void. Countless electric arcs flew out from the bubbles, and it was as if dragons were fighting with the extreme magnetic rays. On the entire Yong and Mountain, it was quite lively with fireworks. Damn it! Seeing Xiaohua so powerful, the beautiful woman couldn't help but curse, and then she opened her mouth again, and said something, and an obscure sound fell in the air. Pa pa pa. But after every light ball, a zombie exploded, and after the explosion, a faint blood color rushed into the light ball. Swish. Inside the light ball, the purple and green extreme magnetic rays made a hissing sound, and then in the blood color, they actually condensed together. Woo! Following the fusion of the two different colored extreme magnetic rays, the roar and power in the entire sky suddenly became several times more accurate. Under the extreme magnetic rays, Xiaohua's thunder was actually dissipated, and even more extreme magnetic rays bypassed the thunder, passing through the void to attack Xiaohua. Hee. Xiaohua raised his hand, and was about to take out the sword gourd, but suddenly, the cliffs around Yong and mountains suddenly emitted bright sparks, and a sound that was even more ear-piercing than the sound of thunder was produced. In the starry sky, like flying fish in the sea, there were many arcs of light, and these arcs of light completely enveloped the entire Yong and mountain, and within thousands of miles, there was a suffocating aura. Oh! Seeing this, Xiaohua retracted his hand, and with a backhand slap, it really landed on his head. Puff! Clouds of 5-colored true qi gushed out, and turned into silk to protect Xiaohua. PFFF. Like the sound of rain hitting a banana leaf, the magnetic force fell into the clouds, striking a thumb-sized dent, and then disappeared. Even if the magnetic force was like a waterfall, the clouds would only be split, but the 5-colored true qi within the clouds was endless, growing and multiplying endlessly. In front of this true qi that represented the power of life, the extremely powerful magnetic force was also defeated little by little. What kind of divine ability is this? The beautiful woman stood outside the extreme magnetic rays, and felt the power of life that was innately incompatible with her innate divine ability, and couldn't help but cry out in shock. Live as a hero, die as a ghost hero, although I fell into the netherworld, I was unwilling to pass. Xiaohua chanted, "How can you demons know the vitality of my human race? How can you demons touch the integrity of my human race? Demons are demons, humans are humans. Since there are no longer any living people in Yong and Mountain, the so-called siege of the demon race is just you, a demon monarch. Why should this old man waste time with you?" After saying this, Xiaohua raised his hand, and a golden light flew out of his Daoist robe, and the soaring dragon scissors turned into a golden dragon that pounced on the witch. How do you know that there is only me in Yong and Mountain? Are you not afraid of hurting the humans of Yong and Mountain? The beautiful woman was shocked again. She controlled the entire Yong and Mountain with the power of a demon monarch, and for several years, nothing was leaked. Even the cultivators who entered Yong and Mountain to investigate were confused by the scene on the surface of Yong and Mountain, and all of them fell into her evil hands. But Xiaohua, in the time it took to eat a meal, unexpectedly saw through her tricks. How could she not be surprised? While the beautiful woman was shocked, she waved her hands again and again, and blood-red devil qi fell into the air, and then from the void, groups of Yong and Mountain disciples rushed out, and each of them waved their magic weapons, blocking in front of the beautiful woman. Whoosh! The soaring dragon scissors cut through the sky, not only cutting some of the extreme magnetic rays, but also cutting those zombie disciples in two. However, these zombies were the same as Ding Hong's corpse. Even though they were cut in two, they were still struggling in midair. Humph! Xiaohua snorted coldly. This old man sees the mortal world with his wisdom. This mountain is full of monsters. How can this old man not see it? After saying this, Xiaohua raised his hand, and with a buzzing sound, a sword light appeared in his hand, and then the sword light soared into the sky, and with a whoosh, it turned into a 1,000-feet-long rainbow that fell down. Damn it! Seeing Xiaohua's endless tricks, and their power was great, the beautiful woman bit her lips, and then opened her mouth to spit out a mouthful of dirty blood. The dirty blood fell into the air, and immediately turned into a huge demon body. This demon body was full of blood, and streams of blood seeped out from the void and fell into the demon body. The demon body raised its hand and grabbed, and within 100 miles, layers of blood flowers were born, and a powerful restriction was tightly locked from the outside. Wasn't this the blood drop paradise that Xiaohua was familiar with? Chapter 41-29. Humph, you're just showing off your slight skill in front of an expert. Xiaohua sneered and simply ignored the blood drop heavenly grotto. he still controlled the flying sword to descend. The sword was filled with an awe-inspiring aura. Wherever it landed, all of the evil energy would turn into ashes. All of the zombies would also be turned into dust. The so-called blood drop heavenly grotto was like a dark night being pierced by light. The flying sword went straight for the blood devil's body. Boom! The flying sword fell. Not only did layers of inscriptions rush out, it was like a warrior facing death unflinchingly fell into the devil chi. Even the sword tip pierced through the blood demon. As soon as the blood demon's imprisonment was broken, the blood demon's body was cut into two halves by the sword light. Not only that, the flying sword's tip pierced through the gorgeous woman's arm and cut off her left arm. How is this possible? Seeing the flying sword so sharp, the gorgeous woman turned pale with fright again. Your flying sword is actually not afraid of the devil chi? Swish. Xiaohua did not speak. What answered her was the soaring dragon shears. The golden light borrowed the sword light and cut the gorgeous woman in half. However, even though the gorgeous woman was cut into three parts, whether it was her upper body, lower body, or even her left arm, they were all moving freely. Except for the splendor that prevented the devil chi from healing, there was no other change at all. Puff. Xiaohua opened his mouth and a samadhi true fire flew out in the shape of a phoenix. It whistled and pounced on the gorgeous woman. Wherever the samadhi true fire passed, the zombies around 100 feet away were all turned into powder, and the magnetic force controlled by these zombies also turned into nothingness. Kill, kill, kill. The gorgeous woman tried her best to heal the body she was so proud of. At the same time, she urged more zombies of Yong and Mountain to rush out and attack Xiaohua. It seemed that she did not care about Xiaohua's samadhi true fire. Tens of thousands of Yong and Mountain disciples rushed out and attacked Xiaohua with the help of Yong and Mountain's magnetic force. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua felt that it was strenuous. Granny, this devil clan is really weird. Xiaohua was hiding inside the five-colored true chi. Watching the five-colored true chi being attacked by the several tens of thousands of disciples using their magic treasures, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He actually used his own strength to capture Yong and Mountain. Moreover, he even controlled all the disciples of Yong and Mountain. Although that Ding Hong from before seemed to have the strength of a devil general, he was most likely just a clone of this devil. If we want to kill all of these Eternal Peace Mountain's disciples, our Fortune Gate's disciples will have to suffer a lot. While Xiaohua was thinking, the samadhi true fire had already arrived in front of the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman smiled coldly and opened her mouth again. Another blood demon flew out, revealing a sinister smile as it pounced towards the samadhi true fire. Sizzle. There was a sound like water falling into a pot of oil. More than half of the phoenix formed by the samadhi true fire was destroyed. However, just as the gorgeous woman's contemptuous gaze shifted away from the true samadhi fire, she saw the extinguished phoenix let out a faint mournful cry, as if it was reborn from blood. Its broken body rushed past the blood demon and pounced in front of the gorgeous woman. Not good. Seeing that the blood demon's body was silently pierced through by the fire phoenix, the gorgeous woman turned pale with fright. Unfortunately, the remaining samadhi true fire had already flown out from the samadhi true fire and completely enveloped the gorgeous woman. Even though she hurriedly dismembered her body and fell into the void, the samadhi true fire still entered the void and set her body ablaze. What kind of fire is this? The gorgeous woman's body emitted a blood-red light as she tried to extinguish the samadhi true fire. Unfortunately, the blood-red light also began to burn inside the samadhi true fire. The gorgeous woman screamed and roared. She really regretted not running away the moment she saw Xiaohua's jade slip. Ao. The gorgeous woman's body was gradually burned away by the samadhi true fire, and an almost inhuman demonic figure appeared from the samadhi true fire. That demonic figure was still howling madly. Xiaohua, even if you kill me, you will absolutely not be able to escape the annihilation of the magnetic storm. This is the Eternal Peace Mountain's last resort to perish together with the enemy. Even if the several 100,000 disciples of the Shindao sect came, they would still be annihilated. Seeing that the demonic figure was still being burned by the Samadhi true fire, Xiaohua smiled coldly. He raised his hand and took out the sword gourd from his bosom. He said, "Just let yourself be burned quietly. I'll let you have a taste of 10,000 flames drilling into your heart. As for the ending of this old man and the eternal peace mountain, you don't have to worry about it." Xiaohua took out the sword gourd and raised his eyes to look at the sky. He saw that within the range of a few thousand li, the arcs of light that were previously leaping in the night sky had now transformed into a magnetic storm that was several hundred zhang tall. These magnetic storm covered the entire night sky. Not only did it block all the qi of heaven and earth, it also blocked Xiaohua's vision. Including the eternal peace mountain, the space of 10 million li was like the suffocating before the storm. It was terrifyingly quiet. A kind of desolate aura swept across the entire land. Ha ha ha. The demonic figure laughed madly in the flames. He 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 he. The group of Eternal Peace Mountain's zombie disciples still pounced towards Xiaohua, as if they didn't care about the great calamity that was summoned above their heads. Shua. The sound of the magnetic storm came from an unknown place. This sound was like the beating of a drum and spreading of flowers, instantly covering the entire night sky. Immediately, all the magnetic storms surged at the same time and fell towards the Eternal Peace Mountain. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed, full of compassion. Then, he pointed at the sword gourd. Pooh. The soul-slaying yuan light rushed out and flew straight into the night sky. Woo-woo. The green and red color that had already fused into one separated again at this time, emitting a strange hissing sound. This green and red color turned into tens of thousands of light strands that fell on the magnetic storm in the night sky. Wang wang. Only, the magnetic storm was so vast that the light strands that supported it slightly trembled and emitted a buzzing sound. It seemed like it could break at any time. Quick. Xiaohua's arms immediately turned into a crystal state following the heavenly dragon speech technique. Endless qi poured into the sword gourd. The light strands that were as thin as hair instantly thickened and shone with a dazzling brilliance. Along with this dazzling brilliance, the magnetic storm also slowly came to a stop. Then, rumble. In the originally silent night sky, the magnetic storm was once again attracted by the soul-slaying yuan light, emitting a thunderous sound. Then, Xiaohua released his divine sense. Break. With a word, the already broken array on the Eternal Peace Mountain was destroyed by Xiaohua's divine sense hammer. Kill. Along with Xiaohua's command, the soul-slaying yuan light turned back in midair, driving the magnetic storm to scatter all over the Eternal Peace Mountain. Even some of the magnetic storm fell on the Eternal Peace Mountain zombie disciples around Xiaohua. Ka ka ka. Faster than chopping melons and vegetables, all the disciples were chopped into several pieces by the magnetic storm. How is this possible? The demon that had already been burned into thin strands by the spiritual fire looked at all this in disbelief. How can you control the magnetic storm? How can you destroy the entire Eternal Peace Mountain in one fell swoop? You're really ignorant. Xiaohua coldly looked at the last trace of the demon and said indifferently, "Haven't you heard of the two-wing spectrometer and the soul-slaying yuan light?" No. This was the final sentence of the demon. Along with the demon being extinguished by the spiritual fire, all the Eternal Peace Mountain zombie disciples that were not killed by the magnetic storm fell from midair at the same time. Those disciples that were hiding in the Eternal Peace Mountain also fell down. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and activated the soul-slaying yuan light again. Rumble rumble rumble. The entire Eternal Peace Mountain shook. This thunderous sound lasted for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before it gradually disappeared. Fellow Daoists. Xiaohua's face was solemn. He patted his own head and released several doppelgangers. He ordered, "Eternal Peace Mountain has already turned into a dead mountain. This is all the witches doing. We cannot let the witches' doppelgangers escape. I will clean up the mess and stop this magnetic storm. Fellow Daoists, please deal with these pitiful Eternal Peace Mountain disciples." Good. The doppelgangers' expressions were also gloomy. After all, these were hundreds of thousands of Eternal Peace Mountain disciples. Their lives disappeared one after another. After the doppelgangers cupped their hands and saluted, they flew to various places to deal with the corpses. Xiaohua flew to midair and sat down cross-legged. He rubbed his hands and a spell landed on the sword gourd. The sword gourd let out a rumbling sound and gradually fell down. Then, the sword gourd let out a dazzling brilliance and turned into a ball of light. Woo-woo. The soul-slaying yuan light that rushed out of the sword gourd began to shrink. As the spell was inserted, the soul-slaying yuan light began to rotate and condense into a spiral shape. The magnetic storm that was attracted by the soul-slaying yuan light also began to turn into an arc of light and fell into the sword gourd. Peng peng peng. The entire sword gourd let out a crisp sound like beans being fried. Xiaohua chanted the heavenly dragon technique and the spell in his hands surged. He began to refine the magnetic storm that covered 1,000 miles of Eternal Peace Mountain into the soul-slaying yuan light. After another bright moon and sparse stars, the entire night sky began to calm down. It was already more than 10 days later. Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed. On the crystal-clear sword gourd, wisps of light appeared. These wisps of light were sometimes visible, as if they were about to fly out of thin air. An indescribable sharpness overflowed from these wisps of light. Xiaohua withdrew his gaze from the sword gourd. He raised his hand and the sword gourd fell into his hand. Xiaohua did not put away the sword gourd. He looked up at the doppelgangers standing not far away and said, "Fellow Daoists, did you succeed? All the Eternal Peace Mountain disciples, their bodies have been destroyed. This little brother has checked them one by one. I will not let any of the witch's doppelgangers slip away." Devil Spirit Xiaohua said with a smile. He flew forward and took out dozens of spatial rings and handed them to Xiaohua. These are the orthodoxies of Eternal Peace Mountain. There are also some fragments. Since Eternal Peace Mountain is no longer here, it would be better for us to take them. Since Eternal Peace Mountain is no longer here, this little brother will take them all. Good. Xiaohua nodded. Fellow Daoist has done a good job. Xiaohua put away the spatial rings and looked at the abandoned Eternal Peace Mountain. He said, "Fellow Daoists, since Eternal Peace Mountain has become like this, I'm afraid the Snow Chopping Gate is not much better. Sun Jian bringing the Fortune Gate's disciples to the Snow Chopping Gate won't be able to gain any benefits. I still have some matters to attend to in Eternal Peace Mountain. Fellow Daoists, you can go to the Snow Chopping Gate on behalf of me." Good. Scholarly Cultivator Xiaohua nodded. This kind of devil race that occupies a magpie's nest is abominable. This little brother can't wait to tear them to pieces. This little brother must go. Chapter 4130. Fellow Daoist Long Mai. Xiaohua waved his hand and the sword gourd flew out. Fellow Daoist Green Robe is building a transmission array in the soaring Dragon Mountain range and has no time to go to the Snow/Gate. I'll leave this spirit exterminating light to you. Yes, I understand. Long Mai Xiaohua took the sword gourd and nodded. I will use the spirit exterminating light to kill thousands of devil seeds. Inform Sun Jian when you go. If necessary, let him take the Fortune Gate disciples directly to the Snow/Gate. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, I know. Long Mai Xiaohua nodded. He looked at the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, Buddha Bodhi, and soul cultivator Xiaohua and said, with these three fellow Daoists following, there shouldn't be any problems. Fellow Daoist can rest assured. Soon after, several clones bid farewell to Xiaohua and went in the direction of the Snow/Gate. Xiaohua stood in the air and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the figures of several people flying away. A meaningful smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he said in his heart, fellow Daoists, don't blame I for testing you. After all, I can still control you now. If I can't control you in the future and find out that you are disloyal, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything to you. I hope you can work together in the Snow/Gate and don't let I down. After he finished speaking, Xiaohua released his consciousness. The netherworld origin power swept through the surrounding 10,000 miles of space and absorbed the souls of the Mount Yong'an disciples into the dark side of the space. After that, he took a closer look. His figure swayed, and an earthen yellow brilliance flashed in midair as his figure fell into the broken cliff. Xiaohua didn't find an excuse to stay in the Yong'an mountain just to train his clones. When he was using the spirit exterminating light to refine the magnetic force, he sensed a strong magnetic force in the cliff. He guessed that there would be a magnetic force space under the cliff. Therefore, he stayed to explore the underground. There were many spatial faults in the soil beneath the cliff, and these faults were filled with magnetic forces. Sometimes, these faults were extremely large, and the magnetic forces were like a maze in the void. If one was careless and fell into a magnetic trap, one would be killed by the magnetic forces. Xiaohua relied on his innate sense of direction and carefully avoided these traps that could kill people at any time. The deeper he went, the more Xiaohua discovered that there were actually even more origin magnetic fragments beneath the ground. These fragments were of different sizes. The large ones were several miles long, while the small ones were only a few inches long. Every magnetic field naturally had two poles, and when the 5 elements of the human race arrived here, it was inevitable that they would be attracted by the magnetic field. Faced with magnetic field fragments that were several miles in size, even separation and reunion cultivators would have a headache, not to mention the numerous magnetic field fragments beneath the ground. It was only because Xiaohua's demigod body had concealed the attributes of his body that Xiaohua was able to safely reach a pitch-black void without being disturbed by the magnetic shards. Sensing the strong magnetic force in the void, Xiaohua patted the space between his eyebrows and opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. Ha! He saw that the magnetic force space in front of him was filled with red and yellow magnetic pole lines, and then he saw a huge oval-shaped sphere clearly divided into red and yellow. Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh out loud. Isn't this fire and earth magnetic force? The heavens are really helping me. After Xiaohua finished laughing, he didn't hesitate in the slightest to fly to the extreme point of the fire and earth magnetic field and drip out a drop of his blood essence. After that, he flew to the 2 areas of the magnetic field and collected a large amount of fire marrow flame crystals and earth crystal yum milk before flying out of the magnetic field space. After leaving the magnetic force space, Xiaohua looked left and right. His heart moved, and he didn't fly towards the cliff, but towards the place where the cliff extended into the starry sky. Out of Xiaohua's expectations, there were even more spatial faults along the way, and there were also a lot more origin magnetic shards than before. Just as Xiaohua's figure flew out from the bottom of the cliff, woo-woo. A wave of berserk chi waves stirred up the primordial magnetic force and madly pounced on Xiaohua. Xiaohua waved his Daoist robe, and everything within several li of him was confined. However, this confinement only lasted for a moment. Kacha kacha. Crisp sounds rang out. The confined space was actually broken by the primordial magnetic force and the wave of chi waves. Facing this chaotic power of heaven and earth, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. He did not want to be enemies with it. His figure once again escaped into the earth. Although the wave of chi waves and the primordial magnetic force were still chasing after him, they were blocked by a spatial fault after a moment. Xiaohua randomly escaped for a moment, then carefully avoided the magnetic shards, and once again rushed towards the ground where the cliff was. After escaping for half the time of a meal, Xiaohua finally appeared on the ground. At this time, Xiaohua was already far away from Mount Yong, and Xiaohua looked at the mountain peak in the palace that existed in name only, and sighed. Mount Yong'an can borrow the fire and earth magnetic force and the magnetic force of space to create a sect. There must be something special about their cultivation method. Unfortunately, although the magnetic force is powerful, it is good at attacking the 5 elements, and it is difficult to cultivate it. Now, Mount Yong'an is besieged by the devil race, and hundreds of thousands of cultivators are actually under the control of a devil monarch. Although the devil monarch's pink skull is powerful, if the Mount Yong'an disciples diligently cultivate their Dao foundation and consolidate their Dao realm, they may not necessarily fall into the devil monarch's hands. From this, it can be seen that the Mount Yong'an sect's success and failure are due to the magnetic force Ah. I hope this Shao can bring Mount Yong'an's orthodoxy to other places, and the new sect can learn from Mount Yong'an's tragedy. At this point, a divine sense suddenly appeared in the distance, and swept over like a wave crashing against the shore. It seemed to be a demonstration, and also seemed to be a warning. Xiaohua let out an N sound and released his own divine sense. Buzz. The divine sense and divine sense collided together, setting off a wave of energy that could reach the sky. Soon after, they both retracted their divine sense. A melodious voice came from that direction. Is that Xiaohua of the Fortune sect, Daoist Master Xiaohua? With a touch of divine sense, Xiaohua knew that the newcomer was a Dao transformation cultivator from the ruins, which was the so-called 9th grade essence Qi cultivator of the hidden immortal mainland. His strength was not inferior to his own. He was a little puzzled, and his figure went up to greet, and he answered with a smile, "That's right, it is this Xiao. May I know which fellow Daoist you are?" He. As he spoke, a cloud appeared in the horizon, dragging a long tail as it flew in front of Xiaohua. That cultivator's figure was ordinary, and his face was like a full moon. He was wearing a sword outfit, and there was a flame-like sword mark between his eyebrows. The cultivator's eyes were a little red, and when he turned, there was a faint sword light reflected in his eyes. That cultivator sized up Xiaohua, then cupped his hands and said, "Shindao Sex Yunche, greets Daoist Master Xiao." "Ah. Yunche? Shindao Sex Sect Master Yun?" Xiaohua was stunned. He naturally knew that the Shindao Sex Dao transformation cultivator was called Yunche, but he didn't expect that this seemingly inconspicuous cultivator in front of him was actually the sect master of one of the 3 great sects in the ruins. He also didn't expect that he would see Yunche on Mount Yong'an. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He tidied up his clothes and cupped his hands and said, "Xiaohua greets Sect Master Yun. AI, this Yun has long heard that Daoist Master Xiao of the Fortune sect is not only righteous, but also brought the elite disciples of the outer realm to reinforce our ruins. Moreover, you are also approachable, and you are amiable even when facing low-level disciples. This Yun has long admired you, and now that I have seen you, you really live up to your name. This Yun is convinced." Yunche sighed and hurriedly returned the greeting. Hearing Yunche's words, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he said inwardly, "Damn it, such a big sect master is actually greeting an outsider like this. Could it be a weasel paying a visit to a chicken?" Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand modestly. "Sect Master Yun is too kind, this Xiao is just an ordinary cultivator. How could I have the noble character and unquestionable integrity that fellow Daoist is talking about?" Speaking of noble character and unquestionable integrity, this Yun has to represent the 100 sects in the ruins and the assembly hall to thank Daoist Master Xiao and the Fortune sect's disciples for their contributions to the ruins. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Yunche hurriedly continued and bowed again. If it weren't for the Fortune sect's assistance in the southwest border, not only would the 8 great sects have been annihilated by the devil race, but a large area of the ruins would also have fallen into the hands of the devil race. This Xiao doesn't dare to claim credit. Xiaohua hurriedly raised his hand to support Yunche and said, "This is all the credit of the Fortune sect's disciples, yes." Although Yunche stood up, he still continued, "This Yun has long heard that the Fortune sect's disciples have lost nearly 50,000 disciples for the ruins. This Yun and the entire assembly hall are grateful to the Fortune sect for this." Hearing this, Xiaohua smiled, looked at Yunche and said word by word, "Sect Master Yun, you didn't come all the way from the assembly hall to Mount Yong, and just to thank this Xiao, right?" He, of course. Yunche laughed. Daoist Master Xiao is now the most famous person in the ruins, and the Fortune sect's disciples are the most elite troops in the ruins to deal with the devil race. Not to mention this Yun, even all the sect masters in the assembly hall are willing to come all the way here to thank Daoist Master. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Sect Master Yun is too polite. You wouldn't have come to Mount Yong, and for no reason, right? This Yun naturally didn't come to the southwest border just to find Daoist Master Xiao." Yunche knew that he couldn't pretend anymore, and said with a serious expression, "But since I didn't meet Daoist Master in the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, and I met Daoist Master Xiao on Mount Yong, and this Yun can only meet Daoist Master Xiao." Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and stared at Yunche thoughtfully. Of course he knew why Yunche came to the southwest border. He had killed all the zombie disciples on Mount Yong'an. If no one knew, then it was fine, but if someone used it against him, he really couldn't refute. After all, no one saw the witch controlling Mount Yong, and the orthodoxy of Mount Yong, and had completely disappeared. Cough cough. Seeing the unfriendliness in Xiaohua's eyes, Yun Che hurriedly coughed twice and said, the assembly hall received a message from the Fortune sect, and knew that there had been no news from Mount Yong and Snow/School for several years. In addition, in the last half a year, none of the disciples in the assembly hall had returned, so the assembly hall wanted to know what happened to these two sections. Originally, they wanted to send elders from other sects, but this Yun really has something to discuss with Daoist Master Xiao, so this Yun volunteered to come to Mount Yong and. Chapter 41-31. This Yun rushed to the soaring Dragon Mountain Range and happened to hear from General Sun that Daoist had personally come to the Yong and Mountain Range to investigate. Just like this Yun thought, this Yun chased after him without stopping. Yun Che looked meaningfully at the Yong and Mountain in the distance and said, however, it seems that Daoist has already found out the truth of the matter. This Yun doesn't need to waste any more time. Xiaohua thought for a moment and told him about the Yong and Mountain Range. When Yun Che heard that the entire Yong and Mountain Range was captured by a devil monarch and that all the disciples were controlled by a beautiful woman, he was not particularly surprised. However, when he heard that all the zombie disciples were killed by Xiaohua and a few other cultivators, his expression changed greatly. His figure involuntarily retreated a little and asked in a low voice, then, are those fellow Daoists the famous Patriarch Bodhi, Patriarch Wenxiu, and Patriarch Wu? Xiaohua nodded with a faint smile and replied, after this Xiao and a few other fellow Daoists killed all the zombies, this Xiao thought of the Snow/Gate. Therefore, this Xiao asked fellow Daoists to go to the Snow/Gate to assist General Sun Jian. This Xiao will stay here and wait for Sect Master Yun. Oh. When Yun Che heard this, he felt a little relieved, but then he was stunned again. Daoist Xiao, what level are you at? You can actually sense this Yun's arrival? What level are you at? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and smiled slightly. He waved his hand and said, Sect Master Yun is thinking too much. This Xiao is just joking with you. This Xiao has just escaped from the devil monarch's trap and is a little tired. This Xiao doesn't want to get involved in the killing. Hearing this, Yun Che hurriedly asked, Daoist Xiao, this Yun has an extremely important matter to ask Daoist Xiao. Oh? What is it? Xiaohua asked curiously. Then, the devil monarch that has besieged you for more than 10 years, which one is it? Yun Che considered his words and asked with a kind of expectation in his eyes. Which one? Xiaohua asked curiously, what does Sect Master Yun mean? This. Yun Che's face was a little red. He hesitated for a moment and said, this Yun means that this devil monarch has revealed his name? Do you know which devil monarch he is? Xiaohua thought for a moment, shook his head slightly, and said, that guy seemed to want to say his name that day, but this Xiao interrupted him. Who has the patience to know that he is some devil emperor? At this point, Xiaohua was also stunned, and said with some disbelief, Sect Master Yun, not to mention that you have fought with the devil emperor for several hundred years in the discussion hall and have never seen the devil emperor, you also don't know who the devil emperor besieging the ruins is, right? Although it was awkward, Yun Che had no choice but to tell the truth, that's right. That was indeed the case. At this moment, although we know which 3 demons are besieging the ruins, we still don't know which demon emperors are leading them and what their purpose is. As a matter of fact, Reverend, please don't blame me for ignoring the 10 major sects in the southwest border, and for sneering at the news that the devil emperor came to wipe them out. Our assembly palace is also in a dilemma. Because such news spread all over the sky, we're too tired to deal with it. There are too many fake news. Additionally, our army has encountered too many demon emperors. We really can't distinguish which news is real and which demon emperors are real. Then how many devil emperors do the discussion hall know? Xiaohua didn't know much about military affairs, so he couldn't say much. 21. Yun Che blurted out. It was obvious that he had calculated this for a long time. So many? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Yunche said with a smile, of course it's not 21. If it's really 21, the devil race doesn't need to besiege the ruins, they can just kill their way into the ruins. After all, although the devil emperors aren't devil sovereigns, their strength is comparable to our human race's 7th stage Dao transformation, or even 8th or 9th stage Dao transformation. Even with Reverend Zhou's strength, you've been trapped by the devil emperor for more than 10 years. Dao transformation cultivators like us are simply not a match for the devil emperor. In that case, some of the devil emperors are devil monarchs in disguise? Or maybe the devil emperors have changed their appearance. Xiaohua understood and asked probingly. Yunche nodded, indeed. Some of the devil monarchs are very powerful, and their strength can reach the 1st stage of Dao transformation. Therefore, it's very difficult for us to distinguish between the devil emperors and devil monarchs in terms of strength. Also, as Reverend Zhou said, the devil monarch who killed the Eternal Peace Mountain by himself should be one of the 3 great devil races besieging the ruins, the zombie race. This devil race sucks the blood essence of humans. Once harmed by the devil race, they won't die immediately. Instead, they will become zombies without blood essence and consciousness under the control of the devil race. These zombies still have magic power in their bodies, and they can also activate magic treasures and formations to help the devil race kill our human race. Of course, the zombie race is the smallest of the 3 great devil races, but they are also the most difficult to defend against. Hearing this, Xiaohua said, even if these zombies under the control of the zombie race aren't killed, they probably won't be able to come back to life, right? Of course. Yunche knew what Xiaohua was worried about, so he explained, although these zombies still have a little bit of consciousness, their true 3 souls and 6 spirits are no longer complete. Unless there's a great expert from the desolate immortal world who can recover their souls from the blood essence devoured by the devil race, the moment the devil race is killed, these zombies will gradually turn into real zombie race devils and harm the cultivators of the ruins again. Therefore, Reverend Zhou, you don't have to worry that killing the entire Eternal Peace Mountain will bring you any trouble. We've done the same in the past. Of course. At this point, Yunche said embarrassedly, like Reverend Zhou, killing all the disciples of the Eternal Peace Mountain in one go has never happened before. However, Reverend Zhou, Yunche said righteously, even if the discussion hall, no, even if the entire ruins makes things difficult for the Fortune Gate and Reverend Zhou, this Yun and the Shindao sect will stand on Reverend Zhao's side and stand with you against a common enemy. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Xiaohua smiled. In his heart, he already understood that this Shindao sect's Yunche naturally came here for official business. But other than official business, he must have something to ask of him. In that case, many thanks for Sect Master Yun's righteousness. Xiaohua smiled and looked at the Eternal Peace Mountain in the distance. He said, however, when this Xiao was killing those damned zombies, I saw that the Eternal Peace Mountain's orthodoxy was not easy to pass down, so I had the intention of finding disciples to pass down. So, I took all the orthodoxies of the Eternal Peace Mountain and prepared to pass them down to disciples. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Yunche immediately raised his right hand and gave him a thumbs up. He praised, Reverend Zhou is really merciful, which is rare in the ruins. Not only did you let the disciples of the Eternal Peace Mountain rest in peace, but you also put in a lot of effort to find their inheritances. Who wouldn't admire you when they hear this? Especially when you're so decisive. If the news of the Eternal Peace Mountain's destruction spreads, there will definitely be wandering cultivators coming to snatch the cultivation technique jade slips. At that time, even if my discussion hall wants to take the Eternal Peace Mountain's inheritance, it won't be possible. Speaking up to here, Yunche thought for a moment and said, Reverend Zhou, please wait a moment. Right now, I'll inform the discussion hall first so that Reverend Zhou can take the initiative. As he spoke, Yunche raised his hand and took out a magic treasure that looked like a pagoda from his summer ring. Along with the incantation, a 3-colored brilliance flew out from the magic treasure. After the brilliance spread out, a cloud of mist dispersed from the brilliance. Inside it was a space that was dozens of meters in size. At this time, a hall appeared in the space. Inside the hall, other than some decorations, there were some neatly arranged jade chairs. However, most of these jade chairs were empty. Only a few of the chairs in front had a few young cultivators sitting on them. Sect Master Yun. In the space, a handsome cultivator seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head to look at Yun Che and asked curiously, "You found out about the news of the Eternal Peace Mountain so quickly?" Sect Master Hua. Yun Che said with a smile, "Admittedly, this Yun came quickly, but is there someone who is even more concerned about the safety of the Eternal Peace Mountain's disciples than this Yun and came earlier than this Yun?" "Oh. Who? Could it be Reverend Xiao Hua?" When Sect Master Hua heard this, he hurriedly stood up from the jade chair and said, "Sect Master Yun, is Reverend Xiao beside you?" "Ha." Yun Che laughed and flashed to the side. He invited Xiao Hua over and said, "Reverend Xiao, this is Sect Master Hua of the Heavy Flow Sect, who is on duty in the discussion hall today." Behind him are Sect Master Shangguan Su of the Immortal Husbandry Sect, Sect Master Zhang Jing of the Hong Hall, and Sect Master Fei Ping of the Jing Fei Mountain. This one is Xiao Hua. "Greetings, Sect Masters." Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Inside the discussion hall, several other cultivators hurriedly stood up and tidied their clothes. Together with Hua Fei, they cupped their hands in greeting and said, "We greet Reverend Xiao." Then, Hua Fei said, "Our discussion hall has admired Reverend Xiao for a long time. When we heard that Reverend Xiao was besieged by the Devil Emperor, we sent several elders to assist the Fortune Gate's disciples in searching for him. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Now that we heard that Reverend Xiao Hua has escaped safely, it is indeed worthy of celebration. This is excellent news for our discussion hall." While Hua Fei was speaking, dark clouds appeared in the air, blurring Hua Fei's words. Yun Che, who was standing beside Xiao Hua, hurried over and said apologetically, "Reverend Xiao, the ruins is now besieged by the Devil Race. Not only is the transmission array controlled by the Devil Race, the other communication channels are also disrupted by the Devil Race. Today, I will report this matter to the discussion hall. When Reverend Xiao comes to the discussion hall, we will meet again." "Good." Xiao Hua nodded and stood beside Yun Che. Yun Che walked to the front of the magic artifact and roughly explained what had happened on the Eternal Peace Mountain. In the end, he said, "In order to kill the Devil Monarch's clone, Reverend Xiao and the Fortune Gate's disciples destroyed the Eternal Peace Mountain's zombie disciples that were under the Devil Race's control. As for the Eternal Peace Mountain's orthodoxy," speaking up to here, Yun Che's finger moved slightly, and the brilliance of the artifact flashed, causing the situation in the conference hall to dim. Yun Che's face was slightly surprised, and he asked loudly, "What? Sect masters want the Fortune Gate's orthodoxy to be passed down?" "Yes, the sect leaders' opinions are quite innovative." "Fine, then this Yun will discuss with Reverend Xiao, and ask Reverend Xiao to stop this matter." Chapter 4132. Sect Master Yun, Sect Master Yun. Hua Fei waved his hand helplessly, "That's not what I meant. I'm just thanking the Fortune Gate's disciples." "Alright, since that's the case, this matter is settled." "Oh. What did Sect Master Hua say?" "I can't hear you clearly." Yun Che muttered to himself. "Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Since the Yong'an Mountain is already like this, there's no need to talk about it anymore. Daoist Xiao has already sent the Fortune Gate's disciples to the Snow/Gate. I'll follow Daoist Xiao." As he spoke, Yun Che reached out and extinguished the light from the magic treasure. When Yun Che held the magic treasure in his hand, he turned around and smiled, "Daoist Xiao, you've seen it for yourself. Sect Master Hua is really indulging in fantasy. He wants the Fortune Gate's Yong'an Mountain to be passed down. However, due to the interference in the communication channel, I think he wants Daoist Xiao to bring the Yong'an Mountain out and impart it to someone. No matter what, I think the main hall's suggestion is good. I hope Daoist Xiao can consider it. Sect Master Hua's suggestion is very creative. This Xiao also feels that it is refreshing to hear. However, since it is the conference hall's request, this Xiao will reluctantly accept." After Xiao Hua finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other and laughed loudly. All right, the matter of the Yong'an Mountain is over. There's no need to talk about it anymore. Yunche smiled and took out a jade slip. He raised his hand and pointed at it. The jade slip emitted a misty green brilliance, and within this brilliance, the images of 21 devil emperors appeared. Yunche solemnly looked at Xiaohua and asked, Spiritual Master, take a look. Which devil emperor is the one that trapped Spiritual Master? Sec Master Yun, please wait a moment. Xiaohua said as his gaze fell on the images of the 21 devil emperors. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua shook his head and replied, the devil emperor I met is not among these 21. AI. Yunche sighed. At this time, he frowned and looked at the magic treasure in his hand. He knew that it was Huafei's message, so he ignored it and said, as expected, every time a devil emperor appears, he changes his body. This is the 22nd one. After saying that, Yunche passed the jade slip to Xiaohua. I'll have to trouble Spiritual Master to record the image of that devil monarch on this jade slip. Xiaohua accepted the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately understood what was going on and recorded the appearance of the devil monarch on the jade slip before returning it to Yunche. Then, he looked at Yunche and said thoughtfully, since the devil monarch wants to trap the ruins, he must have a purpose. If it's just to kill the cultivators of the ruins, there's no need to use so many gimmicks. Every time they appear, they use different devil bodies. I think they're trying to hide their purpose. That's right. Yunche nodded. This is also the reason why my assembly hall has been unable to figure it out for so many years. This is also the other reason why I wanted to meet Daoist Master. I wonder if Daoist Master Xiao has noticed anything strange from the perspective of an outsider? Soul. Xiaohua replied without hesitation, this Xiao feels that the reason why the devil race has surrounded the ruins is for the souls of cultivators. Refining the blood demon artifact? Yunche didn't believe him and shook his head. I also thought so at the beginning. However, the devil race's blood demon artifact is usually sacrificed with the blood of living souls. Every time there's a great battle, the cultivators of the ruins will also pay attention to the matter of blood sacrifice. However, after the great battle, the devil race didn't use the devil formation to refine the blood demon artifact. Even after so many years, we haven't seen a particularly powerful blood demon artifact. But Xiaohua hesitated again. However, he only paused for a moment before continuing. The ruins are filled with wandering souls that can't fall into the yellow springs. For such wandering souls to be trapped in the ruins by the devil race, there must be a premeditated plan. Even if they haven't refined it now, it doesn't mean they won't do it in the future. Maybe they're waiting until they've killed enough cultivators and gathered enough wandering souls before starting to refine it. Yunche was shocked. Could it be that what Lu Wuxia said is true? Misty School's Lu Wuxia, Sect Master Lu? Xiaohua's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. Yunche nodded and said, yes. Previously, I guessed that the reason the devil race surrounded the ruins was to refine the blood demon artifact. But later on, I didn't discover any abnormalities, so I started to think about other things. Sect Master Lu always believed that the devil race's goal was souls, because she used the Misty School's secret technique to detect more and more wandering souls in the ruins. Even the disciples of the various sects with different talents also felt that the wandering souls were abnormal. However, the discussion hall never took this matter seriously. Hearing this, Xiaohua understood that the Dao sect's techniques in the ruins probably didn't have a secret technique that specialized in detecting wandering souls. Normal cultivators wouldn't be able to detect the increasing number of wandering souls in the ruins. And Lu Wuxia, who knew the secret technique, couldn't convince other cultivators, so the discussion hall didn't take the wandering souls seriously at all. Looks like I have to report this matter to the discussion hall as soon as possible. As he spoke, Yunche naturally reached out his hand to activate the magic treasure. However, looking at the flickering light of the magic treasure, Yunche laughed involuntarily and said, forget it, let's wait a little longer. I think that old bastard Huafei must have woken up and wants to go back on his words. We won't give him the chance to go back on his words. That's fine too. Xiaohua said with a smile, since the devil race hasn't started using these wandering souls to refine devil artifacts for so many years, I think they won't in the near future. If we chase the devil race away, they won't have a chance at all. Sect Master Yun also doesn't need to report in such a hurry. Actually, Yin Che changed the topic again and said, although Daoist Xiao and Sect Master Lu both think so, but I don't dare to agree. Oh. Could it be that Sect Master Yun found something strange? Xiao Hua asked curiously. I did find something strange. Yin Che replied, for example, the devil race besieged the ruins. Why did the teleportation formation in the ruins malfunction? If they wanted more cultivators, why didn't they make the teleportation formation work properly and attract more cultivators? Secondly, what exactly is the devil formation that besieges the ruins? If it's a blood sacrifice devil formation, why did the devil race only besiege and not attack? Why did they only seal the connection between the ruins and the outside world and not launch a large-scale attack on the ruins? Sect Master Yun's meaning is? Xiao Hua didn't quite understand. Yin Che explained, the teleportation formations in the ruins that lead to the cultivation world are either built in the void or in the starry sky. There are even many that are hidden extremely well. If they aren't very clear about these teleportation formations, it wouldn't be easy to seal these teleportation formations and even more impossible to destroy the communication channel. Xiao Hua understood and said with a smile, could it be that Sect Master Yin suspects that there are humans in the ruins who are colluding with the devil race? If there are, then they must be experts of the Dao transformation realm. Yin Che nodded slightly. And there are 120 sects in the ruins. I don't know which Dao transformation expert is such a scum. Cooperating with the devil race is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Especially cooperating with the devil emperor. I think there won't be such a stupid cultivator. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Yes. The key point is, if it's for wandering souls, there's even less need for human cultivators to cooperate with the devil race. Yin Che nodded. So following this train of thought, I suspect that the devil race besieged the ruins for so long for other purposes. Yin Che explained again. However, it's not convenient for me to explain this to other fellow Daoists in the ruins. It's not convenient for other fellow Daoists, but it's convenient for me? Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Because this matter involves the purpose of my Shindao sect's establishment in the ruins. It also involves some of the ruins' secrets. If I were to leak this out, it would cause a rift between my Shindao sect and the other sects in the ruins. It would also cause the main hall to be dissatisfied with my Shindao sect. Yin Che did not hide anything from Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback and asked meaningfully, then why did Sect Master Yun tell me? Because this Yun came to find Daoist Xiao to form an alliance with the Fortune Gate. More importantly, I want Daoist Xiao to become my Divine Saber Gate's guest elder. Up until now, Yin Che had finally revealed his true purpose in coming here. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, saying, I'm just an outsider. I only came to the ruins because of an error in the transmission array. When the devil race is defeated and the devil formation surrounding the ruins is removed, I will leave the ruins with the Fortune Gate disciples. Since that's the case, what's the point of forming an alliance with the Shindao sect? There's no value in Sect Master Yun inviting me to be your guest elder. First of all, Yin Che looked at Xiao Hua and said sincerely, Daoist Xiao, don't be too optimistic about defeating the devil race. My ruins and the devil race have been fighting for several hundred years, and Daoist Xiao has been in the ruins for more than a decade. When has the devil race ever shown signs of defeat? The devil formation surrounding the ruins has never made any mistakes. Therefore, I estimate that even if this stalemate continues for another 1,000 years, there might not be any results. What else? Xiao Hua smiled. Could it be related to the Shindao sect's purpose in establishing a sect in the ruins? That's right. Yin Che nodded. My Shindao sect's founder was a disciple of the Supreme White Sect. He naturally came to this remote ruins to establish a sect, and this purpose is only known by each generation's Shindao sect master. And this purpose is very likely to be the same as the devil race surrounding the ruins. Oh. Then, what is your Shandao sect's purpose in coming to the ruins? Xiaohua was even more puzzled. Yunche smiled bitterly. If I knew, would I still need to discuss with Daoist Xiao here? You. Aren't you the Shandao sect master? Xiaohua was shocked. Of course I'm the Shandao sect master. Yunche's face was filled with shame as he replied, but my Shandao sect's purpose in coming to the ruins. I don't know when it was lost. When the previous generation's sect master passed the position of sect master to me, he only said this. As for the specific purpose, he doesn't know either. Damn it, there's such a strange thing. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I can't do anything about it. Yunche replied, after all, it's already lost. Every generation of sect masters used their power to search for it, but there were no clues. And this time, the devil race surrounding the ruins made me think of this matter. After confirming it left and right, I'm even more certain that the devil race and my Shandao sect have the same purpose. Chapter 4133. So. Xiaohua asked, Sect Master Yun is afraid that after the Shandao sect's goal is exposed, there will be a rift between the Shandao sect and the other sects in the ruins, so he wants to form an alliance with my Fortune Gate. He even wants me to join hands with you to resist the threats of the other sects. Indeed. Yunche nodded. The Fortune Gate is now famous in the ruins, and Daoist Zhou's battle with the Devil Emperor has also spread far and wide. Especially Daoist Zhou's 3 friends, they have already become godlike existences in the ruins. If I don't form an alliance with the Fortune Gate, can I find anyone more suitable? Sect Master Yun, this is your ruin's internal affairs. Xiaohua didn't relent. It's not suitable for my Fortune Gate to participate. Actually, Daoist Xiao doesn't need to worry too much. Yunche smiled. The Shandao sect and the Fortune Gate's alliance is just to borrow the Fortune Gate's prestige. My Shandao sect may not necessarily start a war with other sects, and of course, we won't let the Fortune Gate's butcher's knife cut the human race's fellow Daoists. As for Daoist Xiao and his friends, we only need to intimidate the Misty School's Lu Wuxia and the Incense School's Mo Lianxi. Sect Master Yun has a good plan. Xiaohua sighed, looking at the clouds in the sky as if he was thinking. Yunche hurriedly smiled and said, It's nothing, it's just a fox borrowing the tiger's might, please help me. I also don't dare to trust other human cultivators. If I don't deal with them properly, wouldn't I be walking into a trap? But I'm more suspicious. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. Based on Daoist Zhao's background, you're naturally the most suspicious. But Daoist Zhao's friends are the devil race's nemesis. No matter how stupid the devil race is, they wouldn't collude with their natural nemesis, right? That's true. Xiaohua nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. Hearing that Xiaohua had the intention to relent, Yunche struck while the iron was hot. If the Fortune Gate and my Shandao sect ally, and Daoist Xiao becomes my Shandao sect's guest elder, my Shandao sect will definitely provide the Fortune Gate's disciples with a complete cultivation technique. Don't worry, Daoist Master Xiao. My Shandao sect's cultivation method is the real deal. It comes from the Taibai sect and is definitely 100 times better than that of the Yong'an Mountain. Also, if the Devil Clan is defeated in the future and the ruins regains its connection with the outside world, Daoist Master Xiao will have to use the star chart to return to the original realm through the teleportation array. Coincidentally, I have the Taibai sect's latest complete star chart, which can help Daoist Master Xiao. Of course, if Daoist Master Xiao feels that this is not enough, you can also state your conditions. Let's see if my Shandao sect can satisfy you. Is this alliance long-term or short-term? Is the defeat of the demons the limit? Xiaohua asked. Of course, it would be best if it's a long-term one. Yunche said with a smile. But if Spiritual Master Xiao feels that it's too long, a short-term one is fine too. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and felt that this kind of alliance wouldn't bring him any harm. It also didn't require him to make a move on behalf of the Shandao sect. It was just a deterrent effect. The so-called fortune sect's disciples all came from his space. If he felt that something was wrong, he could just put these fortune sect's disciples into his space. He was all alone, so what did he have to fear of the Shindao sect? Moreover, the ruins was the higher realm. Who knew if he would need the help of the Shindao sect or even the Taibai sect in the future? This alliance would only bring him benefits and no harm. Thus, Xiaohua smiled and said, since it's an alliance, then it's good to be long-term. Why do you need to do something short-term? Great. Yunche raised his right hand and smiled. This Yun knows that Daoist Master Xiao is the most forthright. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Sect Master Yun's conditions are very good, but they are all conditions for the alliance. If you want this Xiao to be a guest elder, these conditions are still not enough. Oh. Then what does Daoist Master Xiao need? If my Shindao sect has them, we'll definitely offer them to you with both hands. Yunche didn't put down his hand, and asked with a smile. This. Xiaohua was also a bit speechless. He needed the primordial spirit cultivation technique, and now that he had already obtained the inheritance of the 9 sects, these techniques might not be as high level as the Shindao sects, but he didn't need to cultivate them extremely well. These techniques were already enough. Moreover, the Shindao sect would also provide him with techniques. Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and said with a smile, this Xiao is refining a kind of magic treasure. Currently, I'm lacking the innate mother of earth and innate mother of wood. I wonder if the Shindao sect can provide them? Hearing Xiaohua's words, an extremely strange expression appeared on Yunche's face, and he looked at Xiaohua with a bit of disbelief. What's wrong? Xiaohua rubbed his nose, and said with a smile, could it be that Sect Master Yun feels that this Xiao is asking for too much? No, Yunche hurriedly explained. This Yun didn't mean that. This Yun only felt that. Daoist Xiao becoming my Shindao sect's guest elder was destined by the heavens, and not this Yun's idea on a whim. As he spoke, Yunche took out an octagonal magic treasure that looked like a starfish from his spatial ring. That magic treasure even seemed to be alive, and its antennae slightly trembled. The magic treasure fell in midair, and a kind of water-like fluctuation spread out in all directions. Then, Yunche took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, Daoist Xiao, this is this Yun's magic treasure, phaging. This jade slip contains the simple method of controlling phaging. Take a look at it first, and take away the innate mother of earth. This Yun isn't willing to give this magic treasure to fellow Daoist. How is that possible? Sect Master Yun really has the innate mother of earth? Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. This was the innate mother of earth, and he had searched for so many years without any news. Today, he only wanted to make things difficult for Yunche. How could it appear in front of him so easily? Daoist Xiao. You don't believe this, Yun? Yunche's tone carried a hint of blame, but his eyes were also filled with pride. No. Xiaohua took the jade slip, and used his divine sense to scan it while waving his hand. This Xiao is too surprised. This is the innate mother of earth, a natural object, something this Xiao has always dreamed of. I didn't expect Sect Master Yun to take it out without even blinking an eye. Hee. Yunche laughed. This innate mother of earth was obtained by this old man and Lu Wuxia in the Luo God Forbidden area 3,000 years ago. However, this object is not very useful to this old man's cultivation, and natural objects are not useful to ordinary disciples. If I didn't meet Daoist Xiao today, I'm afraid that in a few hundred years, this old man would have given this object to the Moon Palace. Then, thank you, Sect Master Yun. Xiaohua looked at the jade slip, returned it to Yunche, and thanked him. Yunche waved his hand generously and said, you don't have to be so polite, Daoist Xiao. From now on, you are a guest elder of my Shindao sect, and we are family. This Yun doesn't dare to boast too much, but to say that the Shindao sect is the leader of the Shindao sect, is not an exaggeration. Moreover, my Shindao sect has many treasures, and what I gave Daoist Xiao is nothing. What's more, my Shindao sect is a branch of the White Sect. When Daoist Xiao reaches the 9th level of the Dao transformation realm and rushes into the 9th level of the heavens, this Yun can recommend Daoist Xiao to the White Star realm of the White Sect, which is more likely than the Moon realm. Then this Xiao thanks Sect Master Yun in advance. Xiao Hua smiled and looked at the Feijing that was swimming in the air. Yun Che understood Xiao Hua's meaning. He raised his hand, and the Feijing fell in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua grabbed it and cast a spell. Aoo. The Feijing actually let out a series of howls, and then clouds like bubbles appeared on the surface of the Feijing's body. As the clouds boiled, the Feijing once again emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. The light was so sharp that Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain when he looked at it. Profound green light. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He immediately took out his spatial ring, and his mind and divine sense fell on the light. See. Even though Xiao Hua's divine sense was as condensed as steel, when it fell on the profound green light, it was still easily pierced by this innate treasure. Xiao Hua didn't dare to pay too much attention to his divine sense, and his mind also felt as if it was burning. When Xiao Hua clenched his teeth, the profound green light and clouds in front of him disappeared. Yun Che was dumbfounded. He looked at the ordinary spatial ring in Xiao Hua's hand and said in a low voice, Xiao. Daoist Xiao, your spatial ring can actually store an innate Earth Mother? Ha. Xiao Hua smiled and put away the spatial ring. He nodded and said, this Zhao spatial ring is definitely not an ordinary spatial ring. All right. Yun Che thought that this was Xiao Hua's secret, so he withdrew his gaze from the spatial ring. He took out another spatial ring from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, this is the condition that I promised Daoist Xiao. I ask Daoist Xiao to accept it. This Xiao thanks Sect Master Yun on behalf of the Fortune Gate disciples. Xiao Hua said with a smile as he received the spatial ring. But when he swept his divine sense over the spatial ring, he was stunned. He said in surprise, Sect Master Yun, the things in this spatial ring seem to have increased by quite a bit. Hee. Yun Che said with a smile, this Yun has a request from Daoist Xiao, so naturally I have to show enough sincerity. Since Daoist Xiao is so sincere, this Yun will naturally give this extra to Daoist Xiao. Xiao Hua certainly wouldn't be polite with Yun Che. He took the spatial ring and smacked his lips, saying, the Shindao sect is really rich and imposing. Daoist Xiao is wrong. Yun Che was also in a good mood. He said, it should be our Shindao sect. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded, in the future, my fortune gate can also take advantage of the Shindao sect's glory. Yun Che smiled and flew into the air, saying, let's go. Daoist Xiao, accompany this Yun to the snow/sect and let this Yun see the bravery of the fortune gate disciples. All right. Xiao Hua followed behind Yun Che and said, as long as Sect Master Yun leads the way, this Xiao is born with a poor sense of direction. Poor sense of direction? Yun Che was stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Daoist Xiao is a Dao transformation cultivator, how can you not know the way? Xiao Hua shrugged and said helplessly, there's no other way. This is innate. This Xiao can't explain it clearly. All right, Daoist Xiao, please. Yun Che really hadn't seen a cultivator who couldn't even know the way. At this time, Yun Che's expression changed slightly. He smiled and took out the communication artifact again. Looking at the flashing brilliance on it, he said, Old Hua is anxious. If this was a normal situation, this Yun would ignore him and not look for him again. Today, he kept sending messages, so he must have come to his senses. Saying this, Yun Che formed a seal on the pagoda-shaped communication artifact. The scene of the meeting hall and the clouds appeared again. Without waiting for Hua Fei to speak, Yun Che said with a smile, Old Hua, isn't it the Yong and Mountains orthodoxy? Since you've agreed, don't go back on your word. Yun Che. Hua Fei said in a bad mood, when did this old man say that he would let the fortune gate inherit the Yong and Mountains orthodoxy? You just wanted to give face to Daoist Xiao. Of course, this is nothing. The Yong and mountain is located at the southwest border. Their cultivation technique is very strange and ordinary cultivators may not be able to cultivate it. If this matter is not brought up in the meeting hall, no one will think too much about it. Thank you, Sect Master Hua. Yun Che was in a good mood. He cupped his hands and smiled. This old man is looking for you for another matter. Hua Fei waved his hand and said with a strange expression. Yun Che was surprised and asked curiously, what is it? When Sect Master Yun turned off the communication artifact, the meeting hall received news that the devil race is going to attack the Xianxia peak. However, this news hasn't been confirmed yet. Hua Fei replied indifferently, this will want Sect Master Yun to stay away from the Xianxia peak. Unfortunately, Sect Master Yun's communication artifact has been turned off. The devil race is going to invade our Shindao sect? Yun Che frowned in disbelief. How is this possible? Hua Fei nodded, exactly. This Hua also doesn't dare to believe it, so I've already sent my disciples to investigate. However, if this news is true, then, it's time for the devil race to reveal their true intentions. The final battle is probably not far away. Chapter 41-34. Alright, that's why I'm looking for you. Sect Master Yun, you can make your own decision. After saying that, Hua Fei quickly closed the communication channel without any delay. Sect Master Yun? Xiao Hua reminded, it's better to believe it than not. Sect Master should return to the Xianxia peak to take a look. There's no need. Yun Che waved his hand and said, if the devil race dared to invade my Shindao sect, they would have already invaded the ruins. If I'm not mistaken, this news is fake. We should go to the snow/school. Xiao Hua didn't fly forward and said with a smile, Sect Master Yun, don't forget the tragedy of Mount Yong'an and the snow/school. If the devil race really wants to attack the Shindao sect, it won't be good if Sect Master Yun doesn't stay on the Xianxia peak. Hearing Xiao Hua's advice and thinking about the tragedy of Mount Yong'an, Yun Che was a little hesitant. He thought for a while and said embarrassedly, I just formed an alliance with the Fortune Gate. Now that the Fortune Gate is helping the snow/school, it's not appropriate for me to not go. Besides, I promised Spiritual Master Xiao. Hee, Sect Master Yun, you don't have to make it difficult. Xiao Hua said with a smile, snow/school has a few good friends and hundreds of thousands of disciples. There shouldn't be any trouble. I just want to accompany Sect Master Yun to take a look. Actually, I have other things to do. Since Sect Master Yun doesn't want to go, I won't go either. Oh. Spiritual Master Xiao, what else do you want? Yun Che was grateful that Xiao Hua gave him a way out. He didn't think that Xiao Hua would give him an answer. Who would have thought that Xiao Hua would reply without hesitation, this Xiao has always wanted to visit the Misty Sect in Ping River. Unfortunately, this Xiao had just arrived at the southwest border when I had a battle with the Devil Emperor. Now, I have come to Mount Yong'an. Now that I finally have some free time, I'm going to Ping River. Heh. A strange expression appeared on Yun Che's face. He blinked his eyes and said with a helpless expression, Spiritual Master Xiao, the moment you came to the ruins, you wanted to visit Lu Wuxia. Are you looking down on me and Mo Lianxi? Or are you after Sect Master Lu's beauty? That Lu Wuxia is even prettier than the sect leader of Yong'an Mountain. Ugh. Xiao Hua was originally a little confused by Yun Che's expression, but after hearing Yun Che's words, the image of a beautiful woman's curvaceous figure unconsciously appeared in his mind. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Sect Master Yun must be joking. When this Xiao heard the name of the Misty School, this Xiao didn't know the name of the Misty School's sect master, much less that Lu Wuxia was a female cultivator. Looks like Spiritual Master Xiao really has some other secrets. Yun Che smiled mysteriously and waved his hand. Since that's the case, this Yun won't ask anymore. Let's go. I was just about to take the teleportation array. Since you have no sense of direction, we can travel together. When we reach there, I will find a Shindao sect disciple to accompany you to Ping River. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands. Thank you for your trouble, Secmaster Yun. Then, the two of them moved and turned into rainbows in mid-air as they flew towards a certain place. More than 10 days later, on top of a towering mountain range, in a lush forest, Xiaohua flew out with a female disciple wearing a clean Daoist robe. That female disciple's appearance wasn't particularly beautiful, but her brows were filled with elegance and there was also a kind of purity in her eyes. As soon as the two of them flew out of the forest, that disciple respectfully pointed into the distance and said, "Senior Xiao, 1,000 miles ahead of us is the mountain gate of my fragrant cult. There are no teleportation arrays that can be used within this distance. I will have to trouble Senior to fly there with this junior." "No problem," Xiaohua said with a smile. "There are many teleportation arrays in the ruins. It only takes a few days to travel a few million miles. The realm this old man is in doesn't have any teleportation arrays. If you want to travel a million miles, you either have to use a flying magic tool or fly there yourself. This 1,000 miles is just a stroll in the park for this old man." At this point, Xiaohua was slightly stunned, as if he had thought of something. The woman pursed her lips and said with a smile, "There are also benefits to not having a teleportation array. Frequently using the flying technique is extremely good for condensing true qi. I presume that Daoist's unpredictable divine ability is cultivated from these subtle aspects." "That's right, Bo Yun," Xiaohua said. "In the realm this old man is in, there are often some flying demonic beasts that can be used. However, in this old man's ruins, not only are there no flying demonic beasts, there aren't even demonic beasts used by cultivators." "Shoo." Hearing Xiaohua's question, the female disciple of the Misty School named Bo Yun's expression changed slightly. She whispered, "Senior Xiao, please no. The ruins are in the cultivation world that belongs to the Moon God Palace. Moon beasts hate demonic beasts, so there aren't many demonic beasts in the ruins. Except for some low-level demonic beasts that can be hunted by my Dao sect disciples and obtain demonic cores, there aren't many demonic beasts that are particularly powerful. As for the Taibai astral realm that is closest to the Moon God Palace, according to what this junior knows, there are many demonic beasts. The Dao sect cultivators there can cultivate together with the demonic beasts and fight together. There are even many wonderful legends." Sweat. Seeing a string of little stars appear in Bo Yun's eyes, Xiaohua immediately understood what this little girl was thinking, so he coughed a few times and said, "Miss Bo, please lead the way." "Yes, this junior understands." Bo Yun stuck out her tongue and hurriedly urged the cloud to rush in front of Xiaohua. However, it was only a moment before she made a fuss again. "Oh, this junior forgot to send a message to the sect master. Senior Xiao is such a famous cultivator, if I don't send a message, it will break the etiquette." Saying that, Bo Yun hurriedly raised her hand and was about to take out the communication talisman from the summer ring on her finger. When Xiaohua heard about etiquette, he felt a headache coming. He hurriedly stopped her and said, "Miss Bo, this old man hates etiquette the most. It's better if you don't send a message." It turns out that Senior Xiao also hates etiquette. When Bo Yun heard this, her face lit up with joy. "Me too." When this junior was young, every time a senior came to visit Ping River, this junior had to stand in the air with a group of sisters to greet them. No matter if it was windy or raining, or if it was under the sun, I couldn't use my magic power. There were several times when my sister's skin was tanned. "That's right," Xiaohua said with a smile. "A visit is just a visit, why make it so grand? Then this junior won't send a message." Bo Yun stuck out her tongue with a smile. "Otherwise, once senior leaves, there might be young disciples slandering senior behind your back. It seems like you did this a lot when you were young." Xiaohua smiled and pointed at Bo Yun. I accidentally exposed myself," Bo Yun said with a bit of coquettishness, "but when we arrive at the sect, senior has to explain for this junior that it was senior who didn't want to send a message. Let's go." Xiaohua unfolded his Daoist robe and a gust of wind wrapped around Bo Yun's thin figure. He said, "With your dilly-dallying like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to fly home even if it's dark today." Gidge. Sensing her body moving like lightning, Bo Yun actually giggled. She knew that Xiaohua was joking with her. 1,000 miles of land was covered in just a moment. When more than 10 large cities appeared on the ground in the distance, Xiaohua knew that this must be the Misty School. Xiaohua's figure stopped in the air. His gaze swept across the ground, and his eyes actually revealed a trace of surprise. Xiaohua's figure was a boundless mountainous area. On the mountainous area, there were more than 10 cities with different shapes. Between these cities, there was a river that separated them. Above the river, there was a mist that looked like it was evaporating. Looking at these more than 10 large cities, they were built with large bluestone stones. The bluestone stones were engraved with runes. These runes emitted various colors of brilliance under the sun. Although it was faint, as the brilliance flashed, an obscure fluctuation attracted countless amounts of world's origin chi to descend. All of the large cities were shrouded in a layer of faint mist. Under the mist, there were tens of thousands of different forms of the world. Whether it was an endless stream of horses and carriages, or a weaving stream of people, it was noisy and bustling. Xiaohua didn't open his illusion breaker eyes. He only used his divine sense to sweep across. He had already sensed that the world's origin chi within a few thousand miles was abnormally dense. Not only was the world's origin chi of water flowing on the ground like water dragons, even the large cities had a dense earth origin chi of heaven and earth like a black turtle nailed to the ground. A kind of majestic feeling was born out of thin air, as if a giant mountain was standing in front of Xiaohua's eyes. See. Xiaohua's Misty School's sect protecting array actually gave him the feeling of seeing a mountain peak on the flat ground. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He thought to himself, the Misty School's array is indeed powerful. This water flow should be a transformation of the innate divine restriction array. Those large cities are also the structure of the Earth Clan's soul condensing array. Of course, these two arrays can't be considered complete. They aren't even 30% of the divine restriction array. However, the Misty School was able to ingeniously combine these two arrays. It is really rare. The Misty School is indeed worthy of being one of the 3 great schools of the ruins. I just don't know, is this Misty School related to the Misty School in this Zhou's memory? Boom boom boom. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, dazzling sparks flew out from the large cities at the same time. These sparks landed in the air and transformed into the words, "Welcome Spiritual Master Xiao to the Misty School." Then, woo woo. There was a burst of sobbing sound of water. Water vapor flew out from the Ping River. This water vapor rushed into the air and burst open. Within 100 miles, petals condensed from water vapor flashed under the sunlight, sparkling and translucent. In the end there is still a guard of honor. Seeing this, how could Xiaohua not know that this was the Misty School welcoming him? He also understood in his heart that since he left the Misty School's teleportation array, even if Bo Yun didn't send a message, how could the disciple guarding the teleportation array not report his whereabouts to the school? Moreover, he didn't see any patrolling disciples along the way, so of course they were deliberately avoiding him. Following a burst of music from the central city, a waterfall that was several miles long flew out from the city. This waterfall was like a grassland blown by the spring wind. Grass and flowers were born from the waterfall and quickly spread out in the air. In the blink of an eye, it landed below Xiaohua's feet. At the same time, a voice that was even more beautiful than the music came from the waterfall. Misty School's Lu Wuxia greets Spiritual Master Xiao. Chapter 4135. Then, without waiting for the sound to dissipate, countless grass and flowers flew out from the waterfall and gathered in the air to form a human figure more than 10 zhang tall. The human figure slowly shrank. The grass turned into white skin, and the flowers turned into a spring beauty. In just the blink of an eye, a charming woman wearing colorful clothes appeared in front of Xiaohua. Her lips were slightly curled, and she had a faint smile on her face. The woman's gaze landed on the somewhat dumbstruck Xiaohua's face. Then, she smiled sweetly. This smile was unparalleled. It was as if a group of butterflies had spread their wings from the corner of the woman's eyebrows, taking away the color of the entire world. Behind the woman, the flowers and plants were moving and clouds were being born. Some men and women of different ages were dressed in different clothes. Their faces were filled with curiosity as their gazes fell on Xiaohua's body. Sect Master Lu. Xiaohua was a little absent-minded, and almost stuttered. But in an instant, he shook his head and came to his senses. A wry smile appeared on his face as he cupped his hands and said, "Fortune Gates Xiaohua greets Sect Master Lu. But Sect Master Lu's joke is a little too big." Hee. The woman's lips trembled slightly as she replied, "I know that Daoist Xiao doesn't like etiquette, so I didn't dare to make it public. But since Daoist Xiao is coming to my Misty School for the first time, how can I not leave a deep impression on Daoist Xiao?" "All right." Xiaohua smiled, "Sect Master Lu has left a deep impression on me. I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to forget." "That's good." Lu Wuxia stretched out her hand, and a cloud-like handkerchief appeared, covering her mouth. She raised her other hand and said, "These are my Misty School's elders and hall masters." When they heard that the famous Daoist Xiao was coming, they were all excited and came out to welcome him. "I had no choice but to bring them here. I am Xiaohua, greetings fellow Daoists." Xiaohua naturally couldn't be negligent, and greeted everyone with a smile. "We greet Daoist Xiao." Seeing that Xiaohua was extremely humble, which was very different from his reputation, the group of cultivators were also happy and bowed. First, a simple greeting. "I'll continue later." Lu Wuxia's voice sounded very graceful, but her tone was unquestionable. "Spiritual Master Xiao, please come with me." "Sect Leader Lu, please." Xiaohua raised his hand, and a series of chimes rang out. The flowers and plants in the air swayed, and Xiaohua, Lu Wuxia, and the rest landed in the center of the city. Under the clouds and mist, the scenery in the city was naturally different from what one could see outside. The palaces, pavilions, and flowers were all incomparably exquisite. The male and female disciples flying around in the scenery were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They were even more beautiful than in a painting. When Xiaohua landed, there was another huge palace. There weren't many decorations in this palace, and there weren't any ordinary tables. There were only all kinds of spirit herbs and spirit flowers. Even the walls of the palace were painted with countless strange flowers and plants. It was really a kingdom of flowers. Looking at the sky above the palace, there was a rising sun hanging high in the sky, and layers of clouds floating in the sky. A cool breeze brushed past one's face, and bursts of flower fragrance assailed one's nostrils. Xiaohua looked around and sighed. "Sect Leader Lu, this Xiao has guessed countless times what it would be like to enter the Misty School, but I've never thought that the Misty School would be like this." "Oh. Why did Spiritual Master Xiao guess countless times? Could it be that Spiritual Master Xiao has long wanted to come to my Misty School?" Lu Wuxia's two innocent eyes stared at Xiaohua with a puzzled expression. Xiaohua smiled. "Indeed. I won't hide it from Sect Leader Lu, this Xiao also has a Misty School in this Xiao's memory. However, this Xiao doesn't remember what that Misty School looks like. So when this Xiao heard that there was a Misty School in ruins, this Xiao naturally wanted to come and visit Sect Leader Lu. So that's how it is." Lu Wuxia nodded and asked probingly. "But, looking at Spiritual Master Zhao's expression, it seems like you're disappointed?" "There's disappointment, but there's also a pleasant surprise." Xiaohua smiled. Ping Zhang's Misty School doesn't seem to be the Misty School that this Xiao was looking for. However, Sect Leader Lu's Misty School has opened this Zhao's eyes. Hee, that's good." Lu Wuxia covered her mouth and smiled again. She looked around and said, "Spiritual Master Xiao, other than coming to see if my Misty School is the Misty School in Spiritual Master Zhao's memory, is there anything else?" "Naturally, I want to exchange my cultivation with Sect Leader Lu. I hope that Sect Leader Lu's experience can give this Xiao some enlightenment." Xiaohua smiled and replied, "It's inevitable that we'll interact with each other. I heard that Spiritual Master Xiao came from outside the realm, so I've always wanted to visit. Later, I heard that the Fortune Gates disciples are brave and good at fighting, much stronger than the disciples of ruins, so I'm even more envious." Lu Wuxia said again. However, before that, the elders and hall masters have many questions that they want to ask spiritual master Xiao. I hope that spiritual master Xiao will not be stingy with his guidance. After saying that, Lu Wuxia waved her hand and dozens of flower buds appeared in the hall. These flower buds bloomed, revealing a pink jade chair. Lu Wuxia smiled and said, "Spiritual master Xiao, please sit." Sect leader Lu, please. Xiao Hua politely raised his hand and the two of them sat down. The elders and hall masters of the Misty School also sat down. Xiao Hua looked around and said with a smile, "Hee, fellow Daoists, please speak. This Xiao will tell you everything he knows." Spiritual master Xiao, which realm did you come from? A woman hurriedly said. This concubine heard that spiritual master came from the 3 continents, but this concubine searched the moon god realm, Taibai star realm, Gingri morning realm and other nearby realms, but there seems to be no record of the 3 continents. Fellow Daoist's first question has stumped this Xiao. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This Xiao was originally teleporting, but the teleportation channel suddenly changed. This Xiao came out of the collapsed teleportation channel with great difficulty, but was already in the ruins. This Xiao doesn't know where the 3 continents are, and where the ruins are. Why is this Xiao doing his best to fight against the devil race with the disciples of ruins? It's because I want to quickly find the teleportation formation to return to the 3 continents. So spiritual master Xiao is already lost. An even prettier female cultivator said with a smile. However, if spiritual master Xiao doesn't know where the 3 continents are, how can you find the teleportation formation? Without the teleportation formation, with spiritual master Zhao's strength at the 9th stage of the Dao transformation realm, it's impossible for him to not get lost while flying in the starry sky. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile, this Xiao knows all this, but it's hard to leave one's homeland. If there's a trace of opportunity, this Xiao will look for it. Even if this Xiao fails, this Xiao will still try. Also, an older male cultivator asked again, spiritual master Xiao, it said that when you came to the ruins, you seemed to be alone. How did you suddenly get 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples? What kind of spatial magic treasure do you have in your hand that can hold so many people? This. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. He said with a smile, this Zhao's magic treasure is called Kunlun mirror. Clear sky mirror. It's really this supreme treasure? How is this possible? Before Xiao Hua could speak, the group of Misty School cultivators couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Even Lu Wuxia's eyes revealed a strange look. After the group of cultivators recovered from their shock, they looked at Lu Wuxia, obviously afraid of something. Lu Wuxia raised her hand and pointed at the ground. Countless tender leaves flew out and turned into a green whirlwind that covered the entire hall. Then, Lu Wuxia asked softly, spiritual master Xiao, do the 3 continents belong to the Wenchang sage domain or the heavens equal Dao realm? You. Which supreme treasure is this? Where did you get it from? Wenchang sage domain? Heavens equal Dao realm? Xiao Hua was stunned. He knew where these 2 realms were. He smiled and said, everyone is wrong. I's magic treasure is the heaven-raising mirror. It has nothing to do with the Kunlun mirror or the clear sky mirror. As he said that, Xiao Hua circulated his magic power, and the Kunlun mirror emitted a faint yellow light. Oh. Looking at the Kunlun mirror's light, Lu Wuxia's eyes revealed a look of understanding. She smiled and said, so it's not a divine item like the Kunlun mirror or the clear sky mirror. You really gave I a fright. That's. Xiao Hua kept the Kunlun mirror and said with a smile, I's just a Dao actualization realm cultivator. How could I get such a divine item? But. Xiao Hua's tone changed again, and he said curiously, in my 3 continents, there seems to be a legend of the Kunlun mirror and the clear sky mirror. But these 2 divine items seem to be 2 different things. Everyone, why did you call out 2 names when you saw this inconspicuous magic treasure of mine? This. The group of cultivators hesitated again. Lu Wuxia thought for a while and said with a smile, "From what I know, the Wenchang Sage domain has the clear sky mirror, and the heavens equal Dao realm has the Kunlun mirror. These two are supreme treasures of the realm. But these two supreme treasures are exactly the same. Even their power and effects are the same. The two realms have caused many waves because of this." Daoist Xiao suddenly took out a spatial magic treasure that is similar to these two supreme treasures. Naturally, I was shocked. Sigh, Daoist Xiao, I really hope that you came from these two realms. Just by relying on the supreme treasures of the realms, I'm afraid that you can scare the devil race away. Unfortunately, my ruins is just an extremely remote corner of the cultivation world. I see. Xiao Hua smiled. Although he understood why the cultivators of the Misty School called the Kunlun Mirror by two names, he was even more confused. In the hidden Immortal continent, the Kunlun Mirror was clearly the Kunlun Mirror, and the Clear Sky Mirror was clearly the Clear Sky Mirror. Although Xiao Hua had never seen what the Clear Sky Mirror looked like, looking at Sun Jian's appearance, these two magic treasures were probably different. Of course, what made Xiao Hua even more confused was that he clearly had the Kunlun Mirror in his hand, and the Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Palace also had the Clear Sky Mirror. Why were there also the Clear Sky Mirror and the Kunlun Mirror in the Wenchang Sage domain and the Heavens Equal Dao realm? Could it be that the one in his hand was a fake? Forget it, forget it. I don't care if it's fake or not. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua smiled. He didn't have any foundation. Obtaining such a magic treasure was already extremely lucky. Who cared if it was real or not? Chapter 4136. Hearing Lu Wuxia's words, Xiao Hua smiled and said to Lu Wuxia, "Sect Master Lu, don't be impatient. Although there aren't any famous cultivators in the ruins, the unity of the cultivators in the ruins is what we rely on the most. Hundreds of sects will work together to resist the demons. If 1 year isn't enough, then 10 years, then 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. As long as one of us is alive, as long as this person is still alive, we won't let the demons take a single step into the ruins." Good. Lu Wuxia clapped her hands and praised, "Our human race has such integrity as Daoist Xiao said. We will definitely be able to keep the demons out of the ruins." "Sect Master Lu, you flatter me." Xiao Hua said humbly, "This Xiao is just saying." On the front line of the war, the disciples of the ruins used their blood and lives to carry out the mission. They are the true integrity of the human race. That's right, Daoist Xiao is right. Lu Wuxia said in admiration, "I have always been thinking and hoping that the Moon God Palace or other realms would be able to help us. However, I didn't expect that the one who can truly resist the demons is ourselves." Lu Wuxia asked again, "That's right, I also have a question. Who was the demon emperor that trapped Daoist Xiao that day? What about the fierce battle that day? Can Daoist Xiao tell us in detail?" "Of course." Xiao Hua nodded and told them about the fierce battle at the White Cloud Monastery. Finally, after some thought, he also told them about the battle at Mount Yong'an. The cultivators were dumbfounded. After all, they had heard of the strength of the zombies and had even fought against the demons of the zombies. However, they had never seen a demon emperor that could turn all the disciples of Mount Yong'an into zombies. The death of hundreds of thousands of disciples was nothing in their eyes. However, when they thought of hundreds of thousands or millions of disciples being controlled by a witch and doing things they didn't know, these cultivators couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Their expressions changed slightly. Seeing this, Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. "It's said that a foot-tall demon is 10 feet tall. However, demons are demons, and we humans are humans. Humans have hot-bloodedness, humanity, ambition, and fighting spirit. This is something that the demons can't compare to. Even though the zombies are powerful, they are nothing before the fighting spirit of the human race and the divine abilities of the Daoist cultivators. With the help of a few of my good friends and Shindao Sect Master Yun, the matter of Yong'an Mountain was easily settled. If it were you, it would have been the same." "That's right." Lu Wuxia quickly chimed in with a smile. Our Misty School has long passed down a secret technique. As long as you cultivate it, you won't be taken advantage of by the zombies. At this point, Lu Wuxia's eyebrows turned and she asked curiously, why is Yunche also going to Mount Yong'an? Why didn't he come to Pingjiang? Sect Master Yun is in a hurry to return to the sect. Judging from Lu Wuxia's tone, it sounded like she was on good terms with Yunche. Xiaohua couldn't help but recall Yunche's earlier tone. Xiaohua smiled thoughtfully and said, the assembly hall has received news that the devil race might launch a large-scale attack on High Dawn Peak. How is that possible? Lu Wuxia smiled. Yunche's worries are groundless. If the devil race attacks High Dawn Peak, they'll reveal their true intentions. Our ruins and the devil race will have to fight to the death, and the current situation doesn't seem to have reached that stage yet. This Xiao thinks so too. Xiaohua nodded. But at this time, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. It was as if a giant hand had thrown the entire Pingjiang into a pot of boiling water. Xiaohua's expression changed greatly. He looked at Lu Wuxia in disbelief. A trace of understanding flashed through Lu Wuxia's eyes. She hurriedly raised a hand and pointed. A dark green brilliance rushed into the top of the hall. Then, as if the color had faded, the sunlight and white clouds in the hall disappeared with a whoosh. A sky covered in devil clouds suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A diversion. Xiaohua couldn't help but tremble. At this point, how could he not know what the devil race was planning? The demon race had spread the news that they were going to attack the Godly Knife faction. They had secretly sent their army to Ping River. While the attention of the conference hall was focused on the Xianxia Peak, they were going to attack the Misty Sect. Moreover, Xiaohua really admired his own luck. If he had stayed at Yong'an Mountain, or followed Yunche to Shendao's sect, it would have been fine. But he just had to come to Misty School, and just had to encounter the devil race besieging Pingjiang. Looking at Lu Wuxia again, it was only a moment of surprise before her eyes flashed with a stern look. She calmly said, it's actually the time for a decisive battle. This sect master has underestimated the devil race. Although they don't have any humanity, they also have brains. Normal cultivators know how to make a diversion, but there aren't many who can use it so well. Many elders of my discussion hall, sect master. It seems like we have to face the wall and reflect on our mistakes again. Everyone. We're here. The cultivators of Misty School all stood up and bowed in response. Lu Wuxia slowly stood up. Her eyes looked at the devil figures in the sky, and her tone was abnormally stern as she said, the devil race attacked my Misty School with the intention of establishing their power. They want to eliminate my Misty School from Pingjiang. If we want to live, if we don't want to become the devil race's puppet, we have to fight with our lives on the line. Although the devil race's attack was sudden and caught us unprepared, how can the devil race underestimate our Misty School after so many years of fighting experience? How can we let the devil race succeed? Especially, the heavens sent Daoist Zhou, who is feared by the devil race, to Pingjiang. With Daoist Zhou and this sect master here, even if the devil race's devil emperor personally comes, you all don't have to worry. Everyone, this sect master won't say any more superfluous words. If you want to live, you have to kill the devil race. The more you kill, the more likely you will be able to survive this war. Kill. Kill. The cultivators naturally understood the importance of this battle, and didn't need Lu Wuxia to say anything. However, when Lu Wuxia specifically mentioned Xiaohua's name, the cultivators' eyes lit up. Not to mention the Fortune Gate's lightning boat's power, who knew how many devils they had killed in the past 10 years. Xiaohua being able to fight against the Devil Emperor for more than 10 years and still survive was enough to make them feel at ease and excited. Following that, the cultivators left one after another. Obviously, Lu Wuxia had already made arrangements, and she didn't need to personally instruct them on how to attack. Daoist Zhou. Lu Wuxia's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the devil clouds covering 10,000 li of Pingjiang. Moreover, the devil qi within the devil clouds flickered with blood-red light. She said, in today's battle, we will need Daoist Zhou's lightning power to resist the devil race. If we can block the devil race outside Pingjiang, my Misty School will definitely reward you handsomely. There's no need to say such polite words. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, since this Xiao has mistakenly entered the ruins, and now that this Xiao has arrived at the Misty School, this Xiao is going to kill the devil race. This is the mandate of heaven, and it's an action that benefits both sides. There's no need to ask for anything in return. All right. Daoist Xiao, please come with me. Wuxia raised her hand, and a light projection appeared in the sky. If there is a devil emperor leading the army, I hope Daoist Xiao can help. Xiaohua nodded and rushed out of the hall with the light projection. However, Xiaohua had only flown a few feet when he suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and asked curiously, Sect Master Lu, this Xiao has something that I don't understand, please enlighten me. Daoist Xiao, please speak. Wuxia was a little absent-minded as she released her divine sense to check the surroundings. Xiaohua also released his divine sense and asked, previously, this Xiao found something strange in the Eternal Peace Mountain. The Eternal Peace Mountain Sect Master might not be in the Dao Transformation Realm, but what about his seniors? Don't tell me none of them are in the Dao Transformation Realm? If they had a little bit of foundation, they wouldn't have been killed by a devil emperor, right? Of course, the Eternal Peace Mountain Sect is a small sect in the southwest and may not have any outstanding talents. However, the Misty School is a large sect in the ruins. Could it be that Sect Master Lu is the only one who can deal with a devil emperor? What about the other seniors of your sect? As he spoke, Wuxia's beautiful eyes fell from the demonic clouds in the sky. She looked deeply at Xiaohua and replied, could it be that the seniors of the 3 continents, after reaching the 9th stage of the Dao Transformation Realm, they all stayed in the sect? This. Xiaohua frowned. He really didn't know how to answer this question. After all, he was only a low-level cultivator on the Dawn Rain continent and didn't know much about the foundation of the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, from the powerful divine sense that flashed from the Imperial Thunder Sect, Xiaohua knew that the Imperial Thunder Sect definitely had elders at the nascent Soul Realm and above who stayed in the Sky Thunder Peak. Of course, if the elders reached the Dao Transformation Realm and were about to undergo tribulation, they would naturally go to the immortal world and not stay in the sect. As for the hidden immortal continent, there was no such thing as a sect for Dao sect cultivators. High-level cultivators should go to the Penglai immortal realm. The situation of these 2 places was completely different from the ruins. There was no comparison. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua replied, if the seniors of the 3 continents reach the 9th stage of the Dao Transformation Realm, they naturally can't stay in the sect. They have to go to places like the Moon God Palace to continue cultivating. As for those seniors who can't break through to the 9th stage of the Dao Transformation Realm, they can stay in the sect. I see. Wuxia nodded and said, I understand. The 3 continents have abundant qi of heaven and earth, so the management of the realms is lax. That's why these seniors stay in the sect. However, the ruins is an extremely remote place in the cultivation world under the jurisdiction of the Moon God Palace. Any seniors who break through to the 9th stage of the Dao Transformation Realm have to go to the Moon God Palace to be selected. It's best if they can enter the Moon God Palace, but if they can't return and have to go to other realms to find opportunities. As for those seniors who can't break through, the Moon God Palace has strict rules. They can't stay in their original sect for too long. Actually, there's no need for these rules. The resources in the ruins are limited. High-level seniors consume 10 times or even 100 times more resources than ordinary disciples. For the sake of the younger disciples, these seniors usually leave the ruins. I understand. Xiaohua sighed. This sacrifice is respectable. However, in times of crisis, when the devil race invades, they can't help the sect escape. There's no need to borrow the power of the seniors in the sect. Wuxia answered indifferently. If the ruins can't even get rid of the encirclement of such a small devil race, then, even if the ruins are destroyed, so what? Chapter 41-37. Listening to Wuxia's indifference and resolute determination, Xiaohua sighed. The position of sect master wasn't a position that any random cultivator could assume. Thinking of Xiong Yi, Sun Jian, and Lu Wuxia, Xiaohua knew that he wasn't the kind of person who could judge the situation and treat the Fortune Gate's disciples as mere pawns. After Lu Wuxia finished speaking, she didn't say anything else and looked up at the sky. In the time it took for her to say a few words, the devilish clouds covering the sky changed even more. Previously, the devilish clouds were mixed with traces of blood, but now, not only did the devilish clouds completely cover the sky, the entire Ping River was even darker than the night sky. Even the traces of blood had turned into a blood river, flowing freely within the devilish clouds. The strange thing was that the blood river emitted a dazzling blood-red light, reflecting the darkness and making it seem even more bloody. One could actually see vengeful spirits and devils within the blood-red light. The devils were densely packed, more numerous than the mud and sand in the Ping River. Moreover, these devils were emitting strange roars. The roars were different from the roars of wandering souls, but they were equally frightening. Xiaohua lowered his head to look at the Misty School. At this time, the Misty School's sect-protecting Grand Formation had been activated. Layers of dazzling treasure-like lights bloomed in the dozen or so cities. These treasure-like lights soared into the sky, looking like holy flowers. However, at the core of these flowers, there was the shape of a raccoon. Of course, these raccoons weren't complete, but the petals of these flowers were unusually swaying. Within the treasure-like lights of the sect-protecting Grand Formation, there were huge flower-like streams flowing out. Xiaohua understood that this was the purest earth-attributed origin energy. The treasure-like lights of the dozen or so cities had already intertwined with each other, and the crystal-like objects were also circulating between the sect-protecting Grand Formation. Every time they made a full circle, they would soar one zhang into the sky. At the same time, the ground would rumble, and a powerful, heavy, and invincible attack would soar into the sky. Not only that, the Ping River between the dozen or so cities was also different from before. Sparkling and translucent pythons were born from the Ping River. Following the flickering of the treasure-like lights above the cities, they also flowed rhythmically within the Clan Earth-Soul Consolidating Formation. Every time they made a full circle, the extremely soft water-attributed origin energy of the world would become denser, and the light blue brilliance would also become brighter. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the entire Ping River seemed to have fused into one, perfectly protecting the entire Misty School. A kind of reassuring aura gradually diffused under the treasure-like light. Weng weng. When the treasure-like light of the Clan Earth-Soul Consolidating Formation soared 100 zhang into the sky, it slowly stopped. The entire treasure-like light slowly rotated again, and the entire ground shook greatly. Then, under Xiaohua's stupefied gaze, the dozen or so cities slowly rose from the ground and soared into the sky. Not only did the cities fly out, but they also gradually changed in the treasure-like light, and finally turned into a fortress. And inside this fortress, all of the Misty School's disciples held their treasures and stood in various places. Their faces were solemn, and their hearts were filled with determination to face the demon race. Under the city, the dozen or so huge pits once again let out a different kind of rumbling sound. Dozens of water-attributed origin energy of the world condensed into liquid form rushed out, roaring as they transformed into leopards. Dozens of winnowing basket heart cleansing formations quickly took shape. Moreover, these dozens of winnowing basket heart cleansing formations slowly expanded in all directions, fusing together with the python from before. The entire ground emitted a dazzling water blue brilliance, and this brilliance shot straight towards the blood-colored formation in the sky. Damn, this is really a big deal. Xiaohua's mouth was a bit dry. Although he was proficient in the Clan Earth-Soul Consolidating Formation and the Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Formation, he had never seen an entire sect that spanned several thousand li into two formations. At this time, he also understood why the Misty School was not built on top of a mountain. How is it? Beside him, Lu Wuxia looked at Xiaohua's expression and did not forget to ask arrogantly, "Can my Misty School's sect-protecting formation withstand the demon race's invasion?" Ha ha ha, if this Clan Earth-Soul Consolidating Formation and the Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Formation cannot withstand the demon race's invasion, then I don't think there is any other sect in the ruins that can withstand the demon race's invasion. At this time, how could Xiaohua extinguish Lu Wuxia's fighting spirit? Oh. Daoist Xiao also knows about the clan Earth Soul Consolidating Formation and the Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Formation. A trace of surprise flashed through Lu Wuxia's eyes, but after this surprise, there was a kind of ecstasy. Xiaohua smiled and nodded, of course. Then, Lu Wuxia's breathing became a bit hurried again. She lowered her voice and asked, how does it compare to Daoist Zhou's capital star formation? Lu Wuxia's words did not sound very methodical, as if she did not have a head or a brain, but Xiaohua understood the meaning behind her words. He smiled and said, if Master Lu is willing, this Xiao can teach these two formations, just like the capital star formation to the Misty School. Great. Lu Wuxia understood that Xiaohua was talking about the Misty School and not Lu Wuxia. She knew that this was a kind of trade, and the Misty School had to pay a price to obtain it. However, she was still wild with joy. Once these demons are defeated, my Misty School will pay a price that will satisfy Daoist Xiao. Boom. What was even more shocking than Lu Wuxia's determination was the simultaneous explosion in the sky. Even people as strong as Xiaohua and Lu Wuxia couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat, and the blood in their bodies tightened. At this time, the sky was already filled with a sea of blood, and the demonic clouds from before had turned into spots, scattered around the edge of the sea of blood. The huge explosion was coming from these demonic clouds. As Xiaohua's spiritual will swept across, 108 huge devil drums appeared in the devil clouds. Behind the devil drums were 108 huge devil clansmen. These devil clansmen were different from the ones Xiaohua had seen before. They were all skeletons. Moreover, these bone demons had different appearances, none of them were humanoid. The edges of the huge demonic drums were covered with dark demonic runes that could swallow light, and there were also strange demonic beast totems on the drums. When the huge bones of the bone demons hit the demonic drums, the demonic beast totems emitted strange fluctuations, and once the fluctuations fell into the sky, they immediately exploded in the sky, turning the nearby heaven and earth yuan qi into powder. The fluctuations rushed into the earth soul condensing formation and the winnowing basket heart cleansing formation. The brilliance of the two formations flickered in the midst of the beating of the drums, like a candle in the wind. Xiaohua's heart and blood were also beating wildly. He hurriedly circulated his magic power to resist, and Lu Wuxia's face was also somewhat unsightly. This was because within the formations, there were already some low-level disciples whose bodies had exploded due to the beating of the drums. The two incomplete formations were not able to completely block the attack of the demonic drums. However, in just a moment, a sound like seeds sprouting, like green leaves sprouting, came from the 10 fortresses. Although this sound was not loud, it was very tenacious, and the light that was trembling in the midst of the beating of the drums also became brighter. Immediately after, the sound of water splashing could be heard again, like a mountain flowing in the rhythm of the drums. In an instant, the blood in Xiaohua's body also began to rejoice. Dong, dong, dong. The 108 demonic drums were naturally unwilling to be outdone, and they began to beat again. Layers upon layers of mountain-like ripples descended from the sky and smashed into the spell formation. Not only did these ripples destroy the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 5,000 kilometers, even cracks appeared in the void. Hong hong. When this fluctuation landed on Xiaohua and Lu Wuxia's bodies, it naturally turned into dust. However, when it landed on the formations, it was different. Although the 10 fortresses remained motionless in the air, their light rapidly shrank, and they were on the verge of being extinguished. Xiaohua and Lu Wuxia did not make a move. They only watched indifferently. Sure enough, after half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the storm of fluctuations gradually weakened, and the power of the plants and water began to grow tenaciously again. The entire earth was once again filled with vitality. Ga. At this time, a strange laughter came from high up in the sky, and 1,000 zhang tall demonic body appeared in an extremely strange manner. This demonic body looked like a shadow, and it was faintly floating in the sea of blood. However, the demonic horns on its forehead and the black wings on its back emitted a similar light, and it actually had a hint of holiness. The human race is indeed interesting. To actually be able to draw out such a strange power. The demonic emperor's voice was extremely enticing, and within 10,000 miles of space, tiny demonic runes appeared. If one's divine sense or eyes fell on these runes, they would actually be able to see the image of a man and a woman. It's a pity that this power is too weak in the eyes of my devil race. Human race, contribute your blood and life. As the demonic emperor spoke, the demonic runes in the space began to expand rapidly, and one after another, white flesh appeared from the demonic runes. Scenes of shame also appeared in the demonic runes. Pu. In the fortress, there were actually some disciples of the Misty School who couldn't resist the temptation and raised their hands to slap their own foreheads. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and they turned into corpses. Damn it. Wuxia gritted her teeth and raised her hands. Just as she was about to make a move, there was a rumbling sound, and within several thousand miles of space, lightning flashed. The tens of thousands of demonic runes turned into dust, and only wisps of demonic qi remained. Gij, this must be Daoist Master Zhou of the Fortune Gate. The wings on the back of the Devil Emperor's robe spread open, and he approached as if he was flying. His charming laughter actually caused Xiao Hua's heart to heat up. Your Dao Gate's lightning technique is indeed powerful. In a moment, this emperor wants to experience it. But right now, this emperor is not in the mood to fight with you. Shua. As the Devil Emperor's wings fluttered, countless demonic flames flew out from his wings and fell on the blood formation like raindrops. Pa 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 pa. The sound of rain hitting banana leaves rang out in the sky. Although this sound was soft, it could be heard clearly amidst the beating of the demonic drums. Then, where the demonic flames fell, countless rivers of blood poured down in torrents, falling towards the 10 fortresses of the Misty School. Chapter 4138. ZZZT. Within 10,000 miles of space, an unpleasant stench filled the air, and the Earth's soul condensing array's brilliance was quickly extinguished. AOO. In just a moment, a series of roars came from the winnowing basket heart cleansing array. The water current was even crazier than a python or dragon as it rushed into the blood sea. ZZZT. ZZZT. Just as the winnowing basket heart cleansing array blocked the blood sea, the sound of rats chewing on wood came from the blood sea. Every drop of blood in the blood sea flashed with dark demonic qi, and as if a door had been opened, demons that looked very similar to the demon emperor flew out from the blood sea. Xiao Hua saw these demons clearly. They were the same kind of demons that he had killed at the teleportation hub when he had just arrived at the ruins. I see. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes as he looked at the demon emperor that was approaching the blood sea. He thought to himself, no wonder the demon emperor knows this Xiao's name. It must be because those demons were killed, and he didn't receive any message from them. Since that's the case, today will be a bloody battle. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua transmitted his voice to Wuxia, Sect Master Lu, what are we waiting for? The demon emperor is right in front of us. Why don't we work together to kill it? Wuxia was a little hesitant, but he also transmitted his voice. With our strength, we should be able to kill this demon emperor. However, this demon emperor is a demon that is good at escaping through space. It's impossible for us to block it and kill it. I just thought about it. We can only kill it if we lure it into the winnowing basket heart cleansing array. All right. Xiao Hua nodded, we'll do as you say. You and I will attack and force it into the winnowing basket heart cleansing array. As he spoke, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and a thunderbolt as sharp as a blade instantly cut the blood river in half. Moreover, the demons in the blood river were all turned into powder. Seeing this, Wuxia also waved her sleeves, and countless green dots of light flew out, covering the space within a dozen li. The dots of light then turned into mung bean-sized seeds that fell into the blood river. When they exploded, they also exterminated the demon race. Woo. The two of them moved at the same time, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. Two sharp auras broke through the blood river and pounced towards the demon emperor in the sky. At this moment, the demons flying out of the blood river brandished their demonic aura and spat out demonic flames. Like locusts blotting out the sky and covering the earth, they pounced on the dozen or so huge fortresses of the Misty School. Similarly, the Misty School disciples who had been charging up in the fortresses also charged forward under the cover of the brilliance of the Earth's soul condensing formation. Rumble. A rumbling sound that shook tens of thousands of miles resounded. Many severed limbs flew out along with the miserable screams. However, these horrifying screams appeared especially vivid amidst the sound of the demonic drum. It was as if this blood and life were born for this demonic drum that shook one's spirit. Outside the fortresses, the Misty School disciples were risking their lives to fight. Inside the fortresses, the Misty School disciples were also desperately circulating their Zhenyuan. Sounds of shwa 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 could be heard from the fortresses. One after another, raccoon-shaped lights flew out of the fortresses, roaring as they pounced towards the demons. The earthen-yellow raccoon-shaped lights were actually very powerful. Every time a demon was enveloped by these lights, their pitch-black bodies would melt like snow, quickly turning into a pool of demonic blood. After a short while, all kinds of demon generals, demon marshals, and demon kings flew out of the blood river. The fighting strength of these demons was clearly a lot stronger than before, and the demonic aura in the entire space surged crazily. Kill! Roars of anger could be heard coming from the fortresses. The high-level disciples of the Misty School rushed out on their magic tools. Rays of light soared into the sky, and magic treasures collided with demonic tools, causing even the earth to shake. The Misty School disciples were desperately fighting. Xiaohua and Wuxia were already closing in on the Demon Emperor. Although Xiaohua's divine sense was corroded by the blood array, his divine sense was very vigorous. With a sweep of his divine sense, he was able to force the blood array away. Although the Demon Emperor's figure was drifting, Xiaohua's divine sense was still able to sense it. Seeing that they were closing in on the Demon Emperor, Xiaohua rubbed his hands, and several crystal lights fell into the void. Hong long long. Thunder rumbled, and the space within 1,000 miles boiled. Following the thunder, the Demon Emperor's figure could no longer hide in the void, and a huge demonic body flashed with a strange brilliance. Around this demonic body, there was a layer of spatial distortion, and within this distortion, there was an extremely dark demonic aura flowing out of it. Kill! Xiaohua sneered coldly. He grabbed at the air and 100-meter-long streak of sword light appeared in front of the Demon Emperor's chest 100 kilometers away. The sword light streaked across the sky and slashed towards the Demon Emperor with incomparable sharpness. However, just as the sword light entered the Demon Emperor's chest, the demonic aura around the Demon Emperor's body slightly stirred. Unknowingly, the space distorted, and even the sword light was torn apart. Damn it! Xiaohua roared, and with a push of his palms, the sword light pierced through again. Gga! The Demon Emperor sneered, and the demonic aura around his body surged. At the same time, the spatial distortion became even more severe. Every time Xiaohua's sword light advanced an inch, the sword light would be torn apart an inch. By the time the entire sword light disappeared, the Demon Emperor was still not injured in the slightest. The renowned Daoist Master Xiao only has this much divine ability. The Demon Emperor sneered, and with a wave of his hand, a seemingly solid ripple flashed from his withered arm. The ripple streaked across the sky, and a spatial crack slashed towards Xiaohua like a sword. Not good. Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. This Demon Emperor is much more powerful than the Demon Monarch from before. Moreover, spatial manipulation is the innate divine ability of the demon race. This Xiao has only comprehended a few domains. How can I be this guy's opponent? However, seeing the spatial crack slashing towards him, Xiaohua was not afraid. He raised his hand, and a huge illusory palm flew out, and grabbed the spatial crack like the hand of a Yuanying. Hong! With a loud sound, the spatial crack was crushed by the huge hand, and the hand also turned into nothingness. CSI. At this time, Wuxia also flew to the other side of the Demon Emperor. With a wave of her hand, she took out an emerald green branch. As the branch danced, specks of light flew out, and these specks of light fell into the air, turning into flowers. These flowers were extremely beautiful, and there were even dewdrops on them. However, the flowers emitted a powerful aura that swept away all the demon qi within a 10 li radius. Kill! Lu Wuxia also shouted, and the flowers spun as they flew towards the demon emperor's abdomen. The demon emperor was currently using his demon qi to fight against Xiaohua's technique, and now that he was being forced by Lu Wuxia, he seemed to be overwhelmed. In a hurry, the demon emperor opened his mouth, and with a mouthful of dirty blood spurted out. This dirty blood turned into a blood demon that pounced towards the flowers. At this time, the blood demon within 100 li of the blood demon suddenly erupted, and like a flood, it poured into the blood demon's body. The blood demon's body suddenly expanded, and in a few breaths of time, it was already several hundred zhang tall. At this time, the flowers had already reached the blood demon's body. Pu. With a continuous sound, the flowers landed on the blood demon's body. The moment the flowers landed, they immediately turned into a layer of dark green net that quickly covered the blood demon. The blood demon's huge body shrank rapidly, and in a few breaths of time, it disappeared. Of course, the dark green brilliance also disappeared in the blood red light. Humph. Seeing that Lu Wuxia's treasure did not work, Xiaohua coldly snorted. His hands formed a seal, and an obscure sound came from his mouth, like a dragon's roar. The space that was sealed by the demon emperor was being torn apart by Xiaohua's magic power, and pure heaven earth yuan qi turned into crystal threads that fell into Xiaohua's seal. Ah! Not only was the demon emperor shocked, but Lu Wuxia was also stunned, and looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. Break! Along with the activation of Xiaohua's heavenly dragon speech technique, a strange fluctuation was generated from the left side of the devil emperor's devil body. Then, boom boom. The sound of explosion was generated in the distorted space. In this explosion, the devil emperor's devil body was blown to pieces. Damn it. The demon emperor obviously did not expect Xiaohua's technique to be able to destroy his body. He muttered and opened his mouth, and a fishy smell of demon qi came out. The demon emperor's body that was destroyed by Xiaohua suddenly moved, and like a crazy demon, they rushed towards Xiaohua. In fact, a small portion of the devils had even disappeared into the void. Humph. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. Under the activation of his magic power, Hong. A four-colored beam of light shot out, AO. A series of miserable screams sounded, and all the demons were killed by the Kunlun mirror. Even the demons in the void turned into green smoke. After the little devil was destroyed, Xiaohua simply raised the Kunlun mirror. The four-colored light pillar once again soared into the sky and shone towards the demon emperor's heart. At the same time, Lu Wuxia hurriedly waved her hand again, and the emerald green branch left her hand, and turned into a big tree in midair, and pounced towards the demon emperor. The tree was several times more powerful than the flower just now. Not only did it destroy the blood river, it also cleared away the demon qi in the void. Woo! Facing the combined attack of two human experts, the demon emperor did not panic. He raised his hand, and a white bone the size of a mountain appeared out of nowhere. This white bone was covered with demonic runes, and the demon emperor waved the white bone, and endless demon qi came out of the white bone. Even the blood river and the blood array followed the white bone and rushed towards the emerald green tree. As for Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror, the demon emperor raised his left foot and kicked down. The beam of light landed on the demon emperor's left foot, and his entire left foot suddenly turned into a demon head. With a roar, the demon head swallowed the beam of light. At the same time, the demon head turned into a demonic cloud that was dozens of feet in size, and rapidly rotated. The Kunlun mirror's beam of light actually became dimmer and dimmer in this demonic cloud. Go! Seeing that the Kunlun mirror did not work, Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand, and a dazzling golden light streaked across the sky, and like lightning, it struck the demon emperor's left leg. Facing the Tingjiao shears, even someone as strong as the demon emperor could not react in time. With a shwa sound, the Tingjiao shears struck the demon emperor's left leg. Under the golden light, the demonic runes on the demon emperor's body were split into two, and the broken demonic runes quickly disappeared. The Tingjiao shears, which had transformed into a dragon, slightly flicked its dragon tail, and even the indestructible demon emperor's left leg was cut off by the Tingjiao shears. Chapter 4139. AOO. The demon emperor's body swayed in pain, but it was only for a moment. Several pillars of demonic qi emerged from his broken leg, and a second later, a left calf appeared in front of Xiaohua. Go. Xiaohua took advantage of the situation and activated the soaring dragon shears again without hesitation. He was about to slash at the demon emperor's left calf, but at this moment, a sharp screech sounded in the air. Xiaohua was alerted and immediately teleported to the left. However, just as Xiaohua's figure was about to disappear, the vigilance in his heart grew even stronger. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He urged the lightning around his body, and the thunderclap ninth heaven instantly flew out. Just as Xiaohua's figure flew out, a white bone that was even bigger than a mountain suddenly appeared in the void. Ah! Although this white bone only tore apart Xiaohua's image, that heart-wrenching pain was already born, as if it had really pierced his waist. Ha! The demon emperor's voice suddenly turned into wild laughter. Daoist Xiao is only a so-so. Xiaohua dodged the demon emperor's attack and his eyes flashed with anger. He didn't dare to restrain the lightning around him and shouted, "When did the demon race become so cunning? Could it be that after being killed by us humans a few times, you've become smarter? In that case, demon emperor, this Xiao will let you become smarter." After speaking, the lightning around Xiaohua's body turned bronze again. Gurgle gurgle. In the space sealed by the blood formation, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Then, strands of the power of the stars and moon stubbornly rushed out of the demonic formation and crashed into Xiaohua's body. Boom! Xiaohua's body uncontrollably expanded. This is the power of the stars? In the distance, Wuxia, who was controlling the power of the giant tree, saw the power of the stars and moon tearing the blood formation apart. The demonic qi was smashed into pieces by the power of the stars and moon. She couldn't help but open her mouth in shock and exclaim, "The power of the stars and moon? Xiaohua, where did he come from? How can a Daoist cultivator control such a high level of star power?" While speaking, Wuxia's gaze fell on the Kunlun mirror that was emitting the 4 pillars of light in the air. An indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. Could this really be the Kunlun mirror? But as soon as this thought appeared in her mind, Wuxia suddenly relaxed and laughed. How is that possible? How could the saint body of a heaven's equal realm saint fall into the cultivation world? Wouldn't a single finger of a saint be enough to make the cultivation world explode? While Wuxia was guessing, Xiaohua's avatar had already formed. He waved his hands and grabbed towards the demon emperor. Boom boom. Another series of thunderous roars sounded in the air. Within 1,000 miles, cracks in space appeared and rushed towards the demon emperor like a torrent. Ignorant child. The demon emperor was originally on guard, but when he saw Xiaohua's spatial divine power, he sneered. The wings on his body suddenly flapped and the bone spikes on the wings pierced into the void. Boom boom boom. At the same time, more than 10 dragon-like vibrations appeared in the void. The space within 1,000 miles was crazily torn apart. Huge cracks pierced deeply into the spatial torrent created by Xiaohua. Good. Seeing the demon emperor activating his wings, Wuxia was overjoyed. She slapped the top of her head and a ball of 5-colored light shot out. A figure that looked exactly like Wuxia appeared in the light and disappeared into the void in a flash. At the same time, the giant tree that was blocked by the demon emperor's white bones suddenly emitted the same 5-colored light. Then, a huge wooden sword was pulled out from the tree. The moment the wooden sword appeared, the blood river and demonic qi lost their color. Shwa. Endless wood element energy of heaven and earth appeared from nowhere. The wooden sword's light was dull and it pierced towards the demon emperor's chest. Not good. The demon emperor was shocked. As if he was extremely afraid of the wooden sword's power, another demonic arm grew out from under his armpit. It held another white bone in its hand and hurriedly used it to block in front of him. Chi. The wooden sword seemingly calmly touched the white bone. Suddenly, the white bone emitted a jade-green light. Within the light, layers of flesh and blood bloomed like lotuses. Then, a sage-like cultivator stood up from the flesh and blood. Behind the cultivator, hundreds of figures of men and women flashed. Then, pa. A series of crisp sounds rang out. It was like bamboo exploding in a fire. The light was extinguished and the white bone was broken inch by inch. Even the demonic arm of the demon emperor was broken. The demonic chi on the demonic arm also exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Damn it. The demon emperor cursed. His entire demonic arm suddenly broke off from his body. Pa. In an instant, the demonic arm exploded into hundreds of pieces. However, what caught Wuxia off guard was that the moment the demonic arm appeared, the nearby demonic chi and blood river rushed in again. Ao. In an instant, the hundreds of demonic arms turned into hundreds of demon kings with demonic chi, pouncing towards Wuxia. Compared to Wuxia's soundless drizzle, Xiaohua's attack was earth-shattering. The demon emperor's bone spear flew up and collided with Xiaohua's domain. The space within 1,000 li seemed to have been hit by a giant hand, shaking violently. With a thunderous roar that was not inferior to thunder, the blood river was torn apart, the demonic chi was torn apart, and countless demon kings were also turned into dust. Compared to the previous probing, the real battle between the man and the demon emperor caused both of them to be on guard. Looking at the sharpness of the space within 1,000 li, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. Woo! Several mu of Xianxia gushed out again, crashing into the void. At this time, the void was even more complicated than a maze, but under the guidance of Xiaohua's divine sense, the giant hand easily found the demon emperor's position. Die! Xiaohua roared. His Xianxia rushed out of the void, turning into a fist and smashing towards the demon emperor's heart. Xiaohua's divine ability, which was similar to the hand of a nascent soul, was a fusion of Daoist magic and the innate energy of a Confucian cultivator. As soon as his fist landed, the devilish flame around the devil emperor's body was extinguished, and the devilish energy was blown away. In the blink of an eye, the fist hit the thousands of dark devilish runes in the devil emperor's heart. At this time, the devil emperor had just broken his devil arm and had yet to recover from his shock. What he didn't expect was that Xiaohua's hand would be able to cross the shattered void and attack him. Boom! The fist landed, and the space around the devil emperor's body was sealed. Thousands of devil runes scattered in the air, and the fist smashed into the devil emperor's chest while the devil emperor was dumbfounded. Even a wave of awe-inspiring chi condensed into a crystal thread and crazily crashed into the demon emperor's body. Demon emperor, demon emperor. Xiaohua sneered, raising his head and roaring, "You're only so-so." Then, Xiaohua's body suddenly leaned forward and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing into the broken void. The void was also strangely divided into two halves by the lightning. Waves of heaven and earth yuan chi and awe-inspiring chi madly converged into the torrent of lightning. After a few breaths, the lightning appeared above the demon emperor's head. At this time, the demon emperor was urging the blood light and demonic flames around him to rush out, trying his best to resist the awe-inspiring crystal thread. Seeing the lightning about to hit him, he was shocked. Go to hell! Xiaohua's angry roar came out from the lightning. It was like a thunderbolt from the ninth heaven. The lightning turned into a spear and directly stabbed into the demon emperor's head. The demon emperor's shoulders grew several demonic arms to block the attack. Those demonic weapons wanted to knock the lightning away, but the demonic weapons and arms were more or less turned into rotten wood under the lightning. Boom! The lightning spear pierced through the demon emperor's body. An earth-shattering explosion sounded, flipping over thousands of miles of space. Wuxia, who had just activated her magic treasure to kill hundreds of demon kings, had an indescribable look of surprise in her eyes. She quickly rushed to the edge of the blood array. The demon emperor had fallen, and the entire blood array was collapsing. Countless demons wailed, and their bodies exploded like flies. Humph. Xiaohua's figure appeared in the sky above where the Devil Emperor had exploded like a thunder god. He methodically withdrew his divine sense and coldly snorted with disdain. The Devil Emperor is only so-so. Ouch, not good. It was also at this time that Xiaohua suddenly felt that something was wrong. It wasn't like he hadn't fought the Demon Emperor before. The Demon Emperor's strength was unparalleled, and although his divine ability could match the Demon Emperor's, without the help of the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, the soul cultivator Xiaohua, and Buddha Bodhi, there was no way he could kill the Demon Emperor. It had only been a dozen or so years, and although he had tempered his Tao heart in the heavenly demon illusion, his strength had improved after the reconstruction of his profound energy, but it should have been impossible for him to improve to this extent. The difference in strength between the two demon emperors couldn't be that big. When he thought up to this point, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the zombie devil race that Yunche had mentioned. It was a race that could easily wipe out an entire sect with a single devil sovereign. Lightning appeared on his body again, and he hastily opened his delusion breaker eye. Unfortunately, Xiaohua woke up too late. His body had just moved when an indescribable pain immediately appeared on his back. He couldn't help but howl as the feeling of his soul being burned directly. However, between life and death, how could Xiaohua dare to be negligent? The true energy in his body surged, and his entire body shot forward. He didn't care whether he could teleport or not in the space lock. The tricolored spiritual fire gushed out like a flood and swept out behind him. Oh! An incomparably ethereal voice came from behind Xiaohua. This voice sounded like thunder in Xiaohua's ears. Even when Xiaohua was teleporting, countless streams of light flashed in front of his eyes. The scene of him killing the Demon Emperor turned into images and shattered in these streams of light. Illusion. Illusion. Motherfucker, this Xiao has fallen into the devil race's trap again. Xiaohua couldn't help but howl madly in his heart. When did the devil race become more cunning than the dragon race? How could Xiaohua not understand at this point? It wasn't just a single devil emperor that had surrounded the Misty School. The devil race was planning to eliminate the entire Misty School in one fell swoop, and this time, 2 devil emperors had come. The devil emperor he was facing had attracted his and Lu Wuxia's attention, and the other zombie devil emperor was hiding in the void, preparing to assassinate them. Chapter 4140. Of course, the 2 demon emperors were planning to kill Lu Wuxia in a short period of time and exterminate the Misty School. They were planning to retreat before the conference hall could send their troops over. Xiaohua even felt that if he hadn't visited the Misty School, the 2 demon emperors would have pursued Lu Wuxia to the Shindao sect after she was killed by the 2 demon emperors, putting the false and the real in place. This kind of brilliant strategy, Xiaohua admitted that he absolutely could not do it. After consuming nearly half of his true essence to activate the spirit fire, Xiaohua was finally able to extricate himself from a hopeless situation. When he reappeared in midair, he saw Lu Wuxia brandishing her magic treasure to kill a group of devils. Moreover, with a wave of her hand, a disc-shaped magic treasure flew out from her summer ring and transformed into a huge ring to protect herself. Xiaohua staggered in midair and tried his best to stabilize himself. His back, which was several hundred feet wide, was full of bloody marks. These marks were like demons, crazily devouring Xiaohua's flesh. Between the bloody marks, there were slightly glowing demon patterns that flashed from time to time. Xiaohua urged his Xiantian Jinyuan to fight against the demon blood and demon patterns. At the same time, he was thinking about whether he should use his own demon qi. However, seeing that the strange demon patterns and his Xiantian Jinyuan were equally matched, and he could only stop the demon patterns from invading his bloodline, he knew that the demon patterns were of a higher level than his demon qi. If he used his demon qi, he would probably end up in a situation where he had to save himself. Xiaohua slowly turned around, his eyes filled with anger. This was the second time he fell into the illusion of the demon race in the ruins. Speaking of which, it was really embarrassing. However, when he turned around and saw everything in front of him, Xiaohua's anger dissipated a little. Standing in mid-air was a human figure that was several hundred feet tall. This human figure was different from ordinary cultivators. It had 2 heads and 4 arms. Facing Xiaohua was a very simple face with 2 slanted eyebrows and a pair of starry eyes. The 4 arms were holding 4 strange magical weapons. The 2 strange people's bodies emitted a dark gold color, and strange runes were engraved in this dark gold color. From this rune, Xiaohua felt an indescribable primordial aura. When Xiaohua saw this strange person, he immediately thought of the 3-headed and 6-armed celestial in his space. At this moment, the strange man's body was being burned by the tricolored spirit fire. The strange man's nose spewed out a dual-colored glow, and when the glow entered the spirit fire, it caused the spirit fire to burn even more fiercely. Seeing that the runes on the strange man's body were about to melt in the spirit fire, the strange man punched himself in the chest. Pfft! Demonic chi surged as demonic blood landed on the spirit fire. Sizzle! With a violent sound, the spirit fire suddenly dimmed, but immediately after, the strange man's body burned even faster, and the spirit fire lit up again. Woo! A gust of wind that was even louder than the demonic drum sounded from the top of the monster's head. Immediately, a blood shadow spurted out. The blood river and demonic chi happily rushed into the blood shadow. A blood cocoon that looked like a worm appeared in the air. This blood cocoon was constantly shaking, and from time to time, demonic heads would pop out from the blood cocoon. However, the blood cocoon did not have a fixed shape. Xiaohua's gaze landed on the blood cocoon. A demonic chi that was even more powerful than the previous demonic emperor was emitting from the blood. Needless to say, this blood cocoon was definitely another demonic emperor. Xiaohua clenched his teeth. He circulated his Jin Qi to resist the demonic Qi on his back as he thought of a way to defeat the enemy. The 2-headed, 4-armed zombie that had just been tossed aside by the zombie sovereign had also gradually melted into a copper-colored liquid that was being absorbed by the spirit flames. Kakaka. At this moment, the demonic emperor that had one of its legs chopped off by Xiaohua, but had actually dodged Xiaohua's attacks during the battle, laughed coldly. Its bloodthirsty demonic chi swept past Xiaohua and landed on Wuxia. Then, it raised its demonic arms and flapped its wings. Several spatial rifts that looked like spatial storms appeared and thousands of black demonic balls shot towards Wuxia. When Wuxia saw that the demonic emperor was attacking her alone, a look of desperation appeared on her face. She opened her mouth and a green light the size of a fist flew out. It was a flat seed that landed in the air. Wuxia then slapped the top of her head and her Jin Qi surged into the sky. When the Jin Qi returned to the ground, her body expanded rapidly. At the same time, she rubbed her hands together and fist-sized crystals fell into the seed. Then, she started chanting and a powerful qi rushed into the seed as well. A green light that was as bright as the sun shone from the seed. Wuxia chanted, "The beginning of life, the beginning of power, the heaven and earth are righteous, the gods and demons are without evil." Boom! Another surge of energy that was hidden in the river gushed out from the ground. It pierced through heaven and earth and landed on the seed that was now 100 mu in size. Wuxia slowly raised her hands as if she was really pushing the sun. Woo! The seed made a whimpering sound as it flew towards the Demon King's spatial storm. Every inch the seed flew forward, the green light would grow by 1 foot. When it collided with the Demon King's attack, the green light had already turned into a vine that was tens of thousands of feet long. It swept towards the spatial storm that could tear everything apart. After the seed, Wuxia raised her hand and the tree branch magic treasure transformed into a wooden sword that was thousands of feet long. Countless strange flowers and plants bloomed on the blade of the wooden sword. Another rumbling sound rang out and Wuxia's body began to glow. A Yuan spirit projection emerged from her body and landed outside of her body. It waved the wooden sword and stabbed towards the demonic emperor's heart. Wuxia and the demonic emperor were locked in battle. Xiaohua also moved because he could see that many zombie cultivators had appeared near the space where the demonic emperor was. These zombie cultivators were either in human form or beast form. There were even many that were half human and half beast. These zombies had tough bodies and were much more powerful than the demonic emperor from before. The stalemate between the Misty School and the demonic emperor was broken in an instant. Xiaohua knew that he couldn't delay any longer. If he couldn't kill the demonic emperor, then the demonic emperor behind him would kill Lu Wuxia. Without Lu Wuxia, not only would the Misty School be destroyed by the demonic emperor, even he might not be able to escape from the encirclement of two demonic emperors. However, before Xiaohua could fly a few li, the demonic emperor's body suddenly shone with a bloody light. A body that was thousands of feet long appeared in the air. This body wasn't humanoid. It had 3 arms and 2 legs, and it didn't have a head. Each of the 3 arms held a demonic spear, a demonic hammer, and a demonic shield. On the surface of the body, just like the shell of the 4 arms, there were also faint golden runes. The aura of desolation came from these runes. Damn it, how many celestial bodies did this demonic emperor take care of? Xiaohua cursed inwardly. He raised his hand and activated the Kunlun mirror. However, just as the light from the Kunlun mirror flew out, the demonic emperor's blood-stained body flashed in the air and entered the headless body. The demonic emperor's aura suddenly surged and a pitch-black demonic chi appeared on the demonic shield, blocking the light from the Kunlun mirror. Boom! More than half of the demonic chi on the demonic shield was destroyed. However, after the demonic chi disappeared, strange patterns appeared. These patterns were either spinning or trembling. Although the light from the Kunlun mirror rushed into the weak spots of the patterns, in front of these patterns, the light from the Kunlun mirror was clearly weak and powerless. It actually couldn't break through the demonic shield. This is bad. Seeing how powerful the demonic shield was, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel that things were not good. After all, this headless demonic emperor was holding 3 demonic weapons. If he couldn't break through this demonic shield, then wouldn't the other 2 be as powerful as this demonic shield? Although his Kunlun mirror had been refined to the spiritual treasure realm, compared to these unknown weapons from the upper realm, there was still a gap. Seeing that the Kunlun mirror was useless, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to point his finger again. Shua! The Tingjiao shears flashed in the air and shot towards the demonic emperor. Goo-goo! The demonic emperor didn't know where the sound came from. The demonic weapon in one of its hands was raised in the air. A similarly dazzling golden spear roared and soared into the sky. The previously torn space was once again pierced through by this demonic spear. Ka! The Tingjiao shears landed on the demonic weapon. The 2 golden lights were annihilated at the same time. Moreover, within the spear shadow, a thin pitch-black demonic chi was born. This demonic chi was like a hibernating viper. Before it could awaken, it was cut in half by the Tingjiao shears. Even though the demonic chi was removed from the golden spear, although it was still as strong as before, on the body of the spear, a thin crack extended from the tip to the end of the spear. It was neatly cut in half. A fox borrowing the tiger's might. Xiaohua looked at the demonic emperor like a tiger facing a hedgehog. He didn't know how to attack. Whether it was the demonic shield or the demonic spear, it was not the demonic emperor's own divine ability that blocked Xiaohua's divine ability. Hee. A loud voice sounded from the demonic emperor. Daoist Master Xiao, don't worry. I will let you see this emperor's ability, then let's do it now. Xiaohua roared and put away the Kunlun mirror and the Tingjiao shears. His whole body turned into a thunderbolt and rushed into the broken space, taking out the wishful staff. Boom! Where the wishful staff fell, the unstable void shook. The demonic emperor was not afraid. The demonic hammer and demonic spear danced and fought with Xiaohua's wishful staff. At this time, Xiaohua's wishful staff was very different from before. Although it had not really broken away from the 5 elements, every time it danced, it set off a kind of spatial power. Where the wind rose, the staff's shadow was heavy. Within hundreds of miles, it was filled with a murderous aura. The demonic spear, demonic hammer, and demonic shield in the hands of the demonic emperor were also very orderly. In the face of Xiaohua's storm-like attacks, the demonic spear responded, the demonic hammer struck, and even the demonic shield defended. The moves were also very clever and orderly. Chapter 41-41. Not good. This bastard's intention is to delay this Xiao. Xiaohua saw that the Demon Emperor was very cautious in his attacks, and that Wuxia was at a disadvantage in the battle with the other Demon Emperor. He immediately understood the plan of the two Demon Emperors. He wants to wait for the other Demon Emperor to kill Wuxia and then deal with this Xiao together. No, I must make the first move. Xiaohua made up his mind and his figure got closer. The attack of the wishful steel staff increased by a few points. Seeing that he was close to the Demon Emperor, Xiaohua's left hand loosened, and the staff was transferred to his right hand. However, the staff still struck down like a mountain. But just as Xiaohua was about to take out his trump card, the headless celestial zombie's chest suddenly overflowed with an obscure fluctuation. This fluctuation was very strange, and in an instant, it enveloped an area of 1,000 li, as if it completely ignored the distance between them. Xiaohua, who was closing in on the Demon Emperor, was naturally within this range. Pa 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 pa. There were thousands of other zombies within this 1,000 li, but after the fluctuation passed, these zombies exploded, and clouds of blood mist flew out from these zombies, which did not have any blood essence, and turned into different phantoms that fell around the headless celestial zombie. Looking at Xiaohua again, there was a cluster of fine dust in front of him, as if space had been shattered. Then, Xiaohua only felt the blood vessels in his body suddenly tighten, as if a big hand had grabbed his blood vessels out of thin air. Then, his whole blood vessels began to burn, and not only did the blood flow speed up, but the blood vessels also began to go berserk, causing Xiaohua's body to swell and explode. A blood vessel phantom was born in Xiaohua's body, and it struggled with all its might, trying to break free from the shackles of his body and blood vessels. Damn it, this is blood power? Sensing the slightly familiar power, Xiaohua was slightly taken aback, and then, he was greatly alarmed. At the same time, the demonic qi that Xiaohua had previously used his Xiantianjin qi to resist once again started to wreak havoc. It was as if thousands of bloodthirsty demons were madly gnawing at Xiaohua's body, trying their best to break through the blockade of Xiaohua's Xiantianjin qi and merge with Xiaohua's almost boiling blood phantom. Is this the legendary pincer attack? Xiaohua sneered and charged towards the headless celestial zombie. Green light flashed between his eyebrows and tens of thousands of soul strands fell into Xiaohua's body. Tiny green seal characters also flew into Xiaohua's blood vessels. Xiaohua's blood vessels gradually calmed down and the blood vessels phantom also quickly disappeared. Not only that, but the green seal text also emitted a ghostly chanting sound. The indescribable ripples traveled back to where the previous ripples had come from, quickly transcending space and landing on the Deva zombie. Green light flashed, and the strange magical symbols on the Deva zombie's body shattered. Then, thumb-sized bubbles burst out of its fleshly body. These bubbles were blocked by the runes on the surface of its body, but the bubbles rose and fell in many places, making the celestial zombie look like a toad. A vague shadow floated up from the bubbles. The shadow was as anxious as a suffocating creature that had just escaped from deep water. Human. You, how do you know how to swallow blood and control essence? The headless celestial zombie let out a thunderous sound, and there was a lot of surprise in its voice. Boom. At this time, the wishful steel staff collided with the demonic spear, and the force of the collision rose again. Xiaohua's Dharma body only shook slightly. With a wave of his left hand, the demonic slaughter blade was waiting for an opportunity to attack, and Xiaohua's golden body began to emit wisps of black gas. Woo! A fierce wind whistling sound suddenly appeared at this time. Xiaohua was stunned and sent out his divine sense. He saw that the Demon Emperor, who was originally rushing towards Wuxia, had abandoned Xiaohua. The space around the huge demonic body was extremely distorted, and with a flash of light and darkness, the Demon Emperor had already appeared above Xiaohua's head. Hundreds of white bone claws stretched out from the demonic body and rushed towards Xiaohua's back. The spread of the demonic wings set off a monstrous amount of demonic qi that turned into countless arrows that also shot towards Xiaohua's back. Damn it! It turns out that this Demon Emperor is proficient in spatial magic. Xiaohua's divine sense swept out and was actually killed by these white bones and demonic qi arrows. Seeing that the demon emperor ignored thousands of miles of space and squeezed out of the void, how could he not know that this was a trick of two demon emperors? Now his strength was not even comparable to one demon emperor, and under the attack of two demon emperors, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for long. However, Xiaohua was shocked and sneered, secretly thinking, if you two demon emperors attacked Lu Wuxia at the same time, I'm afraid you would really succeed. But if you use these methods to bully this Xiao, you will go for wool and come home shorn. Just as he was thinking, the headless celestial zombie cooperated with the other demon emperor, and the celestial body suddenly elongated. At the same time, the demonic shield was raised to block the wishful steel staff, and the demonic spear and hammer pierced through the sky, falling in the direction that Xiaohua had to hide. Woo-woo. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly, and immediately tens of thousands of small whirlwinds appeared around his body. Not only was the surrounding blood river attracted by these whirlwinds, but also a large amount of demonic qi was sucked in. Xiaohua's body was surrounded by a demonic helmet unique to ordinary demons. Seeing that Xiaohua had actually turned into a demon, the two demon emperors were slightly stunned. They naturally knew that Xiaohua had a demon spirit around him, but they did not expect that Xiaohua could use demonic arts. Moreover, in the face of the headless celestial zombie in front of him and the mountain-like white bones of the demon emperor behind him, Xiaohua was as steady as a rock. He waved his left hand steadily. Shwa. First, it was like nibbling mulberry leaves, extremely subtle, and then it was like a small bridge, sweetly entering the ear. When the blade light like a horse appeared in front of the headless celestial zombie, the monstrous demonic flame had already rushed out from the demonic blade like a stormy sea towards the demon emperor. Boom! In the wild roar, all the blood-red and demonic qi were overshadowed by this demonic blade. Kill! Kill! This is the demonic blade kill. The headless celestial zombie faced the demonic blade directly. He was most aware of the aura of the demonic blade that could kill him. He could not help but shout wildly, "Where did you get this thing? You, which demon emperor are you?" Unfortunately, Xiaohua could answer his question. The demonic blade was like the wind, and the demonic flame was like a tidal wave. Boom! As the demonic spear and the demonic hammer were chopped into two halves, even half of the headless celestial zombie's body turned yellow and white inch by inch. In the end, it turned into white bones and fell out of thin air. What was special was that the phantom of the demon emperor was withdrawn from the white bones where the demonic blade passed. Ao. The demon emperor struggled to escape, and a blood shadow fell into the demonic blade. When the blood shadow was withdrawn, the demon emperor's blood shadow had already disappeared in the void. This demon emperor's escape technique was not inferior to Xiaohua's in the slightest. Ka. At the same time Xiaohua injured the demon emperor, the space behind Xiaohua was shattered by the other demon emperor's white bones. The demonic qi on Xiaohua's back suddenly surged, and half of his body was torn apart by the white bones. Xiaohua's demonic body trembled madly again, and his demonic qi surged madly. Xiaohua suddenly turned his head, his blood-red eyes filled with anger. He was clear in his heart that his profound qi had just been replenished, and it was really not good for him to use the demonic blade too much. However, this demon emperor was really hateful. He had schemed against him time and time again. If he did not teach him a lesson, Xiaohua would not be reconciled. Place me in the land of death and then live. Xiaohua clenched his teeth. Woo! The demonic wave rose again, surging violently towards the thousands of white bones. Ka-cha-cha-cha. Like the sound of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting, these white bones collapsed incomparably under the demonic blade. Damn it! Xiaohua actually has the demonic blade kill. TSK, you actually did not explain it to this emperor. When this emperor returns, this emperor will definitely not let you off. The demon emperor originally wanted to sneak attack Xiaohua and seize the opportunity to obtain the demonic blade. However, when he saw how powerful the demonic blade was, which was even more powerful than he had imagined, the demon emperor howled in grief. He spread his wings, and his demonic body flew back into the void. Although the demonic chi of the demonic blade was crazily devouring the demonic arm and other things that the demon emperor had abandoned, it still rushed into the void to pursue the demon emperor. Wuxia was somewhat dumbfounded as she watched everything that was happening in front of her. Her eyes were filled with profound meaning as she looked at Xiaohua's uncontrollable demonic body in midair. She somewhat did not know what to do. However, just as she was in a daze, a demonic palm suddenly reached out from the void. The demon emperor's strange voice rang out, "Damn it, if I can't kill Xiaohua, I have to kill Wuxia no matter what. Otherwise, where will this emperor put his face?" The demon emperor's sneak attack was too sudden. Wuxia did not expect the demon emperor to have the heart to attack her after being defeated by Xiaohua. Her expression changed greatly, and she hurriedly activated her magic treasure to block. Boom! Space shattered as the demonic palm pressed against Wuxia's towering chest. Wuxia's delicate body trembled, and she hurriedly retreated like duckweed. At the same time, a green beam of light descended from her magic treasure, smashing the demonic palm into pieces. The beam of light even chased after the demonic palm and surged towards the demon emperor. Unfortunately, the demon emperor's laughter rang out. His voice had already reached the demonic array. When the space exploded, the demon emperor's demonic arm appeared in the void. It was just a lone demonic arm, the demon emperor had already fled. Damn it! How could Wuxia not know that she had fallen into the demon emperor's trap again? However, her figure flickered twice, and after teleporting towards the demonic array, she reappeared in midair. Her originally delicate face had turned pale. Her strength was originally not comparable to the demon emperor. Even if the demon emperor was injured by Xiaohua, she was still not his match. Even if she chased after him now, what could she do? Wuxia cursed angrily. Her divine sense swept out, and she hurriedly searched for Xiaohua. "Io. Dao Master Xiao." Wuxia's divine sense swept through the demonic array, but Xiaohua's figure was nowhere to be found. She unconsciously turned pale with fright. Because just before she was injured by the demon emperor, she saw Xiaohua's demonic saber swing. Although the demonic arm of the demon emperor was destroyed, Xiaohua's body was filled with demonic qi, and he was sent flying by the backlash of the demonic arm. But now, Xiaohua's figure had disappeared like a falling leaf. No matter how Wuxia used her divine sense to search, there was no trace of him. Chapter 41-42. What's going on? Wuxia circulated her cultivation to suppress her injuries as she flew towards the Misty School's defensive formation. How could Daoist Xiao have the devil saber? How could he cultivate a devil technique? Could it be, he's a devil? I remember that a cultivator had sent a message saying that there were traces of devils in the fortune gate. Could it be that there's a great scheme behind this? How is this possible? Wuxia was confused and frightened. She suddenly stopped because the two groups of devils that were attacking the Misty School's defensive formation had begun to retreat. The first to disappear was the zombie devil clan. They had already flown away when Wuxia stopped in midair. At this time, the devils that were attacking the Earth Clan Soul Condensing Formation and Heart Cleansing Winnowing Basket Array had also slowed down their attacks. Many of them had disappeared into the void. Wuxia heaved a long sigh of relief. She understood that her Misty School had avoided a calamity. The two devil emperors were injured by Xiaohua's devil saber and did not dare to continue fighting. They had also given up on their plan to exterminate the Misty School. However, her relief only lasted for a moment before she was filled with doubts. If Xiaohua is a human, how could he control the devil saber? Even if he could control the devil saber, how could he injure two devil emperors in one move? How could he be so strong? If the devil saber is powerful, then how could Xiaohua control the devil saber that even devil emperors are afraid of? This Xiaohua, where did he come from? Could it be that he's also a devil emperor? But he's not on the same side as these two devil emperors? At the same time, Wuxia narrowed her eyes and took out a pill from her spatial ring. She watched as the demons retreated, and the river of blood began to flow in reverse within the black demonic array. When the river of blood finally disappeared, the demonic energy within the demonic array turned into demonic clouds that floated in the air. A bright moon appeared in the middle of the demonic clouds, and the moonlight sprinkled down like water. The moonlight fell on Lu Wuxia's body, and also on the Earth Clan Soul Consolidating Formation. The Earth Clan Soul Consolidating Formation of the Misty Sect did not fall down because of the retreat of the demons. Instead, some disciples flew out from the protection of the Earth Clan Soul Consolidating Formation and patrolled the area. Several young men and women flew out and arrived beside Lu Wuxia. They bowed and said, "Sect Master." Lu Wuxia retracted her gaze from the moonlight and looked at them. "You all saw it?" The few men and women looked at each other and exchanged glances. Naturally, they understood what Lu Wuxia was asking. They replied in unison, reporting to sect leader, "We can all see it clearly." "What do you all think, this?" The group of cultivators hesitated, not daring to speak casually. "Tell me," Lu Wuxia ordered. Everyone looked at the man in front of them. The man hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm very conflicted. I can't tell the truth of the matter, and I don't know if there's a bigger conspiracy behind it. After all, no matter what Daoist Zhou's background is, no matter if he's a devil or not, his arrival saved our Misty School. If it weren't for him today, the Misty School wouldn't have been so simple." "Not necessarily," a woman hurriedly said. "With Sect Master's divine ability and the sect protecting formation of our Misty School, not to mention 2 Devil Emperors, even 3 Devil Emperors wouldn't be able to do anything to our Misty School." "That's right," a woman also shouted. "Xiaohua should be a spy for the Devil Emperors. They have a bigger conspiracy and might use it as an opportunity to destroy our ruins. Junior Sister Yin, you're too big-breasted and brainless." A man with a yellow face and bloodstains all over his body said coldly. "If Daoist Zhou is a spy, when he entered our Misty School, he had plenty of chances to sneak attack Sect Master. Besides, if he's a Devil Emperor, why did he risk his life to protect our Misty School? My ethereal sect was already on the brink of destruction. If the 2 Devil Emperors just slightly urged the Devil race to attack, the Earth Soul Condensing Formation would definitely collapse." "Senior Brother Zhou, what do you mean?" Junior Sister Yin said angrily. "Could it be that you're also a spy for the Devil race? Take a look." Xiaohua used the Devil Saber and already transformed into a devil body. "Even if Daoist Zhou is a devil, he's still a devil god protecting us human cultivators." Senior Brother Zhou shouted. "When have you ever seen a human protecting a pig?" Junior Sister Yin sneered. "Don't forget that we humans are food for the devil race." "Sigh, shut up." Lu Wuxia sighed. "Vice Sect Master Lian, I was seriously injured in the fight with the Devil Emperor. Right now, I need to go into seclusion to recuperate. You'll be in charge of the sect's affairs for now. If there's anything difficult to deal with, you can report to me." "Yes," this subordinate obeys. The man in front bowed. However, a moment later, he asked in a low voice, "About Xiaohua. Things will come to light eventually." Lu Wuxia's face showed a sense of helplessness. She waved her hand and said, "I'll just do my own thing. I won't listen, I won't believe, and I won't spread the news." "Yes, this subordinate understands." Vice Sect Master Lian nodded. "This subordinate will contact the conference hall and explain what happened here. Do as you wish." Lu Wuxia's figure flashed and disappeared in midair. However, her voice remained in the distance. "I need to go into seclusion. Respectfully see you off, Sect Master. I hope you'll be able to come out of seclusion soon." The group of male and female cultivators bowed. After Lu Wuxia left, Vice Sect Master Lian hesitated for a moment. He looked around and asked, "Did you see where Xiaohua went?" "Senior Brother Lian." Several people shook their heads. In the end, the cultivator surnamed Zhou opened his mouth and said, "At that time, this disciple was fighting against an enemy. However, Daoist Zhao's attack was truly awe-inspiring. When this disciple killed that zombie, I also saw Daoist Zhao's demonic body. However, after that, demonic energy surged and the blood river became chaotic. As for where Daoist Zhou went, I don't know. Two great demon emperors attacked him from both sides. Vice Sect Master Lian shook his head regretfully. Even if Xiaohua was a celestial with 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to survive. This was originally a trap. Xiaohua naturally left with the demon race. The big-breasted but brainless junior sister Yin jumped out and shouted again. Unfortunately, this time, no one echoed her. Wuxia had already left. Who would want to show off too much? Besides, no one knew whether Xiaohua was a demon or not. If there was some kind of conspiracy, Xiaohua wouldn't have escaped with the 2 demon emperors. After all, the demon saber had clearly wounded the 2 demon emperors when it had been activated. The dozen or so Misty School cultivators discussed for a moment. They waited for the demon formation in the sky to slowly disperse. The rich and fresh world's origin chi madly swept in, gradually blowing away the blood and killing intent within a radius of 10,000 li. In this life and death battle, countless human cultivators had died. Similarly, the number of demon race cultivators who died in Ping River was also extremely high. However, the Misty School had finally survived the most critical moment. With the descent of the starlight, all signs of life were reborn. The Earth Soul condensing formation and winnowing basket heart cleansing formation didn't immediately disperse. Instead, with the influx of world's origin chi, they became even more powerful. More than 10 fortresses were entangled by water dragons, cruising thousands of li away. Seeing this, the dozen or so Misty School cultivators flew to various places under the command of Vice Head Lian. The entire Misty School gradually returned to normal order. As for Xiaohua, his situation was far worse than what these Misty School cultivators had expected. Xiaohua didn't know the origin of the demon saber, but he was very clear in his heart. When the 3 demon emperors saw the demon saber, their expressions all changed. Even the heavenly demon coveted this demon saber. How could the origin of this demon saber be simple? Moreover, every time Xiaohua activated the demon saber, he would be devoured by the demonic nature within the demon saber. This demonic nature was a great supplement to the demon race, but it was also a great harm to the human race. Therefore, with the existence of the demon spirit Xiaohua in Xiaohua's body, every time the demonic nature devoured him, Xiaohua would deliberately guide it into the demon spirit Xiaohua's body to eliminate the effects on himself. But even so, what kind of demon saber was a demon weapon? How could a simple guide method eliminate the demonic nature? Although the demon spirit Xiaohua could obtain the majority of the demonic nature that was harmful to the human race was still engraved in Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua himself said that every time he activated the demon saber, he would be a bit further away from the human world. Therefore, unless Xiaohua had no other choice, he would never use the demon saber. Even if he used the demon saber, he would only let the demon spirit Xiaohua activate it. He would never interfere. When he was training in the folded jadeite forgotten land of the Dragon Island, Xiaohua coincidentally borrowed the power of the dragon domain to reconstruct his Dao realm. His Dao heart was also cleansed. It seemed like the demonic marks from before had already been eliminated, but the demonic nature in his heart had not completely disappeared. Ever since he arrived at the ruins, Xiaohua had already brandished the demon saber several times. Especially when he escaped from the heavenly demon's fantasy land, he brandished the demon saber twice in a row when his profound chi was almost exhausted. At that time, the demon spirit Xiaohua and the other doppelgangers were separated from Xiaohua's body. The backlash from brandishing the demon saber twice was like a carving knife that engraved the demonic marks in Xiaohua's heart. Therefore, after Xiaohua escaped, he immediately went into seclusion. He wanted to find a remedy from the heavenly demon's profound chi. And this time, when Xiaohua visited the Misty School, he once again encountered the 2 demon emperors joining hands to destroy the Misty School. Helpless, Xiaohua brandished the demon saber again. These 2 attacks were admittedly injuring the demon emperors, but the damage to Xiaohua's heart was not any lighter than the 2 demon emperors. Furthermore, the counterattack of the demon emperor, who had the white bone demon arm and the innate space ability, after the white bone demon arm was destroyed, stimulated the demonic nature in Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua's heavenly embodiment earth golden body was quickly withdrawn. At the same time, his entire body drifted like a fallen leaf. The demon blood armor condensed from demonic qi absorbed the demonic blood and demonic flame from the demonic qi in the blood river of the demon race. Xiaohua even unconsciously took out the 2 demon hammers. Chapter 41-43. At this moment, the demon emperor did not have the time to look carefully. Otherwise, he would have definitely noticed Xiaohua's abnormality. Unfortunately, other than wanting to plot against Wuxia, the demon emperor was also extremely embarrassed and angry. As a human, Xiaohua could use the demon saber murder. However, if he was prepared, the demon saber murder would not have caused such a huge injury to him. Furthermore, if he was prepared, he could join forces with the other zombie race's demon emperor to snatch the demon saber murder from Xiaohua's hands. Of course, this was on the premise that he knew that the demon saber murder was in Xiaohua's hands. The problem was that although Xiaohua used the demon saber murder in the battle against the demon race, the demon emperor did not tell this demon emperor about the demon saber murder. At this moment, the demon emperor immediately escaped into the void after injuring Wuxia. He roared in his mind, "Huang Qian, what's going on? How did the demon saber murder appear in the ruins? How did this human cultivator activate it?" Huang Qian was the name of the zombie race. Emperor was the title of the demon race's demon emperor. At this moment, Huang Qian was also fleeing in panic. Hearing the demon emperor's question, he also angrily said, "Huang Qian, what you asked is also what this emperor wants to know. Don't forget that this emperor has suffered even more than you. Your demon saber murder directly slashed this emperor's body. Truly hateful. If not for this human's sneak attack, how could this emperor be injured? Today's matter was originally planned properly. How did the demon saber murder appear in the Misty School's Ping River? If this is the case, our plan. Won't it be delayed again? We've been trapped in the ruins for a long time. I'm afraid we'll attract the attention of other demon formations and the human race." The demon emperor Huang Qian became even more furious. If he had a trace of vigilance, he would not have allowed Xiaohua to attack him like this. Huang Qian coldly said, "Huang Qian, don't ask this emperor. When we return to the demon formation, you'd better ask Huang Qian of the Qiu Jia race. He was the first to meet Xiaohua, and he even fought with Xiaohua. He did not gain any advantage over Xiaohua. I think he was also injured by the demon saber murder. However, he did not tell you and me about it." Damn Huang Qian. Huang Ke sneered, "It's not that he doesn't want to tell us. He wants to hide it on purpose. He wants to obtain this devil blade murder. Why do you need to say such thoughts out loud?" Huang Chong sneered. "No one is a fool. Could it be that you want to ask him about this?" "Humph." Huang Yu snorted coldly. He knew that he had fallen into Huang Yu's trap. However, Huang Yu was right. He would never tell the Devil Emperor that he had been injured by the Devil Blade murder, nor would he go and settle the score with Huang Yu. The 2 Devil Emperors removed the demonic array and retreated out of Ping River. The group of devils that were attacking the Misty School inside the demonic array also retreated. The demonic array was the same as the Earth Soul condensing array of the Misty School. Although it was removed, it did not disappear. Instead, it slowly faded into the void. The demonic chi formed a strange demonic chi passage in the space, guiding the devils to retreat along with it. As for Xiaohua, because he was waving the demonic hammer in his hand, the demonic chi on his devil body was also poured into the demonic array. Therefore, when his mind was controlled by the devil, his entire devil body also fell into the passage along with the demonic chi, retreating along with thousands of ordinary devil generals. Although Xiaohua's devil body did not have particularly obvious bone spurs or devil wings, the genuine demonic chi and devil flames were enough to confuse all devils below the level of Devil Emperor. Xiaohua's devil body fell into the demonic chi passage. The entire passage was several li wide. Inside the passage, the demonic chi slowly rotated in one direction. In the middle of the revolving demonic chi, there were wisps of blood swimming. After flying along the passage for several hours, the passage widened again. At the same time, the demonic qi became thinner. From time to time, the demonic qi would rush into the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. The earth, fire, wind, and lightning destroyed a part of the demonic qi, but the demonic qi seemed to be endless, repairing the passage from time to time. When the earth, fire, wind, and lightning rushed in, they brought along some of the power of the stars and the moon. When the power of the stars and the moon fell into Xiaohua's devil body, it let out a low rumbling sound. Gradually, the demonic nature in Xiaohua's mind began to fade, and Xiaohua slowly woke up. Looking at the demonic qi passage near him, and then looking at the devil armor on his body, Xiaohua very easily recalled what had happened before. At this moment, Xiaohua's mind was attacked by the demonic nature, and his body was destroyed by the devil emperor. He was at the most vulnerable point. If he forcibly broke through, it would inevitably attract the attention of the devil emperor, and bring about a fatal disaster. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua simply urged the demonic qi to cover his own aura, and continued to move along the demonic qi passage. After a while, the heavy pressure in the demonic qi passage gradually increased. The demonic qi around the devils in front of Xiaohua began to rotate strangely. Like a cocoon, more than 10 tentacles stretched out. These tentacles fell on the demonic qi passage, and the rotating demonic qi brought these devils into the depths of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. Seeing this, Xiaohua naturally followed suit, and also hung his body on the demonic qi passage. However, in merely an hour, Xiaohua suddenly felt his body lighten, and the power of the stars and the moon in the demonic qi passage became rich again. Xiaohua slowly absorbed the power of the stars and the moon, and was somewhat puzzled. Why is there such rich power of the stars and the moon in the earth, fire, wind, and lightning? However, without much time to think, the demonic qi passage in front of him suddenly disappeared, and Xiaohua's figure actually fell outside the passage. When Xiaohua's devil sense swept over, his complexion changed again. A kind of shock emerged from the bottom of his heart. He saw that this was a huge net-shaped blood array. The huge blood array was connected between hundreds of millions of blood balls, and those densely packed blood balls were one blood array after another. Countless devils were wantonly going in and out of the blood balls. And under this blood array, there was another layer of earth, fire, wind, and lightning that resisted the roaring demonic qi. This demonic array was so big, not only was Xiaohua unable to see the edge with his naked eyes, even his devil sense was unable to probe the end. What was special was that the devil sense in this blood array was chaotic, like a bustling market in the mortal world. Xiaohua's devil sense was not released far, and was immediately blocked by other valiant devil senses. However, it was only a short distance, and Xiaohua also sensed the intense confinement power in the demonic array. Xiaohua knew that even if he released his divine sense, it would probably not be able to pass through this demonic array. Damn it, isn't this the demonic array that this Xiao saw when he accidentally entered the ruins? Could it be that this Xiao has already rushed outside the earth, fire, wind, and lightning of the ruins along with the devil race's demonic array? Xiaohua suddenly understood, and almost jumped up. Could it be that the earth, fire, wind, and lightning of the ruins is so thin, and just relying on the devil race's devil race to break through? Thinking back, this Xiao was in the earth, fire, wind, and lightning of the hidden immortal continent, but even after risking his life, he was still unable to escape from 2 Confucian cultivators. Yes, it might be like this. Xiaohua pondered for a bit, and then thought again. The ruins is a star, the earth, fire, wind, and lightning around it is relatively thin, and the 3 continents are a continent. The continent is boundless, the earth, fire, wind, and lightning are unavoidably powerful, and can prevent the cultivators within the continent from leaving the continent. And the ruins is a sphere, the land within the ruins is a whole, the heaven and earth origin energy also flows differently in the entire sphere, forming a kind of cycle. The entire ruins is a relatively perfect composition, so the earth, fire, wind, and lightning appear to be somewhat thin. Thinking of this, Xiaohua couldn't continue thinking about it. This was because below Xiaohua, the other areas of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning were continuously surging with waves of fire like rising tides. Not only did they cover the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, but even some of the net-like demonic formation was destroyed by these waves of fire. This is the defensive array set up by the cultivators of the ruins. Xianxia understood. After carefully looking at it for a moment, he sighed again. This array can keep the devil race out of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning of the ruins, but it cannot completely protect the entire ruins. There are many flaws in it, so it is difficult to prevent the Devil Emperor from leading the devil race to sneak attack the cultivators of the ruins. Of course, the ruins is indeed the cultivation world of the upper realm. Dao sect cultivators at the 9th stage Dao transformation realm can set up a great array that can protect the entire planet. However, according to my understanding of the cultivators in the ruins, this great array might not have been set up by the current cultivators of the ruins. It might have been set up by the seniors of these cultivators. Their cultivation level should have exceeded the 9th stage Dao transformation realm. After looking at the great array of the ruins, Xianxia focused his attention on the demonic array. In addition to the enormous blood flowing through many blood balls, the demonic qi and demonic flames flying out of the blood balls were also present. After the demonic qi and demonic flames flew out, they fell into the void and disappeared. At the place where the demonic qi and demonic flames disappeared, some devil race troops either returned or disappeared. Alas, this demonic array is really big. And the power of this demonic array is far from what I can understand. Not only does this demonic array seal the outer layer of the ruins, but it also seals the void of the ruins. All the teleportation arrays are ineffective. Xianxia looked at the solemn demonic formation and couldn't help but sigh. This is definitely not something that can be easily set up by 20 demon emperors. Even if all of my avatars are here, I'm afraid I still won't be able to destroy this demonic formation. The siege of the ruins is really difficult to break. Oh, and from my previous experience, the cultivators of the ruins originally had the home field advantage. However, with this demonic array, the cultivators of the ruins can't be sent away. The demonic array can also be used to teleport to any place in the ruins. This home field advantage has already fallen into the hands of the devil race. In this kind of situation, how can the human race win? While Xianxia was thinking, the troop of devil race troops he was in moved again, flying towards the blood flow in the distance. Woo woo. Just as a troop of devil race troops approached the blood flow, a demonic creature that looked like blood flew out of the blood flow. The demonic creature's blood rapidly rotated in midair. Both demonic qi and demonic blood gathered on one side, forming a kind of yin-yang fish shape. When the entire blood flow produced a suction force, the devil race troops excitedly rushed into the blood flow and disappeared along with the blood flow. When this troop of devil race troops entered the blood flow, it was the turn of Xianxia's troop of devil race troops. When the demonic qi and demonic blood fell, the demonic blood and demonic flames inside the blood armor on Xianxia's back that fought against the Xiantian true qi were actually somewhat diluted by the demonic qi. Chapter 41-44. Seeing this, Xianxia was overjoyed. Waiting for the devil to generate a suction force, he hastily moved his body and used the blood-dripping paradise to rush into the bloodstream. Boom! With a loud sound, Xianxia crashed into the bloodstream. After entering and seeing everything in front of him, Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked. He saw that this was a blood-colored space, which was much bigger than what he saw from the outside. Furthermore, this blood-red space was divided into a dozen or so levels, each of which was transparent. On each level, there were extremely many demons who were obediently staying there, either lying down or standing up. Below each level, there was a torrential river of blood flowing in all directions. And the place where Xianxia landed was also a stream of blood. The devil qi and devil flame on Xianxia's body fell into the blood river, and an even purer devil qi and devil flame fell back into Xianxia's body. Unfortunately, at this time, the devil spirit Xianxia was not in Xianxia's body. Xianxia didn't dare to absorb too much of the devil qi and devil flame here. He quietly used the blood-dripping paradise to block the devil qi and devil flame outside his body. At the same time, he also used the cultivation method in his body to quietly suppress the injuries caused by the two devil emperors. At this moment, Xiaohua was surrounded by different devil clan members. Bloody light surged around the bodies of these devil clan members. Clearly, they were absorbing the blood energy from this blood river to recover the damage they had suffered when fighting against the Misty Sex formation. After moving forward like this for less than half an hour, a huge whirlpool appeared in front of him. It was like a big mouth that swallowed all the devils who fell into the whirlpool. Xiaohua slightly frowned. Hiding behind the devil armor, he looked at this whirlpool with a trace of vigilance in his heart. Unfortunately, at this time, Xiaohua didn't have any other choice except to adapt to the situation. Xiaohua rushed into the whirlpool along with the current. After a muffled sound, a fierce killing intent immediately appeared in front of him. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to swing his devil hammer. Pooh! With a loud sound, a devil general unexpectedly appeared in front of Xiaohua. That devil monarch also held a wolf-tooth club-like devil tool and hit Xiaohua's devil hammer. Roar! Seeing that his devil tool was blocked by Xiaohua, the devil general roared and once again swung his devil tool to attack. Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. He thought that he had been seen through by the devil race, so he hurriedly waved his devil hammer to fight. But after fighting for a while, Xiaohua discovered that there were hundreds of demon generals waving their demon artifacts all around him. He was just one of them. Io? What's going on? Xiaohua hurriedly released his devilish sense, wanting to take a look. Unfortunately, within this blood-colored space, his devilish sense was confined and could not leave his body. Xiaohua fought with the demon general for a while, and when he saw an opportunity, he smashed the demon general's head into smithereens. Woo! Xiaohua had just won when another lump of blood appeared on top of his head. Then, Xiaohua's figure was sucked into the blood once again. When he opened his eyes again, he was in another layer of the blood-red space, and an even more powerful demon general appeared before him. Motherfucker, I understand now. After killing 3 demon generals in succession, Xiaohua entered 3 different blood-red spaces. Moreover, these 3 demon generals were each more powerful than the other. Xiaohua suddenly realized, this is a way for the devil race to gain experience. They are actually training their own warriors at the same time they are surrounding the ruins. Although Xiaohua cultivated devil techniques, he was not familiar with the habits of the devil race. His understanding of the devil race was also obtained from Zhang Qingxiao's jade slip. Zhang Qingxiao himself had never been to the devil world, and his jade slip was also obtained from other devil race. Therefore, in Xiaohua's mind, he had always thought that the devil race was the kind of mighty and powerful people. However, the Battle of the Ruins allowed him to understand a lot. Those devil monarchs were each more cunning than the other. Of course, their power was pale and powerless in front of Xiaohua's absolute strength. However, when Xiaohua faced the devil monarchs, Xiaohua finally experienced the power of these devil monarch schemes. Looking at the devil formation that surrounded the ruins, although it was just a glimpse of the leopard, Xiaohua was also alarmed. He was secretly worried for himself and all the cultivators in the ruins. Xiaohua easily killed several devils. Then, he saw a strand of blood-red crystal thread emerging from the space above. Xiaohua's gaze fell on it, and he could faintly see the image of several wailing devils in the crystal thread. Weren't they the devils that Xiaohua had killed before? This crystal thread fell and flew directly towards Xiaohua's head, scaring him into hastily dodging. At this moment, how could he not know that this blood-red crystal thread contained the essence blood of several devils? Unfortunately, he only dodged for a moment, and powerful blood chi surged in the surroundings, blocking his figure. Even the entire blood-red space was shaking. Xiaohua had no choice but to stop. Devil chi overflowed from the surface of his body, and his mind tightly stuck to the edge of the devil chi. When that blood-red crystal thread fell into the devil chi, just as it moved along with the devil chi, his mind immediately absorbed that crystal thread into the space. Jade Archive Xiaohua was afraid that this crystal thread would have some strange changes, and followed it into the space. Fortunately, just as that blood-red crystal thread was about to transform into the space, the blood stains spread out. Jade Archive Xiaohua made another move and condensed it into a crystal bead the size of a mung bean in his palm. Within this crystal bead, several devils were crazily wailing, looking extremely mournful. After storing this crystal bead, Jade Archive Xiaohua hurriedly escaped from the space. He thought that he had already sensed that his physical body was sucked away by the blood stains in the blood-red space, and his figure once again fell into another stream of blood. Xiaohua's mind returned to its original position, and he looked at the blood around him in bewilderment. This time, the blood was different from before. It completely annihilated Xiaohua's devil body. Moreover, many tentacles grew out from the devil blood and connected with Xiaohua's devil armor. Strands of devil blood flowed into the devil armor, and should be replenishing the deficiency of the devil armor. Damn it! Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, he really regretted letting devil spirit Xiaohua follow dragon vein Xiaohua and the others to the snow/gate. If devil spirit Xiaohua was by his side, not only would he not be in such a difficult situation when facing the devil emperor, but at this moment, everything in this devil array was really a great supplement for devil spirit Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he released his mind again, guiding the devil blood into his space. However, this time, Xiaohua was not in a hurry to let Jade Archive Xiaohua enter the space. Instead, he confined the devil blood in a small space, and let the devil blood spread out. This time, the flow of blood was very long. Xiaohua flowed with the devil blood for almost an hour before it stopped. Moreover, the moment the flow of blood stopped, devil qi immediately gushed out from the passage, enveloping Xiaohua, and dragged him in a certain direction. The devil qi was filled with the power of confinement, and with the strength of a devil general, it was impossible to break free. The devil qi turned into a rolling image, and Xiaohua's figure rushed out of the passage in this devil qi. However, when he came out of the passage, Xiaohua's figure actually fell into the vague void. After a simple teleportation, Xiaohua's eyes flashed and his figure appeared in a corner of the devil array again. Just as Xiaohua stood still in the demonic array, he saw that within 100 li to his left, swish swish swish. Demonic qi spurted out from the void one after another as more and more demonic generals appeared. These devil generals either had devil wings on their backs, white bones on their bodies, or devil horns on their foreheads. There were even some that looked like devil beasts. Xiaohua merely swept his gaze over these devil generals, and his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly raised his head and saw several tall devil generals holding palm-sized devil banners, standing majestically in the air. These devil generals had devil horns on their heads, wings on their backs, and a layer of scales covering their bodies. These scales had strange devil runes on them. Xiaohua's gaze swept over these devil generals, and his gaze fell on one of them. Although Xiaohua couldn't tell the difference between this devil general and the other devil generals, he could clearly feel that this devil general was the ordinary devil general he had met when he led the Fortune Gate's disciples to the southwest border to rescue the White Cloud Monastery and the other 10 sects. His grandmother. Xiaohua looked at this devil general in bewilderment. What's going on? How do I know this devil general? When Xiaohua looked at this devil general, that devil general also sensed Xiaohua's gaze. He lowered his head to look at Xiaohua, and his gaze swept over the other devil generals that had appeared. Xiaohua didn't dare to look any longer, and his gaze also swept over the other devil generals near this devil general. Very clearly, the familiar feeling from before didn't appear again, and the devil banners in the hands of these devil generals flickered with a faint blood-red light, enveloping the surrounding space. Xiaohua's gaze moved away from the devil generals, and he looked into the distance. He saw a huge blood sphere that looked like a cocoon blocking his path. This blood sphere was different from the blood sphere he had seen before. The blood sphere in the devil array was a single entity, but this blood sphere was covered in blood. These blood streams were flowing rapidly, and they seemed to be separated from each other. There was even more devil qi that intertwined in the gaps between the streams of blood. Strange? Xiaohua's gaze fell on this blood sphere, and an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. Why does this blood sphere look similar to the metal and wood elements? However, it's really similar. Aren't the blood streams on the blood sphere the path of the magnetic force? Moreover, Some of these blood streams flow towards one end of the blood sphere, while others flow towards the other end of the blood sphere. If this blood sphere reproduces a magnetic force, then it's really the blood array magnetic force. Just as Xiaohua was sizing up the devil array beneath his feet, tens of thousands of devils had already gathered in the space of the devil array. They stood densely all around Xiaohua, and it was a magnificent sight. At this moment, several devil generals waved the devil banners in their hands, and thousands of blood threads flew out from the devil banners, landing on different devil generals. Xiaohua's body was no exception, and a blood thread also landed on his body. Moreover, the blood thread that landed on Xiaohua's body came from the devil banners of the devil general that Xiaohua was familiar with. When that blood thread landed, an indescribable feeling came from the devil armor, and the blood vessels in Xiaohua's body moved slightly. Chapter 41-45. All of you, listen to the order of the Devil Lord. Just as Xiaohua was frowning, a voice very strangely appeared from within Xiaohua's demonic armor. Xiaohua could clearly see that the voice was coming from the blood threads. However, when Xiaohua heard the voice of the demon general, he didn't feel that it was familiar at all. However, before Xiaohua could listen any further, a strange sound came from the distant space. The group of demon generals and Xiaohua all turned their heads to look in surprise. They saw that the space first seemed to be boiling and many bubbles floated out. Then, black and white light splashed everywhere. There were even some dark green light threads in the light. In the end, the space within 100 li rapidly collapsed. The space within a few hundred li was distorted by this collapse. In this distortion, several human figures were revealed like fireflies scattered on the surface of water. Boom! The moment these human figures appeared, the collapsed space suddenly exploded. A powerful aura rushed towards the blood sphere and the demonic array and the group of demon generals. When the aura rushed into the blood sphere, it was like a huge rock being thrown into the water. The blood pillar that formed an arc was deeply pressed into it. The group of demon generals didn't receive any orders. They all quietly stood in the air without moving. Wherever the aura passed, hundreds of demon generals were torn to pieces. When the aura passed by Xiaohua, he immediately understood. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Transmission channel. Someone in the ruins is using the transmission channel." Sure enough, wherever the exploding aura passed, the human figures merged into one. It was a young cultivator wearing a Daoist robe. The young cultivator's body trembled slightly. The light protecting his body also flickered. His pale face was filled with confusion and incomprehension. It seemed that he still didn't understand what was going on. However, before his divine sense could sweep out, he saw the group of demon generals and the bloody demonic array in the surroundings. The young cultivator immediately understood. He hurriedly raised his hand and a magic treasure that looked like a wheel appeared in his hand. Under the activation of the magic treasure, thousands of light pillars shot out from the magic treasure. Several demon generals that were closer to the cultivator were killed by the light pillars. Kill. The commanding demon generals were clearly shocked by the sudden turn of events. Only now did they regain their senses. Under the urging of several demon banners, tens of thousands of demon generals rushed towards the cultivators. Damn it! The young cultivator cursed. As he flew, he released his divine sense to search for a way to escape. The Dharma treasure in the cultivator's hand shone brilliantly and killed all the devil generals that pounced on him. The cultivator was obviously in the void refinement realm and the devil generals were no match for him. However, these devil generals were not afraid of death. Wherever the cultivator flew, they would chase after him. Xiaohua naturally flew along with these devil generals. Seeing that this cultivator had the upper hand, he simply observed from the back. If this cultivator was in trouble, or if this cultivator could find a way to escape from the devil formation, he would definitely make the first move. Seeing that many devil generals were killed by the cultivator, the devil generals holding the demon banners stopped. One of them waved the demon banners as if to send a message. However, at this moment, the devil general that Xiaohua was familiar with suddenly flew to the side of the devil general and seemed to say something. As a result, the devil general's demon banners stopped. Then, several devil generals activated their demon banners. From the devil formation closest to them, hundreds of blood pillars and devil chi flew out. They were even more ferocious than pythons as they pounced towards the cultivator. Sizzle. The cultivator activated his Dharma treasure. When the light pillars fell into the blood pillars, they immediately emitted sounds of corrosion. Moreover, the huge force from the blood pillars forced the cultivator's body to fall. Io, not good. Xiaohua didn't understand at first. However, when he saw the cultivator's body fall and his gaze followed the direction of the blood sphere in the devil formation, he suddenly understood. He cursed in his heart and hurriedly raised his hand to activate his magic power. However, Xiaohua was still too slow. The moment the cultivator's body fell several hundred feet, the blood pillars that were previously suppressed by the aura from the explosion of the teleportation formation suddenly rose up. The blood pillars covered the cultivator within a dozen miles. Inside the blood pillars, the cultivator's body flashed with brilliance. The originally majestic Dharma treasure suddenly lost its brilliance. Even the cultivator's body involuntarily fell towards the blood formation. No matter how the cultivator's true essence was activated, the sound of thunder resounded in the air. His body couldn't fly up even half an inch. Before Xiaohua could activate his magic power to help, the cultivator's body was already pulled into the blood sphere. Even if this blood sphere isn't a magnetic space, I'm afraid it's almost there. Xiaohua somewhat regretted not activating it earlier. As he thought this, his body was about to fall towards the blood sphere. You all. At this moment, the devil general that Xiaohua was familiar with waved the demon banners in his hand. Xiaohua and the several hundred devil generals heard an order. Follow this general to the blood pavilion. Use the power of the blood pavilion to exterminate the human race. Yes. The several hundred devil generals received the order and followed the devil general's body. However, these devil generals stopped a few miles away from the blood sphere and stood still in midair. Then, the devil general waved the demon banners in his hand. The devil runes on the surface of the devil general's bodies emitted obscure fluctuations. As these fluctuations rushed out, hundreds of blood pillars shot out from the devil ball. The devil runes on Xiaohua's body didn't fluctuate with the wave of the demon banners. However, the blood threads that the demon banners left in his devil armor still flickered with a dim blood-red light and attracted a blood pillar from the blood sphere. This is a little strange. Xiaohua's heart moved. Why are the other devil generals fluctuating from their devil runes, but this old man's blood threads? In this way, didn't this devil general discover this old man? Not good. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly remembered that when he saw the devil general earlier, the devil general also seemed to be looking at him. Perhaps this devil general had already discovered him. Just as Xiaohua was startled, a sneer appeared in the devil general's eyes. As he waved the demon banners, hundreds of blood pillars roared and enveloped Xiaohua. In the middle of the blood pillars, Xiaohua was familiar with the magnetic field force entangled and appeared. It really is the magnetic field force. Xiaohua finally understood why the void refinement cultivator was sucked in by the blood sphere. Under the magnetic field force, the power of the 5 elements was restrained. That cultivator didn't have a demigod body like Xiaohua, so naturally, all of his magic power was controlled by the magnetic field force. How could he escape? However, why would Xiaohua care about the magnetic field force? Lightning flashed around his body and let out a rumbling sound. At the same time that he destroyed the blood formation, his figure suddenly landed in front of the devil general. The devil general was shocked and hurriedly waved the demon banners to resist. However, Xiaohua waved his big sleeve and completely imprisoned him. His left hand reached out and easily took the demon banners. He reached out again and grabbed the devil general's throat. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at the devil general's eyes and coldly shouted, "Do you know Zhang Qingxiao?" Zhang Qingxiao. The devil general's voice was somewhat hoarse as he replied, I don't know. Xiaohua frowned slightly and asked again, "Do you know this old man?" You are Xiaohua, Daoist Master Xiao. The devil general nodded vigorously. I know. Xiaohua was shocked and asked, how do you know this old man? When Daoist master killed the devil monarch, I saw it from the side. The devil general hurriedly explained. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked again, before you came to the ruins, did you know this Zhou's name? I didn't. The devil general hurriedly shook his head. What's your name? Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked again. At the same time that Xiaohua asked, the strength in his hand increased by a bit. It seemed that as long as this devil general was a bit inappropriate, he would immediately kill this devil general. My name is Ya. The devil general's body twitched. He didn't dare to be negligent. After pausing for a moment, he said a very awkward syllable. What? Ya? Xiaohua didn't hear it clearly and asked again. The devil general panicked and said, my name is not easy to pronounce. I gave myself another name, called Tian. See. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, Tian? Tian? Yes, I. Tian stuttered, not knowing what he should say. Because Tian was definitely not someone that a small devil general like him could call himself. However, Xiaohua didn't mind. Instead, he asked again, when you saw this old man just now, did you already recognize this old man? Yes. Tian seemed like he was going to cry. Xiaohua using Kunlun mirror to kill the devil monarch had left an extremely deep impression on him. Now that he had fallen into Xiaohua's hands, he was even worse than a child. Xiaohua only needed to move his finger to kill him. Right now, he was extremely regretful. Why did he want to lay a trap for Xiaohua? Why did he have to kill this Xiaohua who was even more powerful than the devil monarch? Was it just to take credit? Or was it because of some other reason? Similarly, Xiaohua's finger really moved. However, the strength in his hand didn't appear. The devil chi around Xiaohua's body gradually disappeared, revealing his original appearance. He looked at Tian with interest and asked, this old man still has a question. If your answer satisfies this old man can consider letting you go. You. Go ahead and ask. Tian's mouth was a little dry as he asked softly. How many devils did you send to invade the ruins? How many devil monarchs came? Daoist Xiao. Tian smiled apologetically. However, no pleading could be seen on his malevolent face. I am just a devil general who is about to advance into devil commander. How could I know so much? How many devils do you know? Which devil race are you from? The name of your devil monarch. I am from the Mayfly race. My devil monarch is called the Mayfly race. Tian hesitated for a moment before answering, I only know of the zombie race and the Qiujia race. I don't know anything else. How do you break the devil array? Xiaohua asked again. Tian shook his head and said, I really don't know about this. Furthermore, I feel that it is impossible for humans to break this devil array. Daoist Xiao, this is already the second question. Damn it. Xiaohua's hand tightened as he scolded, this old man is only asking a few questions. Isn't it still dependent on this old man's mood? If you don't want to live anymore, this old man won't ask a single question. Chapter 41-46. Indra didn't dare to argue anymore. He only looked at the demon general standing in the air, and his heart tightened. He couldn't see the situation above his head. Presumably, those demon generals had already started to move the formation. As long as those demon generals made their move, he would have no way to survive. One last question. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the demon generals descending like dark clouds. He said, are you a man or a woman? Indra was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. He exclaimed, Daoist Xiao, how did you know I'm a woman? Xiaohua looked up and down at Indra. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, how would I know if you're a man or a woman? I was just casually asking. Yes, yes. Indra smiled. Actually, the main body of my mayfly race doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. We're not like the human race. The so-called men and women we speak of are only the forms we take when we're young. Xiaohua saw hundreds of blood pillars descending from above Indra's head. He clenched his fist. He wanted to kill Indra. However, the moment he made his move, an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. This feeling couldn't be explained. He snorted coldly and waved his hand. Indra's body flew dozens of miles away as if it was rotten. When Indra saw the ominous glint in Xiaohua's eyes, his heart had already turned cold. However, when he saw Xiaohua actually let him go, it was simply inconceivable. Then, he looked at Xiaohua himself. His figure flashed, and he actually rushed towards the magnetic blood sphere. Daoist Xiao. Demonic banner. Sakura was also greatly alarmed in her heart. An indescribable feeling arose in her heart. She couldn't help but send a sound transmission. But whether Xiaohua heard this sound transmission or not, she didn't know. Seeing Xiaohua's figure submerged into the magnetic blood sphere without any suspense, and the hundreds of blood pillars also chased after him, Indra firmly believed that Xiaohua absolutely couldn't escape from the magnetic blood sphere alive. And she lost the demon flag. She would definitely be expelled from this demon formation by the demon commander and go to the Void Continent to complete a dangerous mission to atone for her crime. Even if Xiaohua could escape, Indra didn't think she would be able to see him again. But never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that one day, after who knew how many years later, in a place she still didn't know about, she would once again see those sword-like eyebrows and phoenix-like eyes that made her tremble in fear. Xiaohua had just let go of Sakura and pounced towards the magnetic blood ball. Hundreds of blood pillars rushed out from the magnetic blood ball and covered Xiaohua's body like a big hand, dragging him towards the magnetic blood ball. Even behind Xiaohua, the blood pillars controlled by the demon generals from the demon race also chased after him. However, amidst the rumbling of the blood pillar, Xiaohua could still faintly hear Sakura's voice, demonic banner. Damn it. Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Is this also a kind of karma? Just because this Xiao released this puny demon general, he could use this demonic banner to escape from the demonic array? While he was pondering, the blood pillar fell down. Xiaohua didn't seem to be in any position, but his body was surrounded by thousands of lightning flowers. These lightning flowers were more effective than magic treasures. As long as the blood splashed on these lightning flowers, they would be destroyed by the lightning. However, what made Xiaohua somewhat puzzled was that his body was still attracted by a kind of enormous suction force from the magnetic blood ball and fell into it like a moth flying into a flame. Woo-woo. Xiaohua's figure fell into the blood river. First, there was a burst of ghost-like wailing and wolf-like howling sound. A group of blood demons scuttled out from the blood and pounced towards Xiaohua with bared fangs and brandished claws. If it was an ordinary cultivator, at this time, their magic power was insufficient and their body was controlled by the magnetic force. It was inevitable that they would be somewhat at a loss, but in Xiaohua's eyes, the blood demons were so unbearable. Green light flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows, and layers of 3 corpses in thunder gushed out from Xiaohua's body. Ka-cha-cha. Under the thunder, who knew how many blood demons were instantly killed? However, Xiaohua flew towards the distant blood ball for half a cup of tea's time and still didn't see the pure magnetic force. Moreover, the blood demons were even more powerful and could already resist the soul cultivator's lightning flash and thunder roll technique. Xiaohua looked at these blood demons that were also flowing along the magnetic force's trajectory, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Needless to say, this magnetic blood ball was not only a part of the devil race's great formation, but also the place where the devil race used to refine the blood demons. If these blood demons were successfully refined by the magnetic blood ball, they would absolutely be a sharp weapon to exterminate human cultivators. Thinking of this, Xiaohua increased the number and range of 3 corpses in thunder. However, this magnetic blood ball was so big. Inside this devil race's formation, not only was Xiaohua's divine ability greatly restricted, but Xiaohua's injuries also didn't allow him to display his skills. Therefore, Xiaohua's several efforts were just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. After another cup of tea's time, the blood sea gradually decreased, and a dark red space gradually appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua understood that this was the true magnetic space. Therefore, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and opened his delirium breaker Dharma eye. He saw two colors of green and black light that were as dazzling as the sun. However, within these two colors of green and black light, there were some small dots that seemed to be the color of blood. They were like some tenacious ants, flowing along the magnetic force's arc at every moment. This is wood and water magnetic force. Xiaohua saw these dazzling black and green arcs and immediately understood. He hastily closed his delirium breaker Dharma eye. However, the current Xiaohua didn't have time to think too much. He released his soul sense and urged the wind escape technique to fly towards the depths of the magnetic space. Although the influence of the wood and water magnetic force on his soul sense was small, Xiaohua still spent a great deal of effort to find that young cultivator who was previously sucked into the magnetic blood ball in a corner of the magnetic space. At this time, that young cultivator was in an abnormally sorry state. Not only was his Daoist robe torn, his hair was scattered, and even the protective brilliance around his body had completely disappeared. Moreover, the cultivator was already unable to resist the magnetic force of the magnetic space. His body was lying on top of the magnetic force, trembling. It seemed that if Xiaohua had arrived a moment later, that cultivator's life might have been lost. Seeing Xiaohua flying over, the cultivator clearly saw Xiaohua's appearance under the reflection of the bloody light. His face revealed extreme astonishment. "You? Who are you?" "I am Fortune Gate's Xiaohua, Daoist Master Xiaohua." Xiaohua answered with a smile. "Oh. Fortune Gate? When did my ruins have such a sect?" That cultivator was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. Xiaohua was also stunned, but soon understood. This cultivator wasn't sent out from the ruins, but from outside the ruins into the ruins. However, the ruins were now sealed by the devil race's demonic array. This cultivator's transmission array couldn't reach the ruins, so he appeared inside the demonic array. Therefore, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist doesn't need to know who I am. You only need to know that I am a human and can bring you out of here." You can bring I out?" That cultivator was somewhat incredulous. Xiaohua urged, "Everything can wait until you and I get out. I also fell here because I was injured by the Devil Emperor during the battle with him. Just now, I happened to see fellow Daoist being shot down here by the Devil Generals, so I took the risk to come here. You and I must quickly escape from here, otherwise, if the Devil Emperor catches up, you and I will lose our lives." "Many thanks, Daoist Master Xiao." That cultivator didn't have time to report his name. He raised his hand with difficulty and said, "But I can't circulate my magic power right now. How can I go out with Daoist Master?" Xiaohua said, "You don't need to worry about this. This Xiao has a fake Kunlun mirror that can take fellow Daoist in. Later, when the Kunlun mirror sucks, fellow Daoist doesn't need to resist. This is no problem." That cultivator hurriedly nodded. "I understand." Hearing this, Xiaohua hurriedly took out the Kunlun mirror and slightly circulated his magic power. That Kunlun mirror shot out a four-colored light beam. However, just as this light beam flew out, it immediately became chaotic. Some turned into an arc and flew away, while some fell into the magnetic field. Just as that cultivator's heart turned cold, a suction force wrapped around him. He hurriedly withdrew all his resistance. However, he felt a blur in front of his eyes, and his figure fell into a place rich in spiritual aura. After Xiaohua took in the young cultivator, he didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used the method of collecting metal and wood magnets in the past and dripped 18 drops of blood essence between the two poles of the wood and water magnets. Fortunately, Xiaohua had the heavenly demon essence in his space, so he was able to take out 18 drops of blood essence not long ago. After dripping the blood essence, Xiaohua hurriedly took some wood essence crystals and water essence ice essence crystals from afar. He didn't have time to refine the blood threads in the wood essence crystals and water essence ice essence crystals. After casually throwing them into the space, he flew towards the sea of blood above his head. Behind Xiaohua, a black tortoise with red eyes and an azure dragon with some demonic patterns between its eyebrows flew out from the two poles. They coldly looked at him and then disappeared. After taking some medicinal pills, Xiaohua's body once again surged with lightning. His figure once again rushed out from the magnetic blood sea. The direction Xiaohua chose was different from when he came in. Instead, it was in the direction of the ruins. When Xiaohua came out of the magnetic blood array, there weren't any devils in front of him. Or it could be said that the distant devils didn't notice the sudden appearance of a human in the magnetic blood array. Xiaohua coldly smiled. His body once again surged with demonic aura. The demonic armor covered his entire body, and a genuine devil appeared out of thin air. However, just as Xiaohua stepped on the demonic cloud and rushed down about 3,000 zhang from the demonic array, an extremely faint devil sense suddenly appeared from all directions and swept towards Xiaohua. Although this devil sense carried the smell of blood, it didn't have the fierceness of an ordinary devil. Moreover, the range of this devil sense was very wide. It swept out from all directions of the demonic array. When this devil sense landed on Xiaohua's body, it immediately stopped. Waves of strange fluctuations appeared in the space around Xiaohua's body. Motherfucker, how is this possible? Just now, they didn't discover this Xiao. How can they discover this Xiao now? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He knew that he had been discovered by the devils. Therefore, he didn't care about concealing anything. His body shone brightly, and the demonic aura was swept away. Then, his entire figure turned into a shadow and disappeared among the devils. Chapter 41-47. Swish 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 swish. With a light sound, a layer of ink-like darkness suddenly appeared within 1,000 li of the demonic array. In this darkness, a lightning-like trace appeared in an instant, and at the end of this trace, Xiaohua's figure appeared in a slightly sorry state. As soon as Xiaohua's figure appeared, his divine sense valiantly swept over 1,000 li range. Puff puff. A series of explosions sounded in all directions, and the low-level demons near Xiaohua were shattered by Xiaohua's divine sense. Strange. Xiaohua was a little baffled. There is no demon above the level of demon commander within 1,000 li. Which demon can restrict this old man's teleportation? Then, Xiaohua's figure flashed and disappeared again, and this time, his divine sense was left outside his body, paying attention to the strange scene in the surroundings. Sure enough, in just a moment, the demonic sense that swept over Xiaohua before moved again, and a pitch-black demon body appeared in the surrounding void along with the demonic sense, surrounding Xiaohua within 1,000 li, revealing the traces of Xiaohua's teleportation. Xiaohua teleported in the demonic array. At the beginning, it was still easy, but in the end, the space seemed to be blocked by mud, and became more and more difficult to move. He had no choice but to use the lightning escape, and this was quite difficult to move 1,000 li. Looks like, a demon discovered this Xiao, and then controlled the demonic array to stop this Xiao. At this time, Xiaohua already somewhat understood, but at this time, his figure had already reached the edge of the demonic array, and Xiaohua had already seen wisps of fire in the blood-colored darkness. Xiaohua's figure appeared, and with a wave of his hand, he took out the demonic banner he snatched from Indra's hand, and the demonic chi around his body surged into the demonic banner, and then, after a little test, hundreds of blood threads flashed on the demonic banner, and fell on the blood array. The blood array slightly trembled, and then, according to the blood threads, it divided into hundreds of pieces, and these hundreds of pieces of the blood array began to tremble, gradually forming a whirlpool-like demon head. Once the demon head was formed, it actually opened its mouth and said coldly, "Human, actually wants to pass off as a demon to pass through this senior's body, don't you think? You are too delusional." As he spoke, a faint demonic sense rushed into the demonic banner in Xiaohua's hand along the blood threads. Boom boom. A series of muffled booms rang out as the demonic banner was easily destroyed by the demonic sense. You. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization and shouted in disbelief, You are the devil spirit of the devil formation? Ha! That spinning devil head laughed strangely, causing the surrounding devil array to tremble. You have been in this sovereign's body for so long, and you only found out now? Damn it. Xiaohua was somewhat aghast. He naturally lowered his head and looked around. In his heart, he really couldn't believe that such a large demonic array actually had intelligence. Moreover, it even formed a demonic spirit. If that was the case, then everything that had happened to him in the demonic array would make sense. Aoo. Just at this time, a powerful devil sense that could overturn the sky appeared from afar like a hurricane, and a roar followed. Xiaohua. You actually followed me to the demonic array? Then don't leave. Devil Emperor. Hearing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. In front of him was a devil spirit of the demonic array whose depth was unknown, and behind him was a devil emperor whose strength surpassed his own. Although Xiaohua didn't know the extent of the devil emperor's injuries, Xiaohua was clear about his own situation. At this time, it was absolutely not suitable for him to fight. Otherwise, death was secondary. If he fell into the devil path, that would be terrible. Therefore, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. Rarely seen, an 8th rank scattered nascent soul poured all of his true essence into the Kunlun mirror. Woo-woo. The entire Kunlun mirror trembled, as if it was cheerfully chirping. On the surface of the Kunlun mirror, a faint blood light and flame appeared. There were several layers of blood light, but there was only one flame. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth slightly smiled. His index and middle fingers came together and formed a seal. His mouth also uttered a draconic voice, ha, as Xiaohua's 2 fingers touched the flame on the Kunlun mirror. A several zhang large light beam came out of the Kunlun mirror and directly shone into the blood array. However, the strange thing was that the light beam seemed to fall into the blood wave and the devil flame, but the light beam didn't really touch the blood wave. It was as if the light beam opened a passage out of thin air. Damn it. Xiaohua sighed. This Xiao is now a cultivator before the Mahayana stage. I used all of my true essence of an 8th rank scattered nascent soul to open the passage of the Kunlun mirror. Moreover, this passage seems to be only a few hundred li. If I want to really control this Kunlun mirror, I'm afraid it will be difficult to succeed without immortal spiritual power, right? Kunlun mirror, how can this guy be here? At this time, the devil spirit of the demonic array also roared. The blood array within 100 li surged and rushed towards the light beam of the Kunlun mirror. Unfortunately, no matter how the blood sea wreaked havoc, it couldn't touch the light beam. However, within 100 li of Xiaohua, a crazy devil chi was born. The devil emperor borrowed the power of the demonic array and caught up to Xiaohua in a moment. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. His figure moved the light beam into the Kunlun mirror. With a wave of his big sleeve, the Kunlun mirror disappeared into the demonic array along with the light beam. Chase. After a few breaths, Huang Yu's figure appeared. His face was full of anger. He only hesitated for a moment and shouted angrily. The blood array rushed out of the demonic array and covered him. It also disappeared. Outside the demonic formation, there was a huge formation that looked like a sea of fire that protected ruins. However, this formation wasn't as tight as the demonic formation. There were many flaws in it, and there were many elements of earth, fire, wind, and thunder that rushed out from the flaws. At this time, in the sky several li away from the demonic array, a 4-colored halo flashed. That halo rapidly rotated and instantly formed a light ball. In a moment, Xiaohua's figure appeared in the light ball. When the light scattered, Xiaohua hurriedly looked back at the demonic array several hundred li away and released his divine sense. However, just as his divine sense landed on the demonic array soared with 100 zhang of flames and burned his divine sense. Damn it, how can this demonic array be my match? I'm not convinced. Xiaohua was a little helpless. His figure swayed and flew towards the location of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. He also knew that it would not be long before the demonic emperor rushed out of the demonic array to kill him. After flying for a while, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. He took out the Kunlun mirror and shook it, dragging that young cultivator out. The cultivator looked like he was adjusting his breathing. When he suddenly appeared, he was sitting cross-legged in the air. He did not even open his eyes. Xiaohua anxiously shouted, "Fellow Daoist, quickly come and help I have already escaped from the demonic array. However, under this demonic array, there is a Dao sect array. I'm not familiar with it. I wonder if fellow Daoist has any ideas?" The cultivator hurriedly opened his eyes. When he scanned with his divine sense, his expression changed greatly. He said in shock, This is the demonic array's realm protection array. What can I do?" As he spoke, the cultivator's divine sense naturally swept towards the demonic array above his head. Ga. A strange laugh came from the demonic array. Several strands of the cultivator's divine sense were actually devoured. Oh my God! When did the demonic array besiege my ruins? No wonder all the transmission arrays can't be used. The cultivator's face was really ashen. He looked at Xiaohua in surprise and cried out involuntarily. "You are walking into a trap." Xiaohua looked at this cultivator who was as unlucky as him. This cultivator must have thought of all sorts of ways to return to the ruins, but he didn't expect that what greeted him was a dead end. Ao. At this time, 1,000 zhang tall demonic pillar rushed out from the demonic array in the distance. The demonic emperor stepped out on the clouds. "Oh right, I have a communication talisman. I don't know if it can be used." The cultivator suddenly woke up and hurriedly took out a jade talisman from the Summer ring. He activated his magic power and said, "After all, this realm protection array is rarely activated." "I don't know." "Good, it can be used." "That's great." The communication talisman drew an arc in the air and disappeared into the array. The cultivator let out a long sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Daoist Master Xiao, don't worry. Wait until we enter the realm protection array. Not to mention the demonic emperor, even if the demonic master comes, we don't have to be afraid." Hearing this, Xiaohua understood that this cultivator definitely came back from other places in the cultivation world. If it was a cultivator from the ruins, no one would say such shameless words. If the realm protection array was useful, how could the demonic emperor avoid the array and sneak into the ruins? However, after a moment, Xiaohua frowned again and a new doubt arose. That's not right. Since the demonic emperor of the demonic array can enter the ruins realm protection array, even if they sent the demonic array in bit by bit over the years, they would have sent all the demonic array in. Why are they guarding the demonic array? Could it be, they want to finish it in one fell swoop? Kill all the cultivators in the ruins all at once? Only in this way can they collect more souls. But, if that's the case, what about the wandering souls they killed over the years? Most of them have already been collected by this Xiao, what else can they get? Forget it, I don't care so much. When I go back this time, I'll go to every corner of the ruins and pull the firewood from under the cauldron of the demonic array. Maybe the demonic array will withdraw when they see that there are no more wandering souls. Just as he was thinking, he saw a several hundred zhang long fire pillar rushing out of the realm protection array. A white-haired cultivator appeared in the fire pillar, holding the communication talisman that the young cultivator had sent out. The young cultivator didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "This one is Yang Chong, a disciple of the Misty School. I went out to gain experience and have just returned from the Tai-Bai astral boundary. I was trapped in the demonic array. Fortunately, Daoist Master Xiao of the Fortune Gate rescued me. Now that the two of us have escaped from the demonic array, the demonic emperor is chasing after us. Please let us enter the realm protection array." Oh. Who would have thought that the young cultivator's face would turn strange after hearing the young cultivator's words? His gaze actually pierced through the fire pillar and looked at Xiaohua. Seeing that the cultivator guarding the realm protection array didn't answer and didn't open the realm protection array, Xiaohua had a bad feeling in his heart.